are gonna love that one!
Just curious, how many more friends are we shopping for?
Let's see. Jacob, James, Jayla, Jen.
Early on the J's.
Jonathan. Holiday shop like a super gifter at thriftbooks.com.
This holiday season on Apple TV Plus.
My husband is an amazing dad. I just wish our lives were bigger.
There's something I need to tell you.
You have been acting so weird.
I can explain.
A little action keeps the family together.
I was a covert assassin. I escaped that life, and now they found us.
The Family Plan. Now streaming on Apple TV Plus. Rated PG-13.
Whispered promises straight to my heart. I'd never noticed, but you were never there, you were never there. Hey, you gave me roses, set me apart. All I feel was bliss, but you were never there, you were never there. I want us to be what we used to be this night. Maybe just another fight, but you don't wanna see me cry. There is no way that it's never going there. I think it better and I swear I'll follow you no matter where. Think it better and I swear follow you no matter where. Think it better and I swear follow you no matter where. Down in empty streets, looking for joy. I don't wanna admit I'm better on my own, better on my own. You say we're not meant for each other. I'm not sure of this. I won't give up on this, I won't give up. Cause I don't wanna behave like the one to flee, like the one to leave. I never surrender, but ever remember my lover. Did you give up on me? Have you never learned a lesson? Sorry, I will never be. Even in your dreams, the one you wanna see. Think it better go someplace I don't know, cause I got your picture on my mind. I want us to be what we used to be this night. Maybe just another fight, but you don't wanna see me cry. There is no way that it's never going there. I think it better and I swear I'll follow you no matter where. Think it better and I swear follow you no matter where. Think it better and I swear follow you no matter where. White lies paralyzed, sweet as poison. Fell ill from your kiss. I got drunk off your demons. One sipping, I'm lovesick. Built a home, turned to ruins. Followed you into the night. Couldn't let you leave, watch you leave on. Nothing less come daylight. Come daylight. You played with my head.
Wait, here we go.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Liftoff of STS-7 and America's first woman astronaut.
But in a moment, the 1980s will be arriving. What a decade it is coming up.
Here she comes. 1-0 Spain. What a fabulous goal! Oh, absolute genius for Cristiano Ronaldo. What the one for LeBron James? LeBron stands alone. Holy, over the fence. Oh, they're worshipping him.
Pikachu, I choose you! Pikachu!
Mr. Potter.
I'd just like to say thanks.
Homer Simpson. Homer Simpson. Please stop doing that.
This really is a golden age of Indian cinema.
Welcome to my world.
Coachella, y'all ready? Look around, everybody open. Y'all won that one.
She started out as a lady in a bathing suit, but she became so much more.
Hi, Barbie.
Hola, Barbie. Oi, Barbie.
Здравствуй, Barbie.
So cool.
I think as a songwriter, if you are open enough, you can connect with people.
This woman is the reason that I'm a songwriter?
A huge announcement today in the decades-long effort to harness nuclear fusion.
This will change the way we power our world.
It's Spider-Man! Oh!
This is what we signed up for, and this is what we do.
You're all heroes. I don't know how you do it.
It's in the darkest skies that you find the brightest stars. We're stronger than we think.
There is still good in the world.
Aloha also means you help anybody in trouble.
Isn't this our natural instinct? We want to do what we can.
Here we go.
This is the Ice Bucket Challenge.
Yes to inclusion, yes to love, yes to equal marriage.
We're standing together with people all over the world.
I had a dream to be the first black rock and roll singer to pack places like the Stones.
You're simply the best!
We thought with music you could change the world and have fun.
To keep moving forward, each generation passes the baton down to the next generation.
And we believe that nothing is impossible.
I will stand before you and speak with confidence and not be afraid.
Get up, Coco God. You just won the US Open.
Dear experts, to you, I'm the best-selling compact SUV in America. To our drivers, I'm unbeatable value. Let's go places. RAV4.
Toyota. Let's go places.
Every time we say goodbye, they all see that it's a lie. 'Cause we always give it one last try. Yeah, you've watched me break 1,000 times. Now I'm all alone, 'cause you never show. You say you will, but then you don't. That's how it goes. Don't wanna know. I'm turning off my mind so I get by. I just wanna be happy, happy tonight. Happier tonight.
All right. I'm back. I went to Missoula and then Jerry Johnson Hot Springs today, or yesterday and today. So that's why I didn't stream last night. We stayed in Missoula and I went to Jerry Johnson Hot Springs today for my girlfriend's birthday. But yeah. So I'm back. Not gonna be that much of a stream. We had a long day driving and stuff. So yeah. Tomorrow I will do research on the Gulf War like I have been. And this time I won't play a bunch of games of Risk. Oh. But yeah. All right. I saw that there was the second part of the George Janko and Alex Jones interview. I mean, not Alex Jones, fucking Andrew Tate interview. So I was gonna watch that. The last one we found out that that George Janko might be a groiper, possible groiper.
There's a little thing that I wanted to say. I thought it was just so funny. I'm talking to Andrew via Twitter, and I go, "Hey man, is there anything you need from the States that I could bring to you? You know, I'm already coming." And he goes, "Airheads," smiley face.
Airheads.
Now, mind you, bro, learning about who you are and then you sending me airheads with a smiley face had me dying.
That is pretty funny.
You love so much,
bro. They're just the best candy ever. You were coming to visit me, and you asked, and I thought, well, let me, request some childhood happiness. What did we say? Only women and children are happy, right?
Yeah.
Trying to bring me back.
So they don't kill you. You have the crack. How do you feel about other influencers that walk in the footsteps of you, but I feel like miss, or maybe they don't miss? I kind of want to ask you, how do you feel about the Aiden Rosses, the Sneeko, Zerka, all of these people that kind of walk in the realm of where you want? Like Neon is one now. How do you feel about these gentlemen?
I think they're all different people. I don't pay attention to any of them. I know something about. I don't want to insult anybody. I don't want to talk about anybody negatively. Zerka's a clown. I mean,
that was pretty funny.
I'm not laughing because of Zerka thing. It just caught me so off guard. Listen, I'm not gonna talk shit about it.
All right.
Fuck that guy.
North America.
Okay, Zerka.
I mean, I'm just trying to be honest.
Maybe we try in North America. I mean, we have the most troops in North America.
I think
that. No, I never said you were similar. I think that they're trying to recreate your formula. It's like the Krabby Patty formula. You know how plankton sitting around being like, how do they do it? And then they're trying to do it, but it's not really working.
Yeah, but they lack
move
substance.
this 5.
They have no lessons to teach. They have no life experience. They are clowns. And when you're a clown, you embarrass yourself for other people's entertainment. I mean, I don't want to... Aiden I know well. Sneeko I know well.
Are you close with Aiden?
Yeah, I speak to him often. But Neon, or whatever his name is, he's a clown and Zerk's a clown. I don't want to insult them too much, but they're just children being stupid. And I think that as the world devolves into insanity, people are looking for solutions and answers, as I said earlier. Which they can't provide that because they don't have the life experience or the intellect or the capability, so all they can do is provide cheap entertainment at their own expense. When you're a clown, you embarrass yourself for other people to laugh.
Yeah.
And
the Joker effect.
Yeah, and it's a completely different subsect, but I do feel like there are some people who are trying to follow in my footsteps, and imitation is certainly flattering.
That was
always going to happen. There was always going to be people who were trying to be me, but there will always be one top G. So it is what it is.
They're just highlighting the more insulting version of you than they are. Like they're not. Your method is punch. Here's the knowledge.
Yeah.
And they're just punching.
Yeah.
For the clicks.
Yeah. And I think there's thousands of people, and there's probably thousands of influencers.
I should have done manual rolls on this.
I've not heard of, who are probably trying to do something similar, or to copy my formula, or say the same kind of things, and yeah, that's probably.
Who are you closest with?
You know
like
what?
social media realm? Is it Nelk? Is it Aiden? Is it who does somebody you relate to and you could fully have a conversation and enjoy yourself?
You know what's interesting? The Nelk guys were super cool, and I've met a lot of guys, and Aiden was cool. Met Aiden, met Seiko. But you know what's actually really interesting?
That's
don't
good.
talk to anybody. I've realized this. In fact, there was a conversation about this inside the War Room a few weeks ago, and we're talking about how a lot of influencers cross-pollinate reviews and stuff, right? They like, I'll do a show with him, and he'll do a show with me, and then we'll go to his house, we'll do a show there, and blah, blah, blah. Podcast is obviously different because it's a podcast show, but outside of podcasts, I don't meet anyone, ever. If I can get 1 million views with me and Tristan in our home with an iPhone. I don't talk to anybody, so I don't have conversations with anyone. I don't meet anyone. I'm far away. I'm in Romania. I can't leave. I don't really want them to come here. I don't want to have to entertain them. I'm quite isolationist, and my friends are the same friends I had 20 years ago. I don't have any new friends. I don't talk to any new people. I don't know if
I feel
necessarily
that.
bad people as such, but I just think we're on different paths, different missions. Like, I genuinely believe I'm waking up and trying to make myself the most excellent version of myself. I have the same standards for the people I love and my children and my family and my women, and I have the same standards for my fans. I don't want any
Let's see
fan
if any of
Andrew Tate
these
to have ever lost in any realm. This is the thing that's interesting. I see these other influencers, right? Let's say these other influencers, some random influencer comes along and he sells some random garbage, a crypto, and the crypto loses a bunch of money, for example. I couldn't sleep at night knowing that my fans lost money because of me.
Yeah.
I couldn't.
I feel
I don't.
yeah.
I don't want money that bad. I would rather all of my fans say, you know what, you can say what you want about Andrew Tate, but since I listened to him, my life has only gotten better. Nothing bad has happened to me. I go to the gym, I feel better, I feel motivated, I feel happier. I joined his school. It cost $40. It was cheap. I'm making money now.
Oh.
What's there bad about Andrew Tate? Every single thing he told me to do benefited me. And I really think I'm on this path to excellence. And when I see all these other influencers, and I don't want to say names, and I'm not throwing shade, and I'm not trying to start internet beef, because that's what they're going to try and do, to try and get clicks off my name, because they're not relevant without me, and I don't give a fuck about any of them.
Just don't name them.
Just, yeah. All these people, what they're doing is, the way they're acting doesn't inspire anybody to be brilliant. Going in the street and yelling like an idiot, running around with half-naked girls and being entertaining and doing all this garbage they're doing. Nobody looks at that and goes, I want to be a better man.
True.
At all. They look at it and they might laugh.
Yeah.
They might think it's funny. It might get views.
Entertaining, no substance.
Yeah, it's no substance. And that's why I think
What
my
is
brand
Green
quite unique,
doing?
because it's very substance-driven. And the reason my brand is so substance-driven is because I've had such a difficult life. I wouldn't be able to tell and teach the things I can unless God's put me through so much shit. I've been through a whole bunch of things so that I can teach and tell the world, look, you can do this way and life will improve. You can be this kind of person.
So
and your life will
Green
be better.
is a
But I think all
noob.
these other influencers or whatever else they're doing, I think they're largely a part of the problem. I would like to think in other nations and other cultures, and I don't know, but let's look at China, which has an insulated internet. If they have a brain, and I've heard this is true, I don't know if it is, but they make sure that their algorithms, the people who become famous, are musicians and
I'd move this.
mathematicians and engineers. They don't allow their algorithm to promote the idiots because they want the youth to be inspired by people who can do math extremely quickly or play the violin.
I've heard about
at 8th
this.
grade. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Now, it is the Matrix to a degree. Of course, it is censorship and it's governmental control.
Yeah, but we're doing the same thing, but promoting the opposite.
We're promoting insanity. So then you go down the rabbit hole. Why? Who? What's the end goal? Why do we want children to wake up?
Oh,
Tune
motherfucker.
into a stream of some geek loser screaming at the top of his voice in public. Who is doing this? Why are we trying to dumb down the population and permanently distract them with absolute garbage? Because I truly believe that is, you talk about God and we talk about faith. To be a disciplined religious person, the word is discipline. It requires discipline. It takes discipline to read the Bible. It's not going to be screaming kids. It's not going to be flashing images. It's not going to be as entertaining as a stream with 30 naked girls. No, you're going to have to sit down, pay attention, read, focus, reflect, try and find the lesson in the parable, get confused, read it again, ask for help. You're going to have to study. That takes discipline. As we're destroying the new generation and removing their ability to focus on anything, removing their ability to be disciplined, you're taking them from God. Most of these children today are so messed up from TikTok They can't even focus on one page of a book, any book, because all they do is scroll. Have you ever seen someone on TikTok how fast they change video?
Yeah.
Yeah, the retention, like the attention span of people nowadays is ridiculous.
Their minds are gone. You can't even sit them down and teach them anything.
Whose fault is that? Hear me out. Is it the Matrix fault or is it the parents' fault?
Well, very interesting. And I do think that parents certainly have a huge part.
It's both.
To play.
Because before it was the sorry to interrupt you, but before it was this, right? Before it was the phone. Say it was the school system.
Yeah.
There was two types of parents. The one that dropped off the kids, met the parents, met the teachers, met the principal, saw what's going on, put their toe in the water, felt acclimated to leaving their child there.
Yep.
And the other one was like, see you later.
Bye. Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
So is this just a different version of where we've been? Is there a matrix or is there just laziness?
I don't think there's necessarily a matrix, but then you have to look yourself and ask the question. If a government's going to come along and say to a social media company, your social media product is designed to get people addicted, and as a responsible company, not responsible, competitive company, you're developing your product to be as ruthless as possible, because that's what you're going to do.
Yeah.
But we don't want you to say X, Y, and Z. You're
No
not allowed
way.
to promote racism. You're not allowed to promote hate speech. You're not allowed to promote misogyny. We do want you to promote transgender ideals. We do want you to promote gender fluidity. We do want you to promote whatever.
He's getting some good dice
never
right
have
now.
a conversation about the fact that maybe we want you to promote discipline and hard work and these other things as opposed to being a clown.
Do you
Why?
think-
Because they are using these machines to promote garbage. Why don't they use it to promote anything constructive?
So check this out. We're in the land of the free. You don't agree with this.
Of course not.
But let's debate about this.
Yeah.
Is it free, so free, that it's giving
Well, they're not in America right now.
the will to anybody to do what they want, and this is what the mass wants to do with it?
First things first, no country on earth is free. Not one. Next, which country has the most people in prison currently?
America.
Which country has the highest percentage of its population in prison in history?
America.
Which country has the most laws?
I don't know that one.
America. So when you talk about the land of the free, what they're actually saying is, we've built a society based on freedom. Of course there is no freedom, because true freedom is anarchy. So I'm not even advocating for it.
But that's what I'm saying. Do you think it turned that way because of that?
No, but here's the psyop.
Yeah.
Every single country has its own version of their restrictions and rules. When I go to the UAE, I feel very free because I can say anything I want. I don't want to say the things that would land me in jail. If I insulted Islam or insulted the leaders of Dubai, I'd go to jail.
Yeah.
But I don't want to. It doesn't cross my mind, so I speak and feel free. In America, if you go to America and you talk pro-LGBT, pro-agenda, pro-democrat, pro all these things, you think you're in a free country because you're saying all the things you're allowed to say. If you start saying the things you're not allowed to say, you'll learn that it's no more free than Saudi. It's just, there's a different set of rules of what you're allowed to say. So what we have, please let me make this point pertinently clear. Your ability to speak freely is directly correlated to your insignificance. When nobody listens to you, you can say what you want. If you get a platform and start talking, you will learn very quickly how you're not allowed to say what you want because people are listening. You're free to talk in an empty room. You're not free to talk to millions of people who are paying attention to you. So what we have now in the West is a society which is only linked and only bound by this false idea of freedom. Because we don't no longer believe in a flag. You look at Russia. All Russians respect Russia. They all respect the Russian flag. They respect the Russian identity. You can be Christian, you can be Muslim, but we are Russians. And when they're attacked externally, they unify as a Russian people. America doesn't have that. Half America hates the flag. They've turned the colors against each other. They've turned the religions against each other. They've turned the political parties against each other. Nothing unifies.
When a house is divided, it falls.
Yeah, house is divided, it falls. Nothing unifies America besides the illusion of freedom. So, when you have the most controlled nation on earth with the most laws and the most people in jail, and the only thing that's preventing absolute anarchy and unifying the people is the illusion of freedom, how do you do that? What you do is you
I hope this guy doesn't come up into here.
Important, like speak about important issues. But you allow people to be free to do dumb shit. So you allow them to be as free as they want, to chop their dick off, changed their name, changed their pronouns, and be clowns. So then you could say, well, we're a free nation. Look how stupid this idiot gets to act. And you sit and say, well, I don't want to do that. I want to talk about the educational system, and I have a large podcast, and everyone's listening to me. Delete him. Ban him. Whoa, 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 whoa. First Amendment. No, ban him. Oh, he's still talking. Oh, there's demonstrations. Jail. Well, I thought we were in a free country. Oh, you are free. You can chop your dick off.
You can chop your dick off.
To do that. So the whole thing is a scam. And only the Western countries even promote this idea of freedom. And it's a scam freedom, as I've just described. Whereas other nations don't do that. Saudi Arabia will not say, we are a free country. They will say, we are God-fearing. We're an Islamic country. We don't care about freedom. We care about worshiping God and living true to God. Now, I actually, as a person, like the rules I understand. Even if I were to play a game I don't particularly like, right? Even if I was in a situation, even if I don't like the rules of life. Let's say you made me move to some random country, Kuala Lumpur. I don't know the rules of Kuala Lumpur, but I have to move there.
What that is.
Yeah, but I have to move there, and you give me the set of rules, and I read them. I'll respect that. What I don't respect is going to a country and reading the rules. First Amendment, freedom. I'm like, oh, cool. And then they get you.
It's a mirage.
It's a mirage.
That's fake,
so
yeah.
At least in other nations, you know the rules. You wouldn't go to Moscow walking around with a fuck Putin t-shirt.
No. No, what?
See, you know the rules.
Yeah.
So that's the biggest illusion that's going on. So when you're talking about we have so much freedom, absolutely and utterly not, sir. I'll disagree with you on that point. There's no freedom at all. In fact, there's less freedom there is in other places, and you don't even know what you're free to do anymore. Depending, you can riot if you're BLM.
If he has cards, he could take out Green right now.
Ooh, jail. Well, I thought we could.
Now you move that into there.
Protest. It's a democratic country, right? No, you can't protest. There's protests in France. They're all getting locked up. It's all a mirage. It's all garbage. What is now unifying the West? Because we don't even have God anymore. And this is one of the things that's interesting when you talk about Christian versus Islam.
Ironic how everything started coming about when we did take God out of it.
Completely. But now we have Christian nations. And they don't feel Christian to me. They don't look Christian. I mean, I could walk around with a fuck Jesus t-shirt in a Christian nation. I wouldn't do the same thing with an Islamic nation with the Islamic prophet.
You know, I respect.
I wouldn't do it with an Islamic prophet in a Christian nation. You're still toast.
Yeah.
So
they won't put up with it.
They won't put up with it. So this is the thing that's so interesting when you start to analyze people who are atheistic and go, God's stupid. You don't need God. They're not even smart enough to look at the big picture and realize without God, there's nothing.
Yeah.
You have nothing
Shit.
but anarchy and chaos. And I tell you, when 10 armed men turn up at your house and start raping your wife and putting a gun to your head, you'll wish God was there. You'll be praying then, Mr. Atheist, Mr. fucking tough guy. Then you'll start talking about God. And it could have been prevented in the first place if society was preserved, if there were dickhead atheists like you talking godlessly. That's what these clowns don't even understand. Without God, there's nothing. It's all a joke.
It's so
what you do is you put yours there, and then you go boom, boom, boom.
Every man knows God when he's at his lowest place.
Oh, they were praying.
Oh, okay.
Woo! They got the candles out. They had the little picture of Jesus.
Yeah.
Who's got a picture of Jesus? Anyone got a picture of Jesus? Ah, shit.
Oh my God, that was so. You catch me with the left, bro. You catch me sometimes.
They were praying, sir.
Yeah, I forgot. Oh, here it is. Here it is. That was great. I think this is the thing that people don't understand, and mind you, this is just me for reflecting. Tell me I'm wrong. Yeah. I want you to tell me
I hope
I'm
he
wrong.
doesn't get
I
this.
believe every man, woman, baby, child, anybody, we're all designed to worship.
Yep.
All of them.
Yep.
Now, you could say, I don't believe in God. Buddy, that's your faith. Yep. You don't believe in God. That's your faith. Yep. So you worship it. You don't worship a God, but you worship yourself.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's why they feel the weight of the world on them, because God's like, all right, you don't want me to have it in my hands? Have it in yours.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, and it comes crumbling down. And then you start realizing that even your family could get evil. Yep. And then you could get evil. And your loved one could get evil. But then when you have boundaries and restrictions and rules, and here's the best part. I think wisdom truly starts and finishes with the fear of God.
Absolutely.
Same way if you have a fear of your father. You respect your father, right?
Absolutely.
You fear of disappointing your father.
Absolutely. No, and it's so important what you've just said, because it's so profound and people at home need to understand it. All humans are meant to worship, and this is true. The godless, atheistic, left-wing psychos worship the pride flag and abortion. Watch them. Look at them. They worship it. They go, they turn up, they scream its name, they try and promote it, they worship it. Or you have famous men who will worship fame, or worship their girlfriend, worship their wife. If you believe in God, you're not going to worship your wife. You're going to respect your wife. You're going to do
Bro, what is up with all these roles this game?
You worship God. You're not going to allow a woman to trounce all over you. You're like, no, sorry, we live godless. We live within certain boundaries within this house, and we're a religious household, and you're not going to do that. Otherwise, we're not going to be together anymore.
I'm going to send this guy an alliance.
Household. Yep. But everybody worships something.
Yeah.
By talking about being an atheist, you think you're just showing the world how smart you are and that nothing's above you, but it's absolutely not the opposite. Now you're showing that dumb shit's above you. You're worshiping fame. You're worshiping clicks, likes, money, some other person.
Why would he do that?
It's crazy to me that I talk about OnlyFans girls and no disrespect to them. And the reason why I have no disrespect to them is because I believe that I was blessed with a home that teaches me about making decisions for my future. Yeah. And I can't point my finger at a female or a man who's making decisions that they didn't have loved ones to tell them, like, hey, don't just plan for right now. We got to plan for your future. Yep. Everything starts in the home. Yep. And if you notice, 90 or so crazy percent of people that are in prison, they don't have a father. Yeah. And there's a lot of situations that stem from not having a good example.
Oh, is he gonna slam
so let's
into?
Circle back to the home, right? We can't control the government.
Soft
we can't
line.
control the
Fuck.
Matrix.
I gotta take this out.
But we can control
right
what goes
now.
inside and outside of this home. Yep. That's a very powerful thing that people are not circling around.
But only if the man is the man of the house.
Yes.
Only if he is not feminized. Only if the Matrix has not empowered the woman to the point where she thinks she's too good to listen to the man she's supposed to be with.
Hey guys, just a reminder that the merch is out for a few more days, so if you haven't got a chance to go to theheartofdavid.co, go ahead and click the link in my description, or you can shop on YouTube. Thank you guys so much, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the podcast. What is the foundation of a strong house?
Well, it's got to be the man. Okay. But it's the family unit. Men and women are different, and they're supposed to work together and do different roles to come together and combine and become the most powerful force. If you destroy the roles, if they no longer combine, if they no longer fit together, everything's broken, which is what's happened in the West now.
I actually find it fascinating.
And that's why I'm called a misogynist, by the way. I'm called a misogynist for saying
I've got to trade so that I can get this.
Because they're mistaking leadership with higher value.
They're mistaking leadership with detriment, and they're mistaking leadership with oppression. And it's such a psyop that they're doing, because they're coming along and saying to women, any man who says he's responsible for you and tries to guide you is oppressing you. And that's absolutely not the case. In fact, if you look at history, most of the time it was the father who
What the fuck is going on with these roles, bro?
That's how it's always been. There's nothing wrong with that. And women come along and say, we don't need no men's guidance. We'll make our own decisions. Okay, that's fine. Well, let's look at the decisions you're making. Let's actually look at Western society, and let's look at these women without fathers, and let's look at these women who don't listen to no man. What decisions are they making? Are they good for them? Are they good for society? Are they good for anybody? I said something that got me in a lot of trouble a long time ago, and I'll say it again. I said,
please.
I'm not good at learning my lessons. What did I say about driving until you hit the tree? What did I say?
Okay, go ahead.
I said the world would be a much better place if women had to walk around with their body counts on their foreheads.
Oh, I remember. They smoked for
Everyone lost their minds, but not because they're like, he's a misogynist, because they're too stupid to extrapolate. Because I say something abrasively to shock people, and the intelligent ones will look at what I say and extrapolate the lessons from it. Like we talk about the Bible. You read the parable, but you have to sit down and analyze what it actually means. Yeah. What I'm talking about is female promiscuity. If women had to be far more careful and more selective with who they slept with, this would inspire masculine excellence now. You can't be a loser with a little bit of weed and get a chick over the house. You have to be a better version of a man. You have to be the kind of man who can provide for her if she gets pregnant, for her to even consider sleeping with you, because that number is going to go up and she's going to be judged for it. And women don't like being judged.
What is he doing?
Women are very, very susceptible to societal pressure and peer pressure and judging.
Same with men.
Same with men, but women even more.
Because men are not going to want to be with
the
a
fuck
girl
is
that's
this game?
100%. So now men are going to get, men are like, I want a low number. She doesn't want to add to her number. I better be better. I better be better. Now when someone gets together, they're going to stay together. They don't want to mess up their numbers, right? They're going to stay together. They're going to stay together as a family. They're going to be more prepared to sit, talk through things, work things out. No longer divorce anymore.
The church holds this. Islam holds this.
Absolutely.
Because in Islam and in Christianity, when you go to church or you go to the temple, right? What are the main thing that they fear is God, but they also fear how other people are looking at them.
100%.
When my mom used to come to church and go, hey, don't embarrass me around these people.
100%.
So I had to behave. I'm like, all right, I don't want to represent my family the wrong way.
Completely. Peer pressure can go positively as well as negatively. So when I said this, I got attacked for being a misogynist, but no one understood what I'm actually talking about is couples coming together, working together, masculine excellence, and removing promiscuity from society so that you get to a point where a lot of problems are fixed. What did you just say about prisons and fatherless homes? Wouldn't having that number on a woman's head fix the fatherless homes? Now we fix the prison population. You can extrapolate this out towards fixing the entire society. But I make the point and nobody listens to what I say. They just lose their minds because they're emotional.
Fuck.
No, but it is.
No,
but
that's really
okay, cool.
But it's amazing how you can extract out from that one point I made.
But you could have made the same point in a loving way.
I could have.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
So then we have to ask why I don't.
Yeah, that's the thing, bro.
Because
I think that's your next journey. Because I think I think this is what happened. You knew step one was to get famous, and the only way to get famous is to piss people off.
I did pretty good.
You did a fantastic job.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, your next season now is to group in the rest of the sheep.
Yeah, of course.
And I say sheep in a good way. Trust me, it's a biblical term. I think right now you need to win the hearts of some females that disregard you completely. Because I had this conversation with my girlfriend, and my girlfriend's like, hey, listen, he says this, he says that. I go, okay. You gotta think about what they're going. So we had to sit down and watch her podcast, and then like, baby, he's trolling here. Yeah. And she goes, well, I don't understand that he's trolling here. Why would he be trolling here? Why is he talking so serious here, but then he's joking around here?
Yeah, of course.
So I think, honest to God, I really do.
Quick question for you. Do you know how much you actually weigh? Well, this might sound crazy, and it's actually a little disgusting, to be honest. And a lot of people have to deal with it every day. But according to thousands of positive Zupu reviews, it seems like a lot of...
It's all your shit.
I think your next journey is going to even be bigger because now you're going to have to figure out a way to talk to other people without pissing them off.
And I can do it.
For this episode,
I can do it.
Explain to me in a way that you get the same result of the numbers thing.
It's like school.
Without using the numbers thing. What could we do to get women to use their numbers lower without...
Why is he feeding Black
saying,
the
hey,
kill?
Go outside and put your number up.
Of course. And just a point I'll make, I don't think it's disrespectful. I think it was just a thought experiment. But I understand what you're saying. I can say it a far easier way.
Do you know why I'm doing this, by the way? Because I want to vouch for you. And I want to vouch for Trump. And I want to vouch for people that you believe in. But it's really fucking hard when you're going around saying, these bitches need to have fucking numbers on their head. And I'm like, motherfucker, Dave, stop saying that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to vouch for you. So if I have to come out here and literally come out here, fly out here, 15-something, 16 hours, I want to sit here and say, dude, I am with you. But I'm trying to be with you, waiving my morals and my integrity. I'm trying to bring in even the people that we think are stupid. They're still worth saving.
Oh,
what does he do?
Oh,
yeah,
that's right. I'm also very prepared and aware that I can say things in a far nicer way. I agree with you. It's not accidental. I am aware of it.
You already achieved what you needed to achieve.
Yeah, and that's why I said it's something I said a long time ago. I was just explaining the point behind it.
But it's a strong message, so how do we get that message out without pissing them off?
Oh, that's easy. I mean, I think when you tell a woman, but you know what's interesting? It's really interesting, and I want to make this point. There is a very vocal minority, especially on the internet, of feminists and left-wing psychos. I'm telling you, if I say to a woman, being promiscuous is disgusting, 95% of women go yes. It's only these 5% of idiots you see going, I can do whatever I want. I'll sleep with 100 guys if I want. And then we sit and go, oh, women think that way. Women are not actually as broken as society is showing them to be on the internet, thank God. They're not that bad. Because trust me, most women know that. In fact, women know that so intrinsically in their hearts. If you see a woman insult another woman, what does she call her? A whore.
A whore, yeah.
Slag. It's the first word out of her mouth. You just slut. It's the first thing women do, because women know that's how you insult a woman. So even the bad women who run around having arguments with other women, who are promiscuous themselves, use promiscuity as an insult. So most of the world actually understands this. It's only the Western world which has this very broken vocal minority. And these people always come to terms and learn that they were wrong as they were older. It's just unfortunate they have to learn the hardest possible way. I don't think there's any woman out there who slept with 100 guys who's happy she's done it. It's sad. She got psyoped by society. She probably had no dad, no masculine role model. No one guided her. She got psyoped by society into thinking that
I trusted him.
Would be empowering. And she's woke up one day and looked in the mirror and she hates herself.
I was at a
I feel sad for her.
I was at a party once at my friend's house, and they always make fun of me for this, but it was a very learning curve for me.
Yep.
I'm sitting there, and all my friends are having fun, and I'm noticing that this girl's behavior is trying to impress the men that's around her. And she starts
What the fuck?
trying to do drugs. And I looked at her, and I go, sweetheart. And by the way, that's dangerous, right?
Fuck.
Calling a girl sweetheart now is very dangerous.
Yeah.
And it
Fuck.
come, like my father, I have to tell him to chill because he'll be like, sweetheart, honey, and I'm like, yo, chill, you can't say that shit no more. And it's so heartbreaking because my father looks at them like their daughter.
Bro, what
You
the
know,
fuck
and so just know if
is
I did
up
say
with these
sweetheart, I
dice,
was looking
except
at it
for
from the eyes of my
black?
father. So I go, sweetheart, you don't have to do that.
Yep.
And she lost her fucking mind on me. And she started freaking out, and everybody's like, hey, you can't say that, blah, 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 this and that, right? Okay. She freaks out, leaves, and she says something that broke my heart. The man was like, listen, you got to go. You're freaking out. You're causing a problem. They're not going to kick me out, right? They're not going to kick me out. But they're going to kick her out. And the thing she says, she goes, no, it's fine. I'll suck your dick.
Oh.
So right there, I realized that she was put in positions to realize that that's her way out.
Yep. That's her value she can offer.
Broke me. Okay. The next day, I asked the gentleman, I go, hey, man, what happened to that girl? He goes, dude, I'm going to be honest with you. I haven't heard from her, and I'm trying to hear from her. I'm freaking out. So my heart drops. I go, hey, if that girl killed herself, I'm going to really, it's going to take me a lot to get out of that.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to know that that weight was on me.
Of course.
And then I start going back. Should I have pulled her aside? Should I have done this and that? Finds out she put herself in rehab. It took one person to question what she was doing for her to question what she was doing.
Yep.
If you feel like somebody you love or your neighbor is doing something that you know in your heart, hey man, like you don't need to be doing that. We've been put in positions to be like, don't be that guy.
Yep.
But be that guy. Because you have no idea how catastrophic her life could go off on if you just asked her one fucking question.
That's right.
Hey man, what are you doing?
Yep.
You don't need to do that.
Going to
Peer
drop
pressure
out
can
of
work
this
positively
fucking
also.
That's why I circled back to that.
And it's actually very
game.
interesting because
That
when
was a
somebody
dumb
knows
game.
you're right and they know they have a problem or they know they've been wrong, they usually react with anger. That's why she got so angry, because she knew you were right.
She was defensive.
She was defensive.
I realized that the worst
Women
parts
do
of
that
me,
the most.
I do that the most. And by the way, I'm a very feminine guy. I know that. I grew up with like a sister. I had a lot of girls around me. During COVID, I was locked up with 6 girls. I thought that was the coolest thing in the world. Turns out, so sensitive afterwards. Everything was hurting my feelings. Everything. You are who you hang out with, bro. You know how many times I'd be like, how dare you? And then I was like, all right, I need to chill the fuck out. You know what I mean? Like I always wanted to conversate about shit. Like, how do you fucking feel about like? And like, you know, I realized maybe his feelings don't matter, and I need to move the fuck on. But I found that really funny. Okay, so we circle back to the leader of the house. Okay, what else is the foundation of a good home? How can a man who doesn't have a father, who's made mistakes, who hears your voices, now you move the anger, can now properly understand the language of love, that you're coming from a loving place. He understands. What's his first step?
Well, I believe in actionables. In fact, actionables is probably the word I type the most on my phone.
Actionable?
Yeah. Maybe if I press A, actionable comes up. Because when someone tells me anything, my answer is actionable. So if they come along and they say, Andrew, the Matrix is attacking you. They're deciding they're going to print a new story saying you've done X, Y, Z, and you're going to be accused of X, Y, Z. I don't like, oh my God, that's terrible. Why would they do that? Pointless. Completely actionable. What do we do about it? What can we do about it? If nothing can be done, then let's just put it in the this is going to happen bank and let's consider it for future moves and let's stop talking about it. If something can be done, what can be done? Who's going to do it? How long is it going to take? All I care about is actionables. So when I talk to people,
all right, what am I? Green?
Guys, I get thousands of emails a day, thousands of DMs a day. People go to my website, cobratape.com, they message the live chat all day, every day looking for help. How do I sit and try and explain the very nuanced and complicated subjects of life and masculinity to 16-year-olds who I've never met in a nation that might be completely different to mine geographically, politically, and socially? And I believe you do that by giving them actionables, giving them things you can do. So I sit here and I say, and when I preach...
Okay, so he's either going for Africa or...
I don't think anyone's life will get worse if they train hard and get stronger. I don't see how your life can detriment from that. Maybe you could find some extreme scenario, but as a general rule to everybody, go gym, you're a weakling, go get strong.
Yes.
I think that's a good general point. Same thing
So first is to fix your temple.
First point, absolutely. The first point is to improve your body. It's the first thing you can do. So when you're asking me, the man who has no father and he wants to live a good, righteous life inside of his home, I don't know all of his background. I don't know his capabilities. I don't know his mental state. I don't know where he lives. I don't know anything. But I know that if he gets stronger, he'll stand a better chance of doing it. Because you also
motherfucker.
by doing that, which is also a good thing to learn. When I teach people saying, listen, you need to go become as rich as possible, the reason I'm doing that is not just so that you make money, which is the time and energy of other people. It's also all the lessons you'll learn along the way. You're going to learn how to manage people, manage staff, manage stress. You're going to learn how to talk confidently and go to meetings. You're going to learn how to be organized and on time. You're going to learn how to be punctual. You're going to learn a bunch of things if you learn how to make money. So I say you need to go get as much money as possible and become as strong as possible. Because I believe if you do those two things and start to succeed in them, you can extrapolate and take all of the lessons from those two things and apply it to anything, including a relationship. It takes discipline for a relationship. It takes commitment for a relationship.
People get lazy when they get in a relationship.
Absolutely. So if you're a disciplined person who always goes to the gym, if you're good at managing stress and controlling your temper from high pressure business meetings, both of those things will apply to your relationship and make you better at running a household.
100%.
So that's why I teach the two things I core teach. In fact, I teach three things, but I teach.
Did I pick Rumble
Even
only
the
on
body,
that?
just to circle back, you have muscles. I can see
Shit.
that. Did you ever feel pain from growing those muscles?
Absolutely, yeah, it hurts.
So that's also a factor of it, and I agree with you. I think a lot of people that feel like that once they take themselves from I feel like shit to like, oh, I feel fucking great, they realize they could put that energy other places.
Yeah.
So I agree with you.
Yep. And the third thing I teach, which I think is extremely important and lacking in the world today, is brotherhood. I think that men have always kept men accountable. You just talked about living in a house with 6 women and how it changed you. Imagine you lived with 6 warriors.
Destroyed me.
Imagine you lived with 6 men who were training for UFC fights. Imagine the men.
Dude, no, so this happened. I swear to you this happened. I told God, I go, God, I reflected. This is a problem. Randomly, one of my friends from Chicago, this motherfucker is deep in the ghetto of Chicago. Yeah. So when I mean a man, like you look at, he's 6'5", you look at him the wrong way, he'll eat you.
Yeah.
The energy he has is, I'm going to get it done, my word's my word, and I'm going to be at the gym at this time, I'm going to be there, blah, blah, blah. He came in the gym, guess what? I can't miss gym no more.
That's right.
Why? What the fuck's wrong with you?
That's right.
I was up at 6, you slept until 12. You can't go to the fucking gym? And now I'm sitting here being like, yeah, he's fucking right. I probably should be in the gym. Yeah. So it does push me.
Yeah.
You know what we need? We need, I love, when I play, I'm sorry, I'm losing the word, but when, competitiveness.
Yep.
I love being competitive.
Absolutely.
I love being competitive.
Masculine accountability. And you know what else is with men? Because men are different than women. You talked about how you lived with women. They were all talking about feelings, etc. You know what's a fantastic motivator for men? Shame. I'm telling you now, it works. Shame. If I'm around my house and someone was getting fat and all of us were to go, you're a fat fuck, what are you eating that for? Guaranteed they train. Shame works with men. And you talk about this, and this is the reason I promote brotherhood. The reason I am the man I am is not just because I'm so fantastic. It's because I, even now, to this day, live with 6 men. I live with my fight coach. I live with my brother. I live with some of my old friends I've had for 20 years.
I don't know how the fuck I lost that
compound,
much.
This huge house. If I wake up and my brother's been training an hour and a half, I feel so annoyed and angry and guilty that
What
I
the
have to
fuck
go
is
and beat
up
him
with
now.
these roles?
So that competitiveness keeps us constantly at edge. People say me and Tristan are best friends and our brotherhood is fantastic, but it is based on competitiveness. But we don't compete against each other. We compete to prove to each other we're a good teammate in the battle against the Matrix.
How do you get there? Because I've seen a lot of men get torn up by that.
Yeah.
So how do you get to a healthy way where we're competitive, but it's not going to destroy our relationship?
Well, you have to understand that there's enough outside enemies. You have to put your ego aside and say, look, there's enough people who already want me dead. We're the same blood. Can't we at least unite against all the people who want me dead? I want you. I'm in competition with you, Tristan. I want to beat you, to prove to you I'm a fantastic teammate to you. As opposed to I want to beat you because I don't like you. And it's a different mentality. And we'll sit there, and my brother and I are in constant, endless competition, but it keeps us sharp. So masculine competition is super important, which is why it's the third thing I teach, which is brotherhood. You are the sum of the 5 people you spend the most time with. If you find some guys who have their game right, your game's going to get straight. It's as simple as that. And I think if you take any man on the planet, in any situation, in any scenario, and you tell him to become as strong as possible because of all the lessons he's going to learn, become as rich as possible because of all the lessons he's going to learn, plus obviously being strong and rich are benefits, plus find a network of brotherhood of men who are accountable to themselves, and by extension accountable to you. If you're accountable to yourself as a man, you're also accountable for your friends. I don't want loser friends. I don't want dickhead friends. If I had a guy I really liked and he started being a dickhead, I'd try very hard to fix him. And if I couldn't fix him, I wouldn't be his friend anymore. I'd say, stop that. We don't do that. Why are you doing that? What are you crying about again? Why are you acting that way? Come on, let's go train. I don't want to train. But we always train. Come on, let's go. And then after a while, I'd be like, he doesn't train anymore. Get him out. Bye. Go get eaten by wolves. That's the unfortunate reality of the world, because I'm the sum of the 5 people I spend the most time with. I don't want to wake up one day feeling terrible and going, but he's missing the day, and I might miss the day. His poison will get in my brain. I have to resist it. So if you get a brotherhood, masculine brotherhood, and you're accountable for yourself and for them, you're going to be able to do nearly anything. I've conquered the whole world with those 3 things. All I do is train as hard as possible, try and make as much money as possible, and I have men around me doing the same thing.
You train every day?
Every single day, 7 days a week.
You don't give yourself a rest?
0. I don't believe in rest. I rest.
Explain that.
I rest when I'm asleep.
I think that you need 1 day of rest on Sunday.
I rest when I'm sleeping.
Okay, you explained it. Thank
Yeah,
you for
there you go.
that was so fucking quick. I didn't even he's sharp, dude. He knew what he was saying. What up, you clean-ass gentlemen? This video is sponsored by Manscaped. Now, I actually love this brand because I use it every day, and my friends always bug me for this product. But let's unveil the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra. This is the 5th generation trimmer. Features 2 next-gen skin-safe blade heads. A standard I promise you've never seen a ball trimmer look like a spaceship. Get yours today from our folks at Manscaped.
I'm asleep. And there's going to be some dork who's going to watch this, some nerd who's going to sit there and say, your muscles grow when you rest. Da, da, da. I train because I don't want to train. I don't train because I care about getting the biggest possible muscles. I'm on 0 steroids. I'm on 0 drugs. I don't take protein. I don't take creatine, nothing. I eat steak and airheads and smoke cigars. But I train every day because I don't want to, because it hurts. I train to teach myself a lesson, to punish myself. Because if I wake up and the first thing I have to do is 2 hours of exercise I don't want to do, by the time it's done, I don't feel happy. I'm proud of myself. Thank God that's over.
Do you wake up early or no?
Not really. I wake up, I 9, 10. I stay awake till like 3 or 4. I don't sleep that much.
Because I sleep very late. Yeah. I'm gonna be vulnerable. I'm gonna give you my problems and see like just beat me to death with them and figure out
Ready?
a way out.
All right, let me sit up straight.
Okay. I took on accountability, right, for those other things that I was dealing with. Maybe gain weight, depressed, couldn't. I had a problem saying no, and I had a problem walking away from people that I love.
Yep.
Handled that. Right now, there's this thing on my table. It's called marijuana. Okay. I'm addicted. I have an addictive personality, but I use it to my advantage because if I'm addicted to something and nobody else can tell, I've never had a problem with it because I've never had something that was bad for me. Because everything that I've ever wanted was good for me, and that's good to carry me through those days that I don't want to do it because I'm addicted to it. So I'm just like hammering it out. Marijuana for me is my break because my brain just goes off. So at night I like to unwind and smoke a little bit. I'm scared that it took over my life where I can't even, like if I go 1 day without it, I have gone a few days without it because I can't even smoke here. And it doesn't affect me anymore that way. But my dad said this, he goes, you have a problem with moderation. Should I just give it up completely, marijuana completely, just go through the bitch of it, get rid of it, or should I teach myself moderation with it? Well, then because I also don't have any, like, I don't drink. I don't go to clubs. I never even liked going to clubs when I was single. It just doesn't entertain me. I don't have, like, an outlet. I don't even smoke cigars, but I'm opening up a cigar lounge with my dad in Arizona. Shout out 24th Street, a cigar lounge. That's actually pretty cool. But I don't even fucking smoke. I did it to honor my dad. It's me and my dad's thing. Okay, smoking's the only thing where I can hang back and just fucking chill, dude. Should I feel guilty about this? Should I get rid of it? How do you feel about it?
It's an interesting question, but then you have to analyze what you're doing it for, because even the reason you just described to me would put me off doing it, because we're obviously different people, but you said it stops your brain working at 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
That's a gift. Why would you want to turn your brain off? Think of all the thoughts you haven't had. Think of all the things you haven't done that you could have done. Why do you want to relax and chill so badly? Why don't you want your brain working at optimum efficiency all the time? Why don't you read the dictionary? Learn another language. Why don't you start another business? Why do you want to chill? That's the first thing.
You don't chill, dude?
Never. So that's the first thing you have to do is analyze.
Shit.
First thing you analyze is...
You don't chill before bed?
Never.
What do you do before bed?
I'm working to the second I fall asleep.
No shot.
No, I'm like one of those toddlers who falls asleep halfway through. I don't think, oh, it's late, I better sleep. No, if I'm awake, I'm awake until I'm like, I really can't stay awake. And then I'll fall asleep.
And a cigar doesn't affect you that way?
No, I can smoke to the second I go to bed and I'm just instantly out. I mean, cigar. I don't smoke cigars. I actually smoke cigars because nicotine is good for your testosterone level, and I do not take steroids. That's why I smoke.
Nicotine's good for your testosterone?
Correct. That's why I smoke a lot of cigars. So I smoke a lot of cigars and do a lot of cardio so that my lungs are fine.
Why don't you do steroids?
I don't do steroids because I've never done them in my entire life. I was drug tested throughout my whole career, and I'm now 36, and I don't do them, and my testosterone level's still huge. It's still very high.
Still huge.
Upper limit the natural.
So you just don't
gauge.
need it.
So I don't need it.
But if you needed it, would you be pro for it or not?
I mean, maybe if I get old, which is testosterone replacement therapy, but I've never taken drugs, and I don't like people who take steroids, and I'll tell you why. It annoys me because I'd look like a much bigger monster if everyone else wasn't on steroids. It'd be cooler. It pisses me off. I've done it the hard way, and they're all just juicing. So I don't take steroids. But
you've never smoked weed?
No, never tried a drug in my life.
And is that because you're scared of it because you have an addictive personality, or like is it because you?
If I try cocaine and I don't like it, I'll regret trying it. If I try cocaine and I do like it, I'll start doing cocaine and I'll regret trying it.
Damn.
So why?
My man reflected on that.
So why do cocaine? So never tried cocaine. I've never tried weed. Never tried a pill. Never tried ecstasy. Never taken a steroid.
I've never tried anything besides
nothing. I'm drinking alcohol and I smoke cigars. That's it. But
so your alcohol is like my marijuana then?
I quit alcohol a year and a half ago. So
well then what the fuck?
I haven't.
How would you even bring it up? I got so excited.
I used to drink alcohol and I haven't drinking alcohol.
When did you drink though? When you're unwinding?
No, I used to drink because a year and a half ago I quit alcohol cold turkey. Instantly.
Were you like a drunk or were you just
absolutely no? I was extremely effective. It was at the time when I was most famous. I was doing Nelk Boys. I was drinking alcohol when I had.
I think it's because he.
When I first blew up. I used to drink alcohol all the time, and I used to probably drink every day. Because I have a lot of money and I have a fun life, and we jump on the jet and we drink vodka and we get off and there'd be all these girls. We go to the club, and we drink vodka. You just drink. I never had a problem with it. Never suffered with it. Never got out of shape from it. It was fine. And then I decided I'm going to live many different versions of reality, and I spent a year now partying basically every day, and it's been great, but now I want to live a sober life and see what happens. So I just instantly quit. I blinked and cured my brain. I could quit smoking instantly if I decided. I could blink and cure my brain.
Okay.
I could just do this. So but to answer your question, which you initially asked, the first thing is, what you've told me marijuana does for you, I don't understand why you want it.
Because here's the thing, I want to unwind. It is my time to unwind. So for example, if I'm playing
Unwind when you're asleep.
But I'm playing Fortnite. What the fuck do I need my brain for
to
Fortnite?
Win! To win! It's a battle! You have to destroy your enemies! What do you mean to sit there and just lose?
Do you play video games yet or no?
Sometimes when I was on house arrest, I started playing Super Smash Brothers.
What about Fortnite?
No, I don't play Fortnite. No.
Okay, would you ever drop in with me?
Only if if I start playing Fortnite and I lose, I'm going to end up being the best Fortnite player on the planet. And I've got more because I can't take the L. And I've got more constructive things to do with my time.
Just drop in once with me, bro.
No, I can't do it. We'll play Super Smash Brothers. I'll get Kirby and I'll beat your ass.
Okay, Kirby.
That little piece of gum is going to mess you up. It's like an airhead. Just fear this picture because it's coming for you.
What is a gum?
You don't know what Kirby is?
No.
Bro, you're smoking too much weed. Well, anyway, what weed does for you, I don't know why you want it. That's the first thing. Second thing I'll say is this. I don't know whether you should quit or not.
I appreciate you being honest.
I don't. But the fact that you struggle to understand whether you could or not, I believe is a problem. So for me, right, should I quit cigars? Well, I don't think so. Maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't, whatever. But I know I could without a single drop of hesitancy. I could instantly quit.
Bro, why
so
do I?
No.
I forgot to mention one important thing.
Sure.
When I was in high school, never touched it because I was trying to get to where I was.
Yeah.
High school? College? I don't know how you like this.
What do you mean, bro?
I'm so glad I don't like it because now fuck that brand, yo. Oh God, it's so much like a
taste, flavor, brilliance.
Sure.
Excitement.
I want this out of my mouth.
E numbers.
College, I never had the party theme. I never did none of that shit. I feel like right now in my life, I have no kids. I don't have like certain things where I need my brain to be on 24/7. I know when I have kids, there's no shot I'm gonna be able to do that. Yeah. I see a good window of opportunity, and I'm just scared that one day when I'm like waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning because I have kids or like all this shit, I'll be like, I should have enjoyed my time while I was like less.
He's partnered with that guy.
This is why I smoke now. Because I know there's going to be a time, as soon as my mind goes there, I'm going to be able to walk away. And I've also, in the past few years, I'll give myself 60 to 90 days off to make sure I'm not addicted to it. So I've already trained my body to like...
So could you quit now instantly if you decided to?
100%. I've done it many times.
Okay. Well, then you don't have that big of a problem. So if you could quit, then it doesn't matter. But if you were to sit and go, I don't know if I could quit, then you'd have to quit.
Okay, now I have the most important question of the day.
Sure.
How do you feel about Bottom G?
Bottom G.
Because, dude, if you got up and danced like that, man, I think everybody would just agree with you. I think that's what would happen. I think everybody in the world would be like, you know what, we need to fucking listen to this man. Yeah. Look at his hips.
Yeah.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and brushed your teeth and been like, and just try to dance like him ever? Be honest.
No, I've seen a couple of his videos and...
Are you offended or are you just like, it doesn't make you laugh? What is it like?
mean, he's made a brand off of my brand.
Dude, so funny, bro. When I
It
watched
is funny. I mean, he can dance.
Mhm.
Congratulations to the guy. I have nothing against the guy. I mean, he can dance, and he bought a nice jacket like mine. I mean, I hope he does well.
I had to ask that. I'm so sorry.
No
I was literally writing like the dumbest question. I wrote some questions that are just when I mean seriously stupid.
All right, I'm ready.
Because I was like, I have to ask some fun questions, and I literally labeled them fun questions. Sure. And I just want to get through that.
Let's do it.
And then we can jump back into the deep ones.
Let's do it.
Okay. The first one was, how do you feel about Bottom G? You answered that. Thank you for answering that.
No problem.
Okay. I already asked that one. Actually, it was the Sneeko and Zerka. That was actually part of my fun questions.
Okay.
Okay. 2 brothers, 1 cage. Jake Logan, you Tristan. Who comes out alive?
You know what? I'm trying so hard to not start internet beefs. I'm really trying not to.
You could say Jake and Logan, man.
Bro,
Don't worry about it.
No, I can't lie.
Well, obviously it would be him and Tristan. They're both professional kickboxers.
I'm going through life. I'm trying to.
I guess Jake is basically a professional boxer now, but they literally spent their whole life doing
Agents
that.
in my house. Matrix is after me. I'm just trying to live peaceful. But of course, I have absolute faith in myself and my brother, and I know what we've been through, and I know the kind of men we are.
Okay. I just had to ask, you know?
I understand.
Okay, now, you're away on a long trip, and you have to leave your daughter with 3 people.
Okay.
Candace Owens, Patrick Bet-David, Donald Trump.
Okay, well, I'll choose Candace because she's a woman. I trust them all.
That makes sense.
I trust them all.
Do you have a son?
I have a lot of children. I don't say how many, but a lot.
You just have a flock.
Yeah. If I had a son, then it'd be if it was my son, it would be Patrick Redon.
Oh, thank you.
But you have to pick for the son.
Then I'd pick Patrick because I think Patrick also has young sons, and it'd be good. I think it's good.
He's a great father, bro.
Yeah, and it'd be good for them all to be together and like wrestling and fighting and
Dude,
boxing.
Fuck, man, he's mastered being a dad.
Yeah.
After our podcast, I went to his house, had dinner with him and his father. Bro, I'm not for him and his family.
Who is it?
I trust them all.
That makes sense.
I trust them all.
Do you have a son?
I have a lot of children. I don't say how many, but a lot.
You just have a flock.
Yeah. If I had a son, then it'd be if it was my son, it would be Patrick Redon. Yeah. It'd be hard to
but
choose.
you have to pick for the son.
Then I'd pick Patrick because I think Patrick also has young sons, and it'd be good. I think it's good.
He's a
competition.
great father, bro.
Yeah, and it'd be good for them all to be together and like wrestling and fighting and
Dude,
boxing.
Fuck, man, he's mastered being a dad.
Yeah.
After our podcast, I went to his house, had dinner with him and his father. Yeah. Bro, I'm not for him and his family. Bro, I was like mesmerized, and I was so eager to have that life, dude. He has a great life, bro.
No, there's nothing better in life than children. You'll never regret children, no matter. You can say I don't feel ready. I don't know that. When they turn up, you'll be glad you did it. The only regret you'll have is that you didn't start earlier.
Really?
100%.
I'm starting to catch that fever, bro.
Bro.
I hate when people talk about their kids. Like, I don't give a fuck about your kids, bro. Like, they get so excited talking about their kids, but lately I started
That's why you gotta be like
hear.
me. See, I have no real. I don't talk to anybody, so I don't have any friends besides my guys who know me, and none of us talk about our kids. None of us. Yeah, I agree with you. It's boring.
Yeah, it's like,
look at this picture. It's like, fuck off.
I barely want to talk to you, guys.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
So, okay, so you don't hang out with people, but you're always on this hunt to change and build
Fuck,
yourself. And
bro.
build
I have the same 5 people I'm with every day.
What's your fun? What do you do for fun?
But this is the question. So now let's look at this. Okay, let me ask you.
Okay.
What is fun?
Fun is when you're.
Tell me something fun.
Something fun? I think this is fun.
Except this is work.
True. Okay.
What's fun?
Okay. Fun is when you're having a lot of joy and less work.
What if you have joy during your work?
I do have joy when I work.
So do I.
I love working.
All I do is work, and people say, "What do you mean all you do is work?" Because
But
there's
you enjoy
nothing,
what you're doing.
There's nothing else to do anyway. The only time I'm not working is if I'm fighting, which you can still consider work because I consider it training. Or sometimes I'll drive one of my 53 cars in a circle. I'll go out racing around the mountains in a Ferrari, but I'll film it all and it'll end up being on the internet, so it'll end up being work.
Yeah.
So what do I do that's not work that I enjoy? I mean, I look at people who are having fun, and those are the people who I don't believe are chasing pride or chasing happiness, and I feel like they're wasting their lives. Trying to have fun, trying to be happy is the biggest waste of life. You know what I saw the other day? It's remarkable. You're not going to believe this. I saw thousands of people take drugs and stand close to each other in a big sweaty pit, like a bunch of peasants, and jump up and down listening to a song they could listen to
Raves.
for free, and they paid money to do it.
Yeah,
It was
raving
disgusting.
is.
It was disgusting.
Yeah.
And I see these humans stand there.
I don't really like going to festivals anymore.
I'm like, what the fuck? No wonder you're fucking broke. You're an idiot. You're dumb as fuck. You're a moron. Like, festivals are crap. Concerts are crap. Clubs are crap. What's fun? Nothing's fun. The only thing that's fun is masculine achievement and being respected for being monumentally successful and competent and crushing your enemies with your brutal brilliance. Turning up and saying, I'm going to make more money than all of you. I'm going to be more famous than all of you. I'm the best. Watch me. And winning. That is fun. And then the only
technically
thing
that's video games, but you're doing it in real life.
I'm doing it in real life. I have no time for games. House arrest, we found a few hours. Now I'm back out here in the real world. Everyone must pay the price. But even then, the only things that I find fun now, the only thing I do for fun is, okay, I'll take my SF90 around a circle. That's a $700,000 car. My fun's expensive. I need a lot of money to even find anything I find remotely entertaining. A beautiful friend of mine, she's in Bali, and she's like, I can't wait till we're free. We're going to go to Bali, look at this villa, da-da-da. I'm like, if I went to that villa, do you know what I would do? I was like, what are you doing there? She's like, oh, I'm doing yoga, and I had breakfast, and then I'm looking at the forest, and we're going to go see the monkeys. Da-da. So if I went to Bali, do you know what I'd do? I'd sit on my laptop. I would turn up at the villa and go, which room's mine? Okay, laptop. Coffee, please. Coffee, laptop. It'd be the same as Romania in Bali. And when I go to Dubai, it's the same. That's what I do. I work. And I want to make this very clear to people because I find it amazing when people say they don't have motivation. I have people come to me and say, I want to get rich. I don't have motivation. I want to work harder. I said, how can you not have motivation to get rich when somebody like me with a head start like mine is still working 18-hour days every single day, 7 days a week without having a day off? I'm going to crush you. You don't stand a chance. I will beat you. And you're just going to sit there and perpetually lose because you can't find the motivation to crawl up out the mud and stay a bug until you end up in your 15-minute city getting your 17th injection like a dummy, like a useless eater. All I do is work. Nothing is fun. I don't have fun. I don't even understand
sports.
I don't understand the concept of fun. The only sport I ever did was beating the shit out of people. Is that fun?
Why did you get into fighting?
Because I was a chess player. And chess and fighting are remarkably similar.
Very. You have to know what your next move is going to be countering his next move.
And there's no luck. If you lose, you made a mistake. There's no such thing as a lucky punch. If I'm losing a fight, or if I'm beating some guy up, and he hits me with one shot and knocks me out, and people go, that's a lucky punch. He's trained his whole life to punch people in the face, and he punched me in the face. You call that lucky? I call that good. I think it was a very good punch. Excellent. Probably his best punch of his career. No such thing as lucky punches. Same thing with chess. If
and
you
also
lose,
you left your guard down.
Absolutely. It's my fault. Same thing with chess. Brutal self-accountability. If you lose, you made a mistake somewhere. How do you learn that? You have to go back, reflect. You have to watch the game back, play the game back. Where did I make the mistake? You don't blame your opponent. You blame yourself always in chess. It's self-accountability. So when I stopped playing professional chess, I decided to move over to fighting because they're very similar. It's one-on-one. It's not a team sport. So that's why I chose to fight. But I never considered fighting fun. I never took it as, ha, 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 this is fun. I was out to hurt people, for real. So I can't think of what I do for fun or any fun I've ever had. I am, of course, human. I love sitting around with my boys and laughing. I don't think there's any higher experience for men than sitting around with your boys having a laugh and having a joke. I think that's as good as life gets. You can have $1 billion like me, or you can be at the bottom. But if you're with 5 people you truly love, your guys, and you've been with them and you trust them, and you're smoking a cigar or not, and you're sitting around telling stories and everyone's laughing, that's as good as life gets.
It really is.
At the top of the bottom.
On jet or
on the jet or homeless.
In the trenches.
It doesn't matter what. Yeah, on the jet, all you do is that, and at the bottom, all you do is that. So that's as good as life gets anyway. So I'll consider that fun. I mean, I guess I do like road trips. I like to drive around Europe from Spain to France to Italy. And get
Are you allowed to do that now?
Not now. Last summer we got a bunch of Ferraris together, 10 Ferraris, and we raced all across Europe, and that was fun. But we filmed it all, so it's still kind of work. But yeah, I don't even.
But you put yourself in a position where all your fun could be work.
Of course. But my point is, I don't understand or I don't fathom the concept of fun. I don't wake up and think, what can I do for fun? I don't wake up and think, what is fun? I want fun. That never crosses my mind. I wake up and think, I have things to do. And if I don't have things to do, I'll find things to do. You can always do more work. There's no such thing as no work to do. After this podcast is done, you can release it. And you can make X amounts of clips. That's going to be done. And then you could watch it back, and you could analyze every word you've ever said, and you could find a way to say it differently. You could look at a dictionary and find new words, and you could learn them, and you can memorize them all. Then you could sit down and you could rehearse it and use those words and sentences to make sure you pronounce them correctly and you don't make any mistakes. Then you could always do more work from the same thing. The work is never ending. The money is never ending.
So you have to find joy in your work.
You have to find purpose at least. I don't know if I even find joy in my work because I'm stressed and annoyed. I'm furious all the time. What do you mean we've made $1.3 million today? It's a joke. Flip the computer. But it's you have to conquer the earth. Why? Let's talk about this. Why did Genghis Khan wake up and think, you know what? What can I do for fun? Well, I can play this instrument. That shit. Play the instrument for me. Diddle-dee-dee-dee. Boring. Okay, let me fuck this girl. Fucked her. Let me fuck her. Oh, kid number 84. Boring. What's there to do? You know what? You know what, guys? Let's all get our horses and let's just ride over there, and whatever we find, let's just take it. Why? Because it's the instinct to conquer. It's inside of a man. It's been dumbed down by the Matrix. They try and numb you. They numb you with entertainment. They try and put you in the festival crowd. They numb you with shit food. They numb you with depression, all this other garbage. But truth...
He's kind of card trapped, unless if he starts attacking Blue, and then that's going to piss off Blue.
Believe you're a man, you look in the mirror, what will make me happy? My empire will make me happy. That's why Alexander the Great did what he did, and Julius Caesar did what he did, and Genghis Khan did what he did. They didn't have Google Maps. They didn't know where they were going. They just said, no, we've decided we're going to go take shit from other people and show we're the best. And that's what we're doing now, the successful men at least, in a financial sense. Why am I making money? I have nothing to buy. There's nothing to buy. I have it all. I have 4 Kernan's eggs, a Rimac, a Bugatti, 53 other cars, 40 properties. There's nothing to buy. I'm just taking it from other people. I'm winning the game. I'm conquering. And that's what I think truly is going to give you purpose in life. It's just conquest. Men have always been this way. That's why war was even happening in the first place. The Mongols raided Vienna. How long does it take to ride from Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, on a horse to Vienna, Austria? Across all of Siberia. And they were still mad enough and bored enough to go, nah, we need that city over there. That's the masculine essence, and it's been numbed down inside of people. Do you think they were ever considering fun at any point during this conquest? I don't think they were.
Well, do you think they were just trying to dominate others?
I don't think it's about trying to dominate. I think that inside of every single man, there's a God-given. I think that the entire world was built by this God-given drive to conquer. And to conquer doesn't always mean dominate others. You can conquer the sky by building a skyscraper. You can conquer by building roads. You can conquer by construction, not only by destruction. You conquer by turning up to a new territory and having a beautiful family and creating children. I think that's inside of every single man. I think it's been dumbed down by the Matrix, but I'm uninterested in fun. I don't understand the concept of fun. Fun is for women and children. All the women around me have fun. Last night, I went to a restaurant. My brother and I, 3 or 4 friends, maybe 25 of the most beautiful women you've ever seen in your life. We sit down at this table, all this fancy food comes, all these bottles of champagne come. Everyone comes, the girls are laughing, drinking, everyone's having fun. Never at any point during the entire experience did I have any fun. I sat down on my phone, checked how much money I had, again, did some work, replied to important people, spoke to my fight coach about training and important things, spoke to the war room about important things in conquest, spoke to my legal team. Everyone around me is having fun. I'm getting things done. Looks like I'm having fun. But never did I ever for a second feel fun. And I didn't want to. I didn't try and join in the fun. I didn't try and go, yeah, yeah. No. I pay for it all. You all have fun. I'm going to do this. And I say this. I say this all the time to the people I care about. Your life is fun, and my life is stress, but you are mine. That's how it works. You're my woman, so you're allowed to have fun. And my life is going to stay stressed, but you are mine. I have my fun via proxy by making sure everybody I love have fun. I don't want any fun.
So you have fun in providing?
I provide fun, but I don't have any fun. I don't even have fun in providing fun. It's just my obligation. Everyone around me has fun. I'm working. And I cannot explain to people at home.
Does Tristan have the same mindset of this? Or does he like to have more fun?
He likes to have a little bit more fun than I do.
I can see that he looks a little bit happier.
But it's not happy. This is the point. I want to make this very clear to the people at home. I don't want anyone at home to think that I'm unhappy or depressed or miserable from this. this is just how I view the world. I don't want to have fun. I don't know how else to say it. I don't look at fun and go, I'm missing out. I look at fun and going, I'm glad they're enjoying their fun. It's like food. Do you want this cake? No. Well, everyone else wants it. I'm glad they want the cake. Cake tastes good. It's great. I don't want the cake. I want something else. I will provide the cake. I'm a baker. I can give you cake, but I don't want any. I don't think in the concept of fun. I don't enjoy fun ever. All I want to do is monumentally achieve endlessly. That's all I'm interested in.
So we went to your past. We figured out why you were built like this. We talked about the dilemma and the obstacles that you've overcome. We talked about moving into the next season. What do you feel is your next season? And also, I don't know if this parlays, but the training, talking to your trainer, and your training as much as how I see Jake train for his fights. Why? Are you preparing for a legitimate fight? Are you wanting to go back into that? Or do you feel like the world fight's already big enough? You don't need to go back into the cage for that.
Yeah, a lot of it depends on what happens with this Matrix attack in regards to fights, but I'm always ready, and I've always stayed ready. So I can fight tomorrow. I'm that ready. But I enjoy it, and I enjoy feeling ready, even though the process is suffering. I enjoy to feel ready at all times, hence why I'm always training. In regards to what the next stage is, well, I have personal goals as well, outside of my internet goals and my career goals. And this is actually something very interesting I want to tie back into our earlier conversation when we were talking about monogamy and polyamory and all these other things. Because it's my goal to have as many children as possible.
Is it so you could have your offsprings deliver your message, or because you just want kids? You want like mini disciples running around and being like,
if you have you have an empire, you need heirs, right?
Yep.
If you have a large empire, you need a lot of heirs, right? Mm-hmm. So I want at least 25 children. So what do you think?
Oh, you're trying to be
He's gonna go break.
So what do you think from a religious perspective about someone who is destined on having as many children as possible, but obviously to do that he would need more than one woman? Do you still think that's a sin?
Ooh. Well, I think
yes, I do think that is a sin. I know that's a sin.
You need 25 kids.
It's interesting. Is it my needs? Is it selfishness?
Well, you just said you were like, well, God,
now move that 23 into there.
God, because God just wants you to have one woman.
To be honest with you, I've never read the Bible cover to cover, so I don't know if it is.
Spoiler alert: one man, one woman.
Sounds like a boring book.
But you know why he does that? It's.
Go buy a dash cam. Get a smart rear view mirror for half the price. RealView Plus is a smart touchscreen mirror with 2 built-in dash cams that can record both the...
It's to preserve society.
No, it's just to demonstrate your relationship with him. Because once you stop, you love... Okay, think about this, right? Yep. You love a woman.
Yep.
And you provide a family.
Yep.
A covenant.
Yep.
A kingdom. But then you get to the point where you're like, I need more. This is what Adam did with God. I need more.
Don't you feel like... Let me ask the question from another way. Don't you think the good people and the intelligent people of Earth need to be having kids at least at the same rate as the idiots? I mean, we have a population. No,
it's a great question. It's a great question.
And we can also look at this. We can take it away from the religious argument and look at it another way. We have a serious population crisis in the West. If you want to, I don't know if you know about this, but there's a huge demographic collapse incoming, and the reason we have these mass numbers of immigration and the reason our cultures are collapsing is because we no longer reproduce at the basic rate of sustaining a population. So 2 people are supposed to have 3.7 kids on average for the population to increase. But how many people do you know with 4 children?
Very rare.
None. So 2 people have 1 kid, population goes down. 2 people have 2 kids, population still goes down because people die. People die in car crashes, these kind of things. So we have huge problems from a socioeconomic point of view because you now have people living longer because of medicine. They have longer pensions, longer retirements. They need to be paid for. You're supposed to have a huge tax base of young people working. We don't have anyone having enough children to sustain the tax base. So what the people in charge of the world are doing is saying, okay, well then we need to import third worlders to sustain this entire pyramid scheme we have, this Ponzi scheme of you working your ass off so you can retire later. We need to import third worlders who are going to work for pennies and they'll pay taxes so we can sustain it. But that's why all the cultures are collapsing. So you look at this, very interesting. A Christian country is now being invaded by Muslims and third worlders, and you're losing your Christian identity because you don't have enough children to sustain the population.
Yeah.
Because you're only allowed 1 woman.
Got it.
So this is a interesting point.
I have an answer.
Whereas a Muslim man can have 4 wives and 16 kids
and just pump them out,
and they can survive and protect their.
Yeah, sure. 1 sec. It's my turn right now. 15. I'll go 6. We'll go 40, 35.
I'm embarrassed
and
to
the
show
rest
you, honestly.
Next phase.
Allie sent me these earlier. No, this is the first day we met. That's you talking. This is our first conversation we ever had. And I'm just... I rizzed you up with that energy.
No.
My name's JJ. You want some of this, baby?
Okay, that's enough.
Sticking out your gap for the Rizzler.
Okay. That's enough. You weirdo. Okay. Get out of here.
Their identity and their culture and their religion. So it's actually very interesting. And before I let you answer, only one country solved this: Hungary. Hungary is a Christian nation, and Viktor Orban is one of the smartest world leaders on the planet. He abolished income tax for any family that has more than 4 children. And he's fixed the population crisis, and the population is increasing because people are getting married.
Is he gonna go in?
Hungary's fixed it. No other nation has
no.
fixed it because you can't even afford to have 4 or 5 children because they're decimating you and destroying the currency, and they're just doing all this matrix propaganda on purpose anyway. So, besides Hungary, every other Western nation is now importing the Islamic world to sustain itself because Christian nations can't.
Is this guy gonna noob slam into
So it's
me?
interesting what you said. I agree with what you said, but it's also the death throes of Christianity. Christianity is about to be decimated because of that. Because what do you have without people?
You want my answer?
Yeah.
Okay. First, would you like more coffee?
Yeah, I'll have 2 more coffees, please.
Can we get 2 more coffees?
Thank you.
You want some more coffee? Reed? Sure. Please, get my men coffee. Okay, my answer is this. Never in the day of age did we ever have the power to talk to a mass group of people since the internet.
Yep.
So ironically, we're running into this problem of less of our people, but we also have the gift of reaching out to more people.
Correct.
So another household could have 5 kids, but who's to say that I can't encourage them to have my morals and standpoints?
Absolutely. You could
So
have.
I don't need to procreate. I need to provide and educate.
That's a very interesting point of view. But then you also, this brings us into the Islam versus Christianity argument. And I want to make it very clear to the world that I am not anti-Christian in any way. Most of my family is Christian. My brother is Christian. For a long time, when I
Tristan's Christian?
Yeah, he's Christian.
He's happy and he has fun.
Yeah, that's right. Perhaps that's why. When I first stopped being atheistic, I diverted to Christianity because it was all I knew.
He's gonna noob slam me.
Church as a kid, it's all I knew. But you're talking about the fact that people can come into the nation, but they become Christians once they arrive.
Okay, poof.
Christian faith survives. Yeah. But I think that for that to happen, there would have to be some form of power gap or power vacuum, and it's not atheists which are arriving, and it's going to be very difficult to convince them out of Islam into Christianity, and I'll tell you why. I am not an Islamic scholar, and I don't consider myself knowledgeable on Islam. I'm new to the religion. I'm only a year in, and I'm studying as best I can, but there's a lot of people who know more than me. But from my understanding and my practices, Islam is very rigid, and it's strict, and you know what's right and you know what's wrong. And it provides solutions and answers in a very strict, non-ambiguous way. And I feel like if you live a difficult life, like we talked about earlier about why my fan base is so galvanized and why they believe in me, because I offer rigid solutions to problems. And if you come from a difficult place or you were raised in a difficult country or a war zone, you're going to look for that rigidity. I don't think the softness of Christianity, and I don't say that as an insult, I just state that as a matter of fact, will be appealing to people who have come from war zones. I just don't, I think it's going to be very difficult to convert them to Christianity. And we're seeing now in the Western world, huge proportions of Christian countries are now just becoming Islamic strongholds, and they can't be penetrated or changed.
And okay, so, but you're making it seem like a lot of people that worship Islam, they're very, very strict with their policies. There's a lot that and by the way, let me speak positively about Islam so people don't confuse my nature.
We're friends here, by the way, everyone. We're on the same. Yeah, I
Don't
agree.
speak for me. I'm just kidding. No.
Heathen.
No, I really, really.
Is he gonna
really
card
respect
block
Islam
him?
For one reason. The way
I
they
really
stand
hope
up
that he does.
Absolutely.
And I actually take notes from them.
Yep.
So I don't want anybody here. In fact, my God is their prophet.
Yep.
So we do see a lot of
That's
eye to
right.
eye. We just don't see the final destination of who God is.
Correct.
But I definitely respect anybody in their faith. And I think I'd rather you have faith in a God than you have no faith in God at all.
Agreed.
So we're on the same playing field. Okay. But to say that Christians have values and they don't follow them, and Islam does, it's not true. I have many friends. For example, you're Islamic now, but you drink and you smoke.
No, I don't drink.
Not anymore. But there's a lot that I have friends with that do.
Yeah.
So the theory of them not following their rules that's just a man. I don't think that's a religion. I think every man falls short.
Yeah.
I think this is the truth. I think an Islamic man that stands in front of me sins against God. And I think a Christian man sins against God.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we're not perfect in any regard.
Yeah.
But let's tie back to something I said earlier. We're not perfect in any regard, and it's all down to how you once again measure the success of a religion. We talked earlier about measuring the success of a business and life
Numbers.
being about money, numbers, right?
But why is numbers account when it comes to faith? I think it should be your faith.
That's it. It should be your faith, but faith is very intangible and hard to measure. So I'm just using my limited human brain. Let's just try and measure the success of a religion. Well, the fastest growing religion is Islam. It's not the biggest, it's the fastest growing.
Yeah.
I think if you were to look at the insanity of the West, I think Islam opposes it hardest.
So you should have went boom boom.
In regards to the pure insanity that is being inflicted upon and bestowed upon children in the West, I think Islam.
I want to say
opposes it
something, a
hardest.
compliment for them. What I do appreciate is that they don't let you cross bounds, right? So, for example, when they were making a mockery of my Lord and Savior, I didn't see Christians trying to tear down these movies, and I didn't see Christians trying to, hey, that's not okay, or blah, 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 right? Islamic people were like, you're not talking about a prophet like that.
If you live in Montana, you could lower your
I wish Christians would act more like Muslims in that way.
So I find that very beautiful, and I understand that they hold their values.
But let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you not find that appealing?
Very.
Do you not find it appealing to be part of a religion where you get to stand up for what you really believe in? And
All right, well, I get
say
2 cards right there.
No, not to us.
Yeah.
I get
think they have
2
beautiful
sets of
qualities to actually
cards
learn
right
from.
there.
But
You
that
don't
doesn't
find
mean I have to
appealing?
worship their God.
I mean, people often ask why I reverted to Islam, and I heard someone say something that you see life and you see other people as you see yourself. So if you're a thief, you think everyone's a thief. You're worried about everyone stealing from you because you would steal in their position. That's how you view the world.
That's how cheaters view it.
That's how cheaters view it. That's right. And then I was sitting thinking, well, maybe, and of course, this just came from my mind. I said, well, maybe you see a religion how you see yourself. Like, I see myself as somebody who is feared, nobody would want to mock. I see myself as somebody with strict standards and discipline. I see myself as somebody who stands up for what he believes in and doesn't care if he's assaulted and attacked for it. Maybe that's why it was so appealing to me. And then I'd sit and I'd study it and I'd read and I'd realize how close it actually is to Christianity. We believe in so many of the same things. And I don't want to get in trouble here because I am not an Islamic scholar in any way, but I've had even other people say to me, some Christians who I spoke to who started to read the Quran, they're like, it's just condensed. It's like stronger.
Yeah.
And I think that's what the appeal of it is to me. And I also like having hard yeses and nos. And I believe that if you have a religion where you just accept everything, then you believe in nothing. There has to be a line. In life, there has to be a line that you won't let someone cross. And with God, there should be the same. And my only concern with Christianity, and I argued this with my brother at length, is if God will really, truly forgive anything, then if he'll truly forgive you doing the most heinous acts you can possibly think of, and you repeatedly do them, and you won't learn your lesson,
now I got a
you'll do
10
them
stack
over
next
and over again,
turn.
and even Christians themselves won't ostracize you. Is that too far? Is that too much freedom? Like you asked earlier.
I love this. So this is beautiful. It's actually in my notes. I was going to circle this with it. Let me just give me a second to make sure I word this properly.
Absolutely.
Let's circle to forgiveness.
Yeah.
How many times should you forgive a man?
Well, that's a really good question because we are sinners and we make endless mistakes.
And the prophet that you see as Jesus, do you know what he talks about forgiveness as?
Tell me.
Peter asks him, how many times should you forgive a man? And he says 7 times 77. And then he also describes the way judgment day comes. And he goes, you will be measured by the measurement that you gave others. So the way you looked at your brothers and sisters, that man wronged you, but you said, you're dead to me. You're debt, I don't even want it. Yeah. That's how you'll be measured. But here, let me circle back. Repentance isn't doing the same sin over and over and enjoying it and asking for forgiveness. That's why God doesn't judge your actions, like I said. He judges the reflection of your heart. Yeah. So if I sinned against you, there's 2 types of men. Andrew, dude, listen, I'm a police. Andrew, I messed up, dude. Like, I'm so sorry that I did this, dude. I didn't mean it. This is what happened. And you could see the stress in his eyes from him hurting you. Hey, Dad, I know you told me not to do this. And I was with my friends or, hey, Andrew, my bad, bro. Yeah, it won't happen again. Yeah. This fucking guy.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
Of course there
you
is.
can't hide your heart from God.
Absolutely.
What is he doing?
That's why I say only God.
Oh, he's letting me have
I remember what I was going to say about your God and my God, right? I believe that if there is a God,
he's letting me have the bonus.
He wants you to come in the same direction that I'm going, and vice versa. So I think
fucking
I never want
sick.
to debate religion ever, because then I'm trying to disprove your God, and that might be holding your heart, and I don't want to do that.
I agree.
But what we could do is I say, I'll pray to my God, and you pray to your God to open up one of our eyes and hearts. And whoever is wrong or whoever is right will guide us with wisdom to the right direction.
I love that. And you know what? I kind of feel like when I'm talking to people of other religious faiths, and like I said, I have to be very careful. I'm not an Islamic scholar, and like you said, I don't want to ever insult Christians or insult other religious faiths. The only people I like to argue with correctly and properly are atheists, because they need to learn to like.
Oh, you can't.
Yeah, I was kidding. I feel like if there's one God, let's imagine there's one sentence, and it's the most beautiful sentence that you can possibly think of that can be constructed with the most compendious and gorgeous language that can be put together. I feel like the different religions are perhaps different languages to say the same thing.
Yeah.
And, you know, German sounds different to Russian, sounds different to English, but you can say it in different ways, but it all means the same thing. And I feel like that's the best way to look at it. And to a degree, the Quran also says the same thing. It says that we're a lot closer than we are apart. And I think when I meet somebody of another faith, I still feel happy for them, and I feel glad for them. It's only when I meet somebody who sits down and thinks they're a smart ass. Oh, no, we came from monkeys. I'm like, oh, bro, you need help. Those are the people I argue with.
Those people are more lost than ever. And here's the thing, man. Like, a lot of people will ask me, like, how do you
Those people are
forgive?
lost.
Forgiveness is such a, sometimes it gets so hard, especially when you know that that person wrongs you purposefully. Yep. And my theory goes back to this. Forget the way I measure is the way he's going to measure me. Yeah. But my God came and paid a penalty for me. Yeah. Because I couldn't pay that penalty. How can I look at another man knowing that every time I come on my knees and I say, God, like, provide me shelter, provide me safety, provide me this, and he always comes through for me. And then I wrong him.
What is his plan?
I walk into sin willingly, man. You think that I feel good having sex with my girlfriend? I do. That's besides the point. I had to say I do because I do. I felt like I was gonna lie.
And she's watching.
I have great time having sex, but afterwards it haunts me because we're not married. Yeah. Okay. That was a bad example. Let me take that out because but you know what? No, that's true because I walk into that, right? I walk into sin. That was my choice. I walked into it. But God knows my heart. He knows what I'm dealing with. He knows my steps. He hovers me because I ask him to go before me. So he's making the path for me. Now, people, when they see me talk about God, they make it seem like I'm so holier than thou and I don't make mistakes. No, the beautiful part is I am an endless bucket of mistakes.
We all are.
But how gracious is God to be like, I get it, man. And I think the way we get out of sin and the blessings that are given to us, like you are blessed. But do you know why you were blessed? Because you were given the privilege of wisdom. Yeah. There's another top G somewhere else. Same body, same brain, same everything. Yeah. But he didn't have that wisdom, and wisdom was given to you. Proverbs in the Bible was a king, and he could have asked anything from God. And he goes, I just want wisdom.
How does God give wisdom to you?
How does he give wisdom to me? First, you got to seek and you shall find. Knock and the door shall be open, right? So it's like, what are you asking for? For example, when I ask God to be in this meeting, right? I don't go, hey, God, please make sure I have a great great podcast, and I kill it, and I get views.
Mhm.
No, I go, God, hey, let me stir up a conversation that wakes up somebody's heart. But for me to do that, I need to be prepared. So prepare me to be a man that could talk against a man who's very diligent with his tongue. I wasn't prepared for this. God made me prepared for this. So when I ask God for things, I don't get lazy with my prayers. I don't go, hey, God, make me a rich, famous man. No, how do you get there? If God was sitting at this table and we're going to try to conquer this world in a healthy way, how are we going to do it? We got to ask for steps. First, I need a good team. I need good hearts.
Here's the plan. You sneak past the guards and grab the treasure. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna shop at thriftbooks.com, but there's millions of books for under $5. Even adventures? Adventures, fantasy, anything. Okay, new plan.
Montana holds some of the greatest hunting in the country, and much of it occurs on private land. Access to private land is a key part of hunting and wildlife management, but that access is at risk with every gate left open, piece of litter left behind, or torn up ag field. Get familiar with Montana's block management program and follow the rules, because we either do better or we lose access.
I need the right tools. People are asking God as if he's a make-a-wish genie, just like, hey, I want a baddie with a fatty. It's like, bro, what are you going, like, some of the prayers that people ask that God doesn't even deliver is better for them not to have it.
For real.
He knows best.
But I also feel like God gives wisdom. God gives wisdom through tribulation and suffering. I'm smarter because of Jay. He wanted to teach me something.
But question, did you not ask for this life first?
Oh, absolutely.
So what came first? Was it the fact that you thirsted for a higher life, or was it that God threw you into that? Because for me, if you asked me to be a trainer, hey, I need you to train me, I'm going to put you through the test.
Oh, absolutely.
So you asked God for that.
Oh,
he
completely.
didn't just put you in that circumstance.
And that's one of the things that's very interesting. You have people who will sit at home and pray for an exceptional life. They'll say, I don't want to live a normal life. I want an exceptional life. I want a special life, a different life. And then they'll do exceptional things. They'll fly on a private jet. They'll buy a Bugatti. They'll sit in a $10 million mansion somewhere on the coast. And then cry if they end up in jail. Exceptional doesn't always mean good. Exceptional means deviate from the norm. You begged God for exceptional. A Romanian jail cell is a unique experience, just as a Bugatti on a private jet is a unique experience. If you want the experiences, there's no light without dark. You can't have both. If you're going to pray to God and ask for all these amazing things, you have to understand there's an equal and opposite force, and you will pay the price.
And here's a beautiful thing. Let me backtrack to that one line you just said. You could pray for something, but remember, there's two people on the phone listening to your prayers.
Yeah. I like that.
And here's the craziest part. You know when who's giving it to you.
Yep. You know.
You
Deep in your heart, you can feel it.
Oh, of course you can feel it. You're lying to me if you say you can't feel it.
And you know what? Maybe that's where I'm self-reflecting. We're talking about being vulnerable. I'll be vulnerable. Maybe that's actually where a lot of my motivation comes from, despite the fact I think I'm genuinely putting my life and my livelihood in danger by speaking so much truth against the Matrix. Is if I was getting all of this money and all of this fame and I wasn't talking about God and doing good for the world, I'd be very sure the devil was giving it to me. I'd feel it. I'd feel cheap, I'd feel dirty, and I would feel anxious, like, okay, I've got this fame. What am I doing for the world? Okay, I may be entertaining, I may get some views, I may get some clicks, but what am I giving the people who believe in me? Am I scamming them? Am I hurting them? Are they getting better? What am I doing for the people who know my name? Am I just taking all this shit from the devil and I'm not giving anything back? Am I actually making anyone feel better about themselves? And then you sit there and realize that, yeah, you are. You're taking it from the devil, and you'll pay the price tenfold with your soul. This is why I sit and find the bravery to think, I'm currently on bail in the middle of a judicial process inside of the country we are sitting in right now. I've been advised by all legal counsel to not do podcasts. Here I am doing a podcast. Why? Because I know people will listen to it and I can give a good message out there, and I believe that I can drive people in a holy direction, regardless of which religion, whether they choose Christianity or Islam. I believe there will be people who watch this and decide to believe in God. That's worth it to me. And then the money I'm achieving 10 years from now, whatever, I know it came from me trying to do the right thing. I didn't scam people on crypto. I didn't sell shit to kids. I didn't do none of that stuff. That is from the devil, and you will pay the price for that. You can't, there's no light without dark. You can't just go through life robbing banks and think you're going to get away with it.
I got a parable for you that's in the Bible, and I think this kind of relates to you a little bit. But before I say that, can I and be honest with me? Do you feel like in your heart that if you did not do that for God, or if you did not do it, you feel like it's going to be taken away from you?
Yes.
There's a parable in the Bible, and I'm going to rephrase it. So I want people to go read it because I'm going to most likely not do it justice. But I'm going to speak in a way that people can understand. We'll say a king comes up to 3 servants. He goes, "I'm going to give you 4 pieces of gold." Or no, crops. We'll say crops, right? 4 crops for you, 2 crops for you, 1 crop for you. Go, plant your fields. The one with 4 goes, "Awesome. Look what God gave me." Boom, boom, boom. And he made it like so much. The second one who had 2, he goes, "Wow, he gave me 2. Boom, 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 boom. And I did it." Okay. The one who has 1 goes, "Oh man, I don't want to mess up the one thing that he gave me. I'm going to give the other guys like 4 and then 3. And then I'm going to mess this up." Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to hide it. I'm going to hide it. And then when God comes back, I'm like, "Hey man, I didn't lose. Look, I have it right here." You know what God did? He cursed him. He said, "Give it to me." And he gave it to the one who could multiply it. Because at the end, he thought that all of the glory was because of him. But he should have known that if it did well, it was going to be for God, so there was no failing. You have to go out and know that everything was given to you. And it's a privilege to be in the chair that you're in.
Absolutely.
To have that voice that you have that could tune into so many of these kids' ears.
Yeah.
There's a responsibility that you're holding. I truly think the next journey that you're going to have is a spiritual one.
Yeah.
I think it is.
Oh, and you're completely right. And when you asked me the question that I said yes to, the reason I said yes is if God gave me this platform and then I acted a coward and I was afraid to talk because of the Matrix, or because they came for me, or because I'll lose my money, or because they'll lock me up, I would pay for that cowardice.
You would give it to the one who's not a coward.
You'd give it to the man who's not a coward, which might be the reason they gave it to me in the first place. Because I was the one who was standing up fighting against all this shit earlier on. I was the one who did it. I was the one who went nuts.
And I think that's why you were boasted in pride, because at the moment he's like, "I'm not going to remove that from him just yet."
Yeah.
Because that's what's fueling him.
Yeah.
Regardless, I need him to do that job.
Yeah.
Apostle Paul, he killed people. He was killing Christians. He just destroys this Christian that was a disciple in front of him. And that Christian was like, "This is so predictable. Look at you guys." He goes, "You guys have done this on and on and on." And then God took Paul and made him one of the greatest disciples. This is an ongoing thing that people don't understand. It's usually the people that God, the humans would be like, "God would never use that guy." And then there's like, "Oh, use that guy." When Jesus was born, the first thing they ask is, "From where?" That's their first question. Yeah. From the ghetto? What good comes from that place? Why the kings of kings is coming from there? Don't believe it. Are kings coming in on a donkey? I don't believe it. Yeah. I know you don't talk to people. I know that after you're done with the podcast, you kind of go on and do what you need to do. But I'd love to stay in contact because I feel like we could sharpen each other.
I think so too. I think it'd be very interesting, certainly.
I think, to be honest, I would love to extend the conversation, but sometimes when I feel like it's ready to go, it's ready to go.
We have part 2 already lined up, so it'll happen some point in the future.
Thank you so much for being here, man.
Anytime.
I really, and truly, because like this is putting my show on a different map, and I think you know that too. Yeah. And I really appreciate your time.
Thanks for coming, friend.
Our real enemy is time.
We're gonna list these 10 permanently banned channels, from smallest to largest, explaining what they did, beginning with the most unlikable channel in YouTube history called It's Owen. You might recognize the channel from his notoriously terrible intros.
Like this video and subscribe right now, or this spider will put on your ear whilst you're asleep tonight.
Always placed after shameless clickbait like Charli D'Amelio is dying today. On top of this, Owen relentlessly clickbaited fake Mr. Beast scenarios. However, after Technoblade's passing on the 30th of June 2022, It's Owen took his scumbaggery to a point of no return. He'd upload a video titled Mr. Beast Final Goodbye to Technoblade, with the introduction stating this.
This is Mr. Beast's final goodbye to Technoblade and their last time playing Minecraft together.
Although the video showed nothing more than Technoblade playing Minecraft.
No, open him up!
Fabricated Mr. Beast tweet. The video received over 800,000 views in under 24 hours, yet with a top comment reading, "The amount of disrespect this guy has is unlike anything I've ever seen before. Complete and utter shame. He was about to face some serious backlash."
Just awful garbage. I have more respect for shit stains in a gas station urinal than I do for Owen.
YouTubers clickbaiting Technoblade's death for views has made me lose all faith in humanity. It's just so messed up, which is followed by another tweet from Owen himself.
Right.
Now, or this spider will crawl on your ear whilst you're asleep tonight.
Always placed after shameless clickbait like Charli D'Amelio is dying today. On top of this, Owen relentlessly clickbaited fake Mr. Beast scenarios. However, after Technoblade's passing on the 30th of June 2022, it's Owen took his scumbaggery to a point of no return. He'd upload a video titled Mr. Beast Final Goodbye to Technoblade, with the introduction stating this.
This is Mr. Beast's final goodbye to Technoblade and their last time playing Minecraft together.
Although the video showed nothing more than Technoblade playing Minecraft and a completely fabricated Mr. Beast tweet. The video received over 800,000 views in under 24 hours, yet with a top comment reading, "The amount of disrespect this guy has is unlike anything I've ever seen before. Complete and utter shame. He was about to face some serious backlash."
Just awful garbage. I have more respect for shit stains in a gas station urinal than I do for Owen.
YouTubers clickbaiting Technoblade's death for views has made me lose all faith in humanity. It's just so messed up, which is followed by another tweet from Owen himself. At Team YouTube, my YouTube channel with 3.5 million subs just got terminated. Please help me get it back. I'm so depressed right now, I don't know what to do. After YouTube then responded, Owen doubled down by stating, "I never received any community guideline strikes, so I didn't know what I was doing was violating the guidelines. If I received just one strike, that would have been enough for me to realize what I did was wrong. Please give me another chance. I'm so depressed right now, it's my only income." Owen then made another 2 tweets displaying how desperately he wanted his account back, although Team YouTube concluded their thread by stating, "Update, we've reviewed your account and confirmed that your channel was correctly suspended due to explicit content. Note that you will not be able to access or create any other YouTube accounts, although while everybody was happy to witness Owen's ban, Steve Will Do It's termination was a bit more controversial." Steve had always been on YouTube's radar for his unconventional style of content, eating challenges, prank videos, and beginning in 2021 sponsored gambling uploads, for which he was being paid more than $1 million a month. It's therefore no surprise that Steve lent into this type of content, even picking up a sponsorship from Stake, until he made one simple error, undoing everything that he'd worked for. YouTube has an extremely strange rule where you're allowed to say the name of any gambling website, but you can't show the URL of the website with the .com included. Well, in June 2022, Steve uploaded a gambling video like any other, although the URL had been left in as his editor forgot to blur it. Despite Steve having no strikes on any of his channels, YouTube made the choice to permanently delete all of them.
I'm allowed to say I'm playing the website, but they would go to deleting my entire main channel because on my second channel, it wasn't fully blurred.
After which Steve said this.
They called me the day of deletion, and it was a girl. She seemed pretty stoked I was getting deleted, and I was like, she seemed happy, and I was with me and my editor, and we're like, bro, like, she's happy.
As a result, the Nelk boys were warned about filming with him.
They basically said, like, your channel's going to be deleted if Steve's in your videos.
Which might be harsher treatment than that given to Leafy. Between 2013 and 2016, Leafy built a reputation for uploading edgy content, which flowed well with YouTube's zeitgeist at the time. However, between 2017 and 2020, Leafy went on hiatus before returning with a pretty controversial approach. He'd upload a video titled Content Nuke Pokimane, in which he'd offer pretty reasonable criticism.
80% of Pokimane streams is just her watching videos, adding actually nothing to what she's watching whatsoever.
However, he'd then go on to upload 12 different videos, clickbaiting Pokimane in the title and thumbnail, while talking about unrelated topics in the video itself, such as finance and investing.
Of his last 15 videos, 12 of them were on Pokimane. Having 12 videos all insulting Pokimane in the title and thumbnail, that's viewed as harassment by YouTube.
Despite having no prior strikes on his channel, Leafy woke up to a permanent ban for creating content designed to harass, bully, or threaten. He'd take to Twitter stating, "Morning at Team YouTube, my channel was suspended yesterday. Curious if there's anything I could do to get it reinstated, or if there's any statement on this you could give on this." However, despite his tweet, Leafy seemed pretty unconcerned given to
And I was like, she seemed happy, and I was with me and my editor, and we're like, bro, like, she's happy.
As a result, the Nelk Boys were warned about filming with him.
They basically said, like, your channel's going to be deleted if Steve's in your videos.
Which might be harsher treatment than that given to Leafy. Between 2013 and 2016, Leafy built a reputation for uploading edgy content, which flowed well with YouTube's zeitgeist at the time. However, between 2017 and 2020, Leafy went on hiatus before returning with a pretty controversial approach. He'd upload a video titled Content Nuke Pokimane, in which he'd offer pretty reasonable criticism.
80% of Pokimane streams is just her watching videos, adding actually nothing to what she's watching whatsoever.
However, he'd then go on to upload 12 different videos, clickbaiting Pokimane in the title and thumbnail, while talking about unrelated topics in the video itself, such as finance and investing.
Of his last 15 videos, 12 of them were on Pokimane. Having 12 videos all insulting Pokimane in the title and thumbnail, that's viewed as harassment by YouTube.
Despite having no prior strikes on his channel, Leafy woke up to a permanent ban for creating content designed to harass, bully, or threaten. He take to Twitter stating, "Morning at Team YouTube, my channel was suspended yesterday. Curious if there's anything I could do to get it reinstated, or if there's any statement on this you could give on this." However, despite his tweet, Leafy seemed pretty unconcerned about having his channel deleted.
If I am gonna be banned, like, so be it. The website is shit. What else is there like, there's nothing else needed to be said.
Pokimane took to Twitter stating, "I know I'm gonna get asked this, so I'd like to clarify I had nothing to do with Leafy's ban," before adding, "Don't want my silence to leave room for assumptions." Leafy's ban was bound to happen eventually. However, someone whose termination was a little more surprising was that of Kabi Lami. He gained 100 million TikTok followers in less than 5 months, and with YouTube launching their own Shorts program, Kabi started posting across the two platforms. His notoriously funny skits exploded on YouTube as they had on TikTok, giving him over 800 million views and 2 million subscribers during his very first month on the platform. This was then followed by another 800 million views in the next month, and after only 4 months of uploading to YouTube, Kabi Lami had racked up 2.4 billion views and 5.2 million subscribers. He was then banned permanently. Why? Well, you see, this wasn't actually Kabi Lami. It was an impersonator who was simply reposting his content to YouTube. He'd gained 2.4 billion views before YouTube ever realized, and this wasn't the only account doing it. Only 5 days beforehand, YouTube had banned another Kabi Lami impersonator with 4.84 million subscribers, after which YouTube found a third impersonator who'd gained over 100 million views in a matter of days before they were also banned. As a result, Kabi began uploading content to his own official channel, which remains very much
hopefully he doesn't
active
have
on
any cards.
J-Station. His
He
termination began
probably
with a
does.
video titled "My Girlfriend Alexia Died Rest in
Oh, he has cards
Paradise,"
for
in
sure.
which he'd state the following.
He has a 10
Seemed
stack.
pretty stoked I was getting deleted, and
Huh.
I was like,
Yeah,
she
that's
seemed
surprising.
happy, and I was with me and my editor, and we're like, bro, like, she's happy.
As a result, the Nelk Boys were warned about filming with him,
They basically said, like, your channel's going to be deleted if Steve's in your videos.
which might be harsher treatment than that given to Leafy. Between 2013 and 2016, Leafy built a reputation for uploading edgy content, which flowed well with YouTube's zeitgeist at the time. However, between 2017 and 2020, Leafy went on hiatus before returning with a pretty controversial approach. He'd upload a video titled Content Nuke Pokimane, in which he'd offer pretty reasonable criticism.
80% of Pokimane streams is just her watching videos, adding actually nothing to what she's watching whatsoever.
However, he'd then go on to upload 12 different videos, clickbaiting Pokimane in the title and thumbnail, while talking about unrelated topics in the video itself, such as finance and investing.
Of his last 15 videos, 12 of them were on Pokimane. Having 12 videos all insulting Pokimane in the title and thumbnail, that's viewed as harassment by YouTube.
Despite having no prior strikes on his channel, Leafy woke up to a permanent ban for creating content designed to harass, bully, or threaten. He'd take to Twitter stating, "Morning at Team YouTube, my channel was suspended yesterday. Curious if there's anything I could do to get it reinstated, or if there's any statement on this you could give on this." However, despite his tweet, Leafy seemed pretty unconcerned about having his channel deleted.
If I am gonna be banned, like, so be it. The website is shit. What else is there like, there's nothing else needed to be said.
Pokimane took to Twitter stating, "I know I'm gonna get asked this, so I'd like to clarify I had nothing anything to do with Leafy's ban, before adding, "Don't want my silence to leave room for assumptions." Leafy's ban was bound to happen eventually. However, someone whose termination was a little more surprising was that of Kabi Lami. He gained 100 million TikTok followers in less than 5 months, and with YouTube launching their own shorts program, Kabi started posting across the two platforms. His notoriously funny skits exploded on YouTube as they had on TikTok, giving him over 800 million views and 2 million subscribers during his very first month on the platform. This was then followed by another 800 million views in the next month, and after only 4 months of uploading to YouTube, Kabi Lami had racked up 2.4 billion views and 5.2 million subscribers. He was then banned permanently. Why? Well, you see, this wasn't actually Kabi Lami. It was an impersonator who was simply reposting his content to YouTube. He'd gained 2.4 billion views before YouTube ever realized, and this wasn't the only account doing it. Only 5 days beforehand, YouTube had banned another Kabi Lami impersonator with 4.84 million subscribers, after which YouTube found a third impersonator who'd gained over 100 million views in a matter of days before they were also banned. As a result, Kabi began uploading content to his own official channel, which remains very much active, unlike JStation. His termination began with a video titled "My Girlfriend Alexia Died, Rest in Paradise," in which he'd state the following.
Last night we lost Alexia to a drunk driver, guys. She was on the way to pick up something for our video we were making on our second channel, Dream Team. Guys.
As mentioned, JStation's girlfriend had apparently died in a car crash, prompting him to upload another video visiting the spot where it supposedly happened.
It's okay, man. Everything's gonna be okay.
However, only 3 days later, JStation began using his girlfriend's death to gain extra engagement.
As you guys know, my girlfriend Alexia just passed away in a tragic accident, guys. We're doing the Ouija board challenge on my dead girlfriend. Let's smash the like button right now, guys. 1 like equals 1 prayer for Alexia, guys.
Alright, hopefully he doesn't get a 10
prompting
stack.
some ordinary gamers to investigate if she'd even died at all.
No one will have anything by that name on the system. Nobody by that name specifically has suffered any form of death, right? No.
As a result of the video, Alexia came forward confirming that she hadn't actually died.
Jay faked my death. I felt sick to my stomach from the minute that he posted it.
Before going on to add that the couple had since broken up.
Like the times that he was mean to me, it's just like he was so mean and I just don't know why.
Despite having posted years worth of unsavory content, it seemed faking his girlfriend's death was a step too far, as YouTube would permanently delete JStation's channel on the 12th of March 2021. JStation responded by stating, "I didn't even do anything wrong, and I made videos all year getting no controversy. However, when these delusions failed to bring back his channel, he concluded, I'm going to sue them. Crazy. Anyways, I'm done. Nothing I can do now," which is the same conclusion drawn by 7 Supergirls. The channel began in 2008 and featured 7 girls for the 7 days of the week.
What's my shit, I don't have any fucking cards.
A new CRPG set in the Warhammer universe.
Yep. Hopefully he loses
Upload everything
all
from
this.
skits to day in the lives, amassing over 5.6 billion views by 2018, when the channel took a pretty dark turn. The channel was owned by a 55-year-old named Ian Rylett, who on the 17th of August 2018 was accused of acting inappropriately with one of the 7 Supergirls. Roughly 7 months later, Ian pleaded guilty to the incident and wasn't only sentenced to 3 months in prison, but was also legally banned from working on YouTube. As a result, 7 Supergirls was terminated on the 12th of March 2019, at the time being the most subscribed channel ever to receive a permanent ban. That would be until 9 months later, when YouTube's scummiest copycat was banned for stealing content. The Indonesian channel named Kalon Sarjana had gained over 13 million subscribers by employing a highly unethical strategy that essentially find already successful videos spoken in English before copying the thumbnail in its entirety, adding their own watermark, and uploading it to Indonesian YouTube, where the original creator had no way of finding it. However, all of this changed in November 2019, when British YouTuber JT posted his own upload titled, "YouTuber with 12 million subs steals my video."
This channel had the audacity to steal my thumbnail, put an emoji on it, and then put their watermark on it. They put their watermark on my thumbnail and claimed it as theirs. This YouTuber has stolen my thumbnail, stolen all the information from my video. They literally watched my video and took everything. They took the screenshots, they gave me taking no credit for my own DMs. This guy has literally just ripped me off completely, okay?
JT then highlighted another crazy fact.
This guy is the biggest YouTuber in Indonesia, and he's stealing my stuff. He steals from people so much, okay, that he's got in his description, for copyright matters, please contact us at this email. He did this because he knows he's stealing content.
Leading the Indonesian media to talk about Callen's unethical practices. A YouTube account from Indonesia with more than 12 million subscribers has been accused of stealing other people's content, with the article attaching a side-by-side comparison of some of the videos they'd stolen. Having been exposed by his own country, Callen wrote an apology on Twitter translating to, "We from the entire extended family of Callen Sarjana apologize to the YouTube channel JT for using ideas, thumbnails, and video prototyping without permission," before posting a second tweet reading, "Thank you for all your corrections. Hopefully the things that have happened will truly become a lesson for us to not make any mistake in the future. However, it was already too late." JT and two other YouTubers who had their videos stolen chose to simultaneously copyright strike Callen Sarjana, terminating the channel on the grounds of multiple third-party claims of copyright infringement regarding material the user posted.
He was a fraud, he deserved it. You steal content, you pay the price. That's just how it is.
Although Indonesia wasn't the only country to lose their most subscribed channel, as Turkey's biggest was also banned at around the same time. The channel began with two kids and their father Muhammad, focusing on children's content before they'd find themselves involved in Elsagate. Elsagate was the nickname for a 2016 genre of content where YouTubers took kid-friendly characters like Spider-Man and Elsa and mixed them with very unsavory themes.
Inappropriate videos have infiltrated YouTube Kids, often showing popular children's characters in violent and even sexual scenarios.
The motive behind the videos
yeah, this shit was
pretty
fucking
damn
weird.
obvious.
Here's one from one.
But I wanted to listen to what he thought about the...
And then that given to Leafy. Between 2013 and 2016, Leafy built a reputation for uploading edgy content, which flowed well with YouTube's zeitgeist at the time. However, between 2017 and 2020, Leafy went on hiatus before returning with a pretty controversial approach. He'd upload a video titled Content Nuke Pokimane, in which he'd offer pretty reasonable criticism.
I do remember this. This shit was funny.
Is just her watching videos, adding actually nothing to what she's watching whatsoever.
However, he'd then go on to upload 12 different videos, clickbaiting Pokimane in the title and thumbnail, while talking about unrelated topics in the video itself, such as
Alright,
finance.
one sec. I've got to go take a piss. Oh, I can see your comment. It says I love you. I need to like move my mic so I can see these. Battle again.
and investing.
Of his last 15 videos, 12 of them were on Pokimane. Having 12 videos all insulting
map is
Pokimane
it?
in the title and thumbnail, that's viewed as harassment by YouTube.
Despite having no prior strikes on his channel, Leafy woke up to a permanent ban for creating content designed to harass, bully, or threaten. He take to Twitter stating, "Morning at Team YouTube, my channel was suspended yesterday. Curious if there's anything I could do
I remember
to get it
this was so fucking
reinstated,
stupid.
or if
I was
there's any
pissed
statement
when
on
he-
this you could give on this." However, despite his tweet, Leafy seemed pretty unconcerned about having his channel deleted.
If I am gonna be banned, like, so be it. The website is shit. What else is there like, there's nothing else needed to be said.
Pokimane took to Twitter stating, "I know I'm gonna get asked this, so I'd like to clarify I had nothing to do with Leafy's ban," before adding, "Don't want my silence to leave room
Bro, I guarantee that she had something to do with his ban.
for assumptions." Leafy's ban was bound to happen eventually. However, someone whose termination was a little more surprising was that of Kabi Lami. He gained 100 million TikTok followers in less than 5 months.
Yeah, I didn't know that this guy was banned off of YouTube.
And with YouTube launching their own Shorts program, Kabi started posting across the two platforms. His notoriously funny skits exploded on YouTube as they had on TikTok, giving him over
Yeah, I didn't think that this guy was even like edgy or anything. So why was he banned?
800 million views and 2 million subscribers during his very first month on the platform. This was then followed by another 800 million views in the next month, and after only 4 months of uploading to YouTube, Kabi Lami had racked up 2.4 billion views and 5.2 million subscribers. He was then banned permanently. Why? Well, you see, this wasn't actually Kabi Lami.
Like
it was an impersonator who was simply reposting
guess
his content to
we are
YouTube.
going to
He'd gained
try-
2.4 billion views before YouTube ever realized, and this wasn't the only account doing it. Only 5 days beforehand, YouTube had banned another
We're gonna
Kabi
take
Lami
SA, I
impersonator
guess.
with 4.84 million subscribers, after which YouTube found a third impersonator who'd gained over 100 million views in a matter of days before they were also banned. As a result, Kabi began uploading content to his own official channel, which remains very much active, unlike J-Station. His termination began with a video titled "My Girlfriend Alexia Died, Rest in Paradise," in which he'd stated
Yeah,
the
J-Station's a fucking cunt.
following.
Last night we lost Alexia to a drunk driver, guys. She was on the way to pick up something
This is
for
crazy.
our video we were making on our second channel, Dream Team. She got it, guys.
As mentioned, J-Station's girlfriend had apparently died in a car crash, prompting him to upload another video visiting the spot where it supposedly happened.
It's okay, man. Everything's gonna be okay.
However, only 3 days later, J-Station began using his girlfriend's death to gain extra engagement.
As you guys know, my girlfriend Alexia just passed away in a tragic accident, guys. We're doing the Ouija board
As you
challenge
guys know.
on my dead girlfriend. Let's smash the like button right now, guys. 1 like equals 1 prayer for Alexia, guys. Rest in peace.
Prompting some ordinary gamers to investigate if she'd even died at all.
No, I don't have anything by that name on the system.
Bro, that
Nobody
shit
by
is so
that name
crazy.
Specifically has suffered any form of death, right? No.
As a result of the video, Alexia came forward confirming that she hadn't actually died.
Jay faked my death. I felt sick to my stomach from the minute that he posted it.
Before going on to add that the couple had since broken up.
Like the times that he was mean to me, it's just like he was so mean, and I just don't know why.
Despite having posted years worth of unsavory content, it seemed faking his girlfriend's death was a step too far, as YouTube would permanently delete J-Station's channel on the 12th of March 2021. J-Station responded by stating, "I didn't even do anything wrong, and I made videos all year getting no controversy. However, when these delusions failed to bring back his channel, he concluded, I'm going to sue them. Crazy. Anyways, I'm done. Nothing I can do now," which is the same conclusion drawn by 7 Supergirls. The channel began in 2008 and
7
featured 7
Supergirls.
girls for the 7 days of the week that upload everything from skits to day in the lives, amassing over 5.6 billion views by 2018, when the channel took a pretty dark turn. The channel was owned by a 55-year-old named Ian Rylett, who on the 17th of August 2018 was accused of acting inappropriately with one of the 7 Supergirls. Roughly 7 months later, Ian pleaded guilty to the incident and wasn't only sentenced to 3 months in prison, but was also legally banned banned from working on
I guess you could
YouTube.
go.
As a result, 7 Supergirls was terminated on the 12th of March 2019, at the time being the most subscribed channel ever to receive a permanent ban. That would be until 9 months later, when YouTube's scummiest copycat was banned for stealing content. The Indonesian channel named Kalon Sarjana had gained over 13 million subscribers by employing a highly unethical strategy that essentially find already successful videos spoken in English before copying the thumbnail in its entirety, adding their own watermark, and uploading it to Indonesian YouTube, where the original creator had no way of finding it. However, all of this changed in November 2019, when British YouTuber JT posted his own upload titled, "YouTuber with 12 million subs steals my video."
This channel had the audacity to steal my thumbnail, put an emoji on it, and then put their watermark on it. They put their watermark on my thumbnail and claimed it as theirs. This YouTuber has stolen my thumbnail, stolen all the information from my video. They literally watched my video and took everything. They took the screenshots, they gave me no credit for my own DMs. This guy has literally just ripped me off completely, okay?
JT then highlighted another crazy fact.
This guy is the biggest YouTuber in Indonesia and he's stealing my stuff. He steals from people so much, okay, that he's got in his description, "For copyright matters, please contact us at this email." He did this because he knows he's stealing content.
Leading the Indonesian media to talk about Kalon's unethical practices. A YouTube account from an Indonesia with more than 12 million subscribers has been accused of stealing other people's content, with the article attaching a side-by-side comparison of some of the videos they'd stolen. Having been exposed by his own country, Kalon wrote an apology on Twitter translating to, "We from the entire extended family of Kalon Sarjana apologize to the YouTube channel JT for using ideas,
he's smart
thumbnails,
enough
and
to
video
know that he can
prototyping without
wait
permission."
for the kill.
Before posting a second tweet reading, "Thank you for all your corrections. Hopefully the things that have happened will truly become a lesson for us to not make any mistake in the future. However, it was already too late." JT and 2 other YouTubers who had their videos stolen chose to simultaneously copyright strike Kalon Sarjana, terminating the channel on the grounds of multiple third-party claims of copyright infringement regarding material the user posted.
He was a fraud. He deserved it. You steal content, you pay the price. That's just how it is.
Although Indonesia wasn't the only country to lose their most subscribed channel, as Turkey's biggest was also banned at around the same time. The channel began with 2 kids and their father Muhammad, focusing on children's content before they'd find themselves involved in Elsagate. Elsagate was the nickname for a 2016 genre of content where YouTubers took kid-friendly characters like Spider-Man and Elsa and mixed them with very unsavory themes.
Inappropriate videos have infiltrated YouTube Kids, often showing popular children's characters in violent and even sexual scenarios.
The motive behind the videos was pretty damn obvious.
Here's one from 1 month ago. 117 million views.
Although with so many people watching, parents began to talk about it.
There is a terrifying new trend in middle schoolers that I need to tell you about.
Prompting advertisers to pull their ads from the site. "We are shocked and appalled to see that our adverts have appeared alongside such exploitative and inappropriate content," said a Mars spokesperson in a statement. "We've taken the decision to immediately suspend all our online advertising on YouTube and Google globally, therefore forcing YouTube to take a stance against these sketchy videos." Only 4 days after Mars and Adidas pulled their ads, YouTube removed over 150,000 Elsagate videos, turned off comments on more than 625,000 videos, and terminated more than 270 accounts, one of which being Turkey's biggest channel with over 15 million subs. Although no termination is stranger than that of Manoj Parahar. The channel was included amongst hundreds of banned multi-million subscriber Indian Shorts channels, who all employed the exact same strategy. They'd find Western videos that had been successful in English, cut them down into shorts and provide a Hindi voiceover, essentially re-uploading other people's content, with their language being the only difference. In an article discussing these channels, one owner stated, "I would pick any video and do a voiceover. I realized that if we do voiceovers in a short story, then we're bound to get views, so I just stuck to that," although this wasn't the end of the article. Over the past few months, he claims 8 such fact channels have been banned. The rate at which YouTube grew their channels, it's also taking them away at the same rate. Many of these fact channels add voiceovers to content belonging to other creators, and that it's important for creators to only upload videos that that they have made or are authorized to use. The biggest of these channels, Manoj Parahar, was able to gain 20 million subscribers in just over a year before YouTube also smashed it with the ban hammer. However, even then, Super Jojo Nursery Rhymes was banned with even more. Super Jojo caught copying Cocomelon. This Reddit post referenced a Cartoon Brew article reading, Super Jojo shamelessly free rides on Cocomelon's success by closely copying and exploiting every possible element of the Cocomelon channel, sometimes even frame by frame, which was displayed in the previously mentioned Reddit post, where user Billy Disney showed just how badly the copying really was. As a result, in August 2021, Cocomelon launched a lawsuit against Super Jojo, claiming that the defendant has built its Super Jojo YouTube business by blatantly copying Cocomelon. 1 month after this, a new article was published reading, YouTube terminates Cocomelon rival Super Jojo channel with 22 million subscribers, citing that they had received multiple third-party claims of copyright infringement. Super Jojo's ban lasted for 2 months before the channel was then restored. However, this wasn't the end of the story. The channel's growth took a nosedive following their return to YouTube, and in July 2023, a jury has decided that Baby Bus committed copyright infringement with its animated series Super Jojo, and as a result, they were ordered to pay Cocomelon $23.5 million. In that very same month, Super Jojo wiped their channel clean, deleting everything down to their profile picture, so while the channel is still technically active, Super Jojo could easily be considered the largest YouTube channel that's permanently banned.
Jeremy's has a lot of great stuff that will make great stocking stuffers for Christmas. They've given me a stocking, so we're gonna check out what's inside. We have the beard care kit, very fitting for me because I have a beard, as you know. It has beard oil, balm, shampoo, and a brush. It's very nice. We have Jeremy's Christmas chocolate. We have Merry Christmas milk chocolate with peppermint and Silent Night dark chocolate. I would appreciate these in my stocking. Next, we have the all-purpose cleaner. This is what I always want to get in my stocking for Christmas. This is great because my wife is switching us to cleaners that don't have harmful ingredients, because I know all about the cleaners my wife buys. I have strong opinions on them, so I can get her this. Now we have hand soap. We use this here at the Daily Wire, and I noticed it doesn't dry out your hands, but it does clean them because that's what soap is supposed to do. There's one more thing. We have the hair and body soap bundle. You'll want to check out the natural ingredients in them, plus it leaves out a lot of harmful chemicals that other soaps use. It's important to me. I hope it's important to you too. These are made in the USA.
Fuck.
Order yours
What the
today
fuck?
to enjoy this Christmas season.
Why? Okay, cool.
So the White House published their, I guess, annual Christmas video, and nobody's having it. I see some liberals, and they're like, why are you mocking Christmas? So Jill Biden puts out this bizarre avant-garde tap dance Christmas celebration, and I don't rightly care all that much, to be completely honest. However, it turns out that the group behind the performance is a racist hate group. Wow. Yeah, seriously. And so here you have, once again, the hypocrisy of the woke left. I suppose, in this instance, it's Jill Biden hiring a racist hate group, like a group that quite literally has as their foundation hating people based on race, are coming in and doing a performance. Now, let's start here. Jill Biden's bizarre Hunger Games aesthetic White House Christmas video roasted by critics. So I don't know how much of the video they actually play, but it's a tap dance, which is, for the most part, like, yeah, I don't care. I'm not the biggest fan of tap dance as it is, but it's just like old-timey music and tap dancing. I don't know, do they have sound on this one? Yeah, so there you go. You can hear it. Old avant-garde, weird tap dancing. Yeah, okay, anyway, you get the point. I don't really much care to play just the... I guess I should play the music better, but, you know, I was trying to play the video. There you go. I don't like tap dancing as it is. I'm just gonna say it like that. I don't like tap dancing. But I really don't care they're doing a Christmas celebration or how they do it. Everybody's got different tastes. Just because I don't like it doesn't mean nobody else is allowed to have it. That's fine. And then it turns out they're a bunch of racists, and now I'm like, Well, there you go. And okay, well, I think racism is bad, so let's talk about it. The White House's annual Christmas video, featuring an avant-garde tap dance performance of a timeless ballet, has been panned by social media critics for its Hunger Games aesthetic, as well as called tacky and tasteless. First Lady Jill Biden on Wednesday posted a 2.5-minute clip of New York City tap company Dorrance Dance's take on Duke Ellington and Billy Strayhorn's interpretation of Tchaikovsky's Nutcracker Suite. You see, like, that I just don't care about. I'm like, oh, they're doing tap dance for Christmas. Have a nice day. All right. The video features colorfully adorned sequined dancers wearing elaborate headdresses while they tap their way through a White House hallway festooned with candy cane columns to the Blue Room, which is decked out with Christmas trees and both white-colored lights alongside Nutcracker-inspired decor. The wild artistic statement, which the First Lady said contained magic, wonder, and joy, left many commenters' heads spinning, with several pining for the easier-to-digest patriotic-themed Christmas videos posted by Melania Trump. You know, I'm going to say it again. I don't care. Do your little dance. Some people like dancing, some people don't like dancing. You know, like it's Christmas. You know what I mean? How utterly tacky,
what the fuck?
Tasteless, and anti-Christmas. Melania's was tasteful, seasonal, appealed to everyone, and was absolutely breathtaking and gorgeous, said one commenter. Several users compared the Technicolor visuals something out of a dystopian film. Disney presents Clockwork Orange. Okay, I'll be fair in this regard. The people who are critical, Melania is like, she makes a video where it's just Christmas trees and it's very, I don't know, generic. I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just saying it's like very neutral is a better way to put it. This one is, I gotta admit, I don't like it. And if they went with, you know, Oh Holy Night and just showed Christmas trees, I'd probably be like, oh, okay, Christmas. This, I didn't even want to watch. I find it to be off-putting. And fair point. If you don't like it, you don't like it. You're not allowed not to like it. And you can argue something could have been better. But I will also stress, I don't really care all that much. And I'm not going to rag on people doing tap dance in fancy colors because some people like it and some people don't. If you want to make the argument, Melania's was more neutral and for everybody, fine. I probably would have liked that better. But I'm not here to take away someone's tap dancing or dresses or happiness over Christmas. I just move on from it, right? This has been my point when it comes to like wokeness in movies and video games the whole time. I'm like, dude, if you make a movie where it's like, we decided to make the Incredible Hulk, but this time it's a black woman, I'd be like, oh, that's cool, you know, do your thing. I'm not gonna watch it.
Fuck.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna give you any money. Whatever. I suppose in this instance, it's a public event, and thus people expected something a bit more, and I mean this respectfully, lowest common denominator, meaning something that unites everybody and is more basic. What's with the Hunger Gates aesthetic? Molly Hemingway asked another, while Molly Hemingway panned the Hunger Games Capital District Christmas approach. Others wondered if mind-altering substances were involved in the production, such as bags of cocaine. You see, I just think that's stupid. I think it's fair to say, I don't like this. It's kind of weird, but hey, man, more power to you, right? You don't have to like something, but this idea that everyone's just like, haha, it's so gross, it's so stupid. I'm like, a little heavy-handed. Don't like it. That's fine. But then we get this tweet from my meme. Therefore, I am. It's not a coincidence that Jill Biden brought a bit of magic to the White House by Dorrance Dance. The dance group that actively wants to abolish police, promotes BLM, pushes for trans and inmates' rights, and educates on white privilege, systemic racism, and white fragility, and anti-racism globally. Well, I'm trying to make sure it's clear to everybody. I identify as Japanese. I'm only 5% Japanese, but I have the DNA, so I get to do it. Or I'll just say this, from now on.
Want to know how my dad and I got our bodies like this? We just did 7 minutes of lazy workouts every day, and we achieved our goals. In week 1, we started feeling it. In week 2, we started seeing it.
Remember how a little bit ago, I very briefly talked on the stream about them big titty bit on Twitch? Updating our approach to sexual content and content classification labels. Streamlined sexual content policy. Man, it must have been quite a controversy if they decided to update their shit. Okay.
Alright.
What is changing with this new update? Previously prohibited but now allowed with label. Content that deliberately highlights breast, buttocks, or pelvic region. Fictionalized, fully exposed, female presenting breast or genitals with buttocks regardless of gender. Oh. You can just draw porn now. Or maybe not porn, but nudity. You can just draw nudity now on Twitch. Body writing on female presenting best and robotics regardless of gender. Erotic dances that involve disrobing such as strip teases. So, with the updates in the sexual policy content policy, are artistic depictions of nudity allowed? Content with a focus on fictionalized, drawn, animated, or sculpted sexual body parts regardless of gender are allowed with a sexual themes label. However, fictionalized sex acts or masturbation.
All right, is there any 3D ones?
Body
here?
painting on breasts and buttocks. Nudity has always been allowed in games. So pinup is a go? Yeah, I guess so. Twitch will now allow artistic nudity. Yeah, okay. So, alright. I guess Twitch doesn't want to be Tumblr. Honestly, I prefer them doing this to having this stupid, like, 50-50 meta where chicks will, like, wear bikinis in bathtubs or have their tits out but have their nips 1 inch below the camera, and then, like, that's the turnaround. Like, I guess this is at least more consistent, you know? What about game mods? It's always been allowed on Twitch to play games with nudity in it, but I don't think you can do... I don't think you can do modded games. Like, you can play games that have nudity or sex.
Yes,
even, like,
easily
shown penetrative sex, I'm pretty sure. Like, did Agony do that, I think? The game called Agony? But if you load up a mod called, like, Suck Any Titty in Skyrim, like, that'll get you banned. The idea being that, like, as long as it's in the purview of the game's sort of artistic... I don't know. Agony was banned, if I recall correct. Oh, was Agony banned? Okay, then nudity in games was allowed, but not shown sex. Okay, gotcha, I gotcha. So you could have, like, Witcher 3 nudity, or, like, Cyberpunk with the dick flopping around, but not, like, shown penetrative sex, or any, like, direct sex act. So is Twitch going to do age verification to view these streams? Well, no, it's saying you need to have the sexual content label. Yeah, sexual themes label, yeah.
Huh.
I guess that makes sense. That's probably fine. The sexual themes label must be applied to gameplay that focuses on nudity. Users may not engage in simulated sexual activity or erotic roleplay with other players in online games. Huh. I mean, this is sort of where we're currently at on the internet. I mean, you can find, like, naked yoga on YouTube if you want. I think this is better than what was previously the case, because at least, like, this is consistent, you know? If you're gonna have, like, nudity anywhere, you know? Do you think this will affect the legality of Twitch in certain countries? Nah, if they allow YouTube, they gotta allow Twitch, you know? I always have thought it's pretty f***ed up about the whole sexualization of breasts thing, you know?
So that guy's
like, for a while, I'm pretty sure Twitch had it so you couldn't be shirtless even if you were a guy. To, like, make it consistent, I guess. But that also feels stupid. Tumblr had rules against female presenting nipples. Yeah, people made fun of that, but that's also, like, the rules socially. That's literally how it works, yeah. In day-to-day life, walking around, I can have my shirt off, but if you're female presenting, you can't show your nipple. Like, that is the law, basically, you know? It just sounds stupid when written out, which is what Tumblr did. It wrote it out. Why do women cover nipples, but men don't? Because women's nipples shoot milk out. You don't want to, like, blindside somebody with that. Alright, well, I think this is good. Yeah, Finster got banned for a nipple slip even though he's a guy. Well, female presenting, right? Finster doesn't put much effort into presenting as a guy. I mean, that rule is also very American-centric. Well, yeah, I mean, so is the world. We are the center of the world. Thank you. We are the gods on Mount Olympus, and everyone else is, you know, sort of squabbling around in the dirt and piss and shit. Oh, see, it's trending alongside me. Finster isn't a girl, though? No, Finster isn't a girl. Finster's a guy. I said present as a guy. He does the opposite, actually. Didn't she come out recently? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I would have heard of that. That would have been, like, a main trending thing if Finster came out as a trans woman. I don't think so. I still think that his skin is suspiciously soft, but I've seen HRT femboys before. I'm not getting into it again. Finster came out as fluid a few weeks ago and is already in therapy. Oh, really? Oh, well, I'll look. But, you know. You're gonna get dunked on by Finster again if you talk about him technically. No. I'm not getting into it. Listen, if I say, I don't know, I think maybe HRT, I'm not denying Finster's identity as a guy. I'm just saying he's got crazy nice skin. It's not an insult. No, none of this. It's like stolen valor shit. Like, no, actually, I just have a 4-hour skin routine. You know, whatever. I have nice skin. Did Finster drag Vosh or something? Finster got shown a clip of me saying, like, I think that than HRT because his skin looks too nice, and he made fun of me for it. That's how I realized Finster is British, because I'd never heard his voice before. Bosch giving serial killer vibes with the skin obsession. Look, all I'm saying is, if you're a guy and you don't at least apply moisturizer, you're killing yourself, man. Moisturizer and either don't get in the sun that much or put on some sunscreen. Like, dude, there are so many guys out there with really bad skin, and they just don't give any shit because they think it's like gay or whatever to not have disgusting, crinkly skin by 30, you know? Holy nice meme, Royal Rose. I'm 18, my skin's soft anyway. You won't be 18 forever. Just moisturize. At least your face. At least your face. And your neck, too. I don't really moisturize my neck because I've got hair on. Debate lessons.
LGBTQ rights or economic stability? Why can't you have both? You need to pick one.
Oh, he's gonna do the wander. He's gonna, yeah.
But you can't. But I did. But you need to pick one. No, I don't. I just said you did. So what? Can you pick one? No, because they're both doable. No.
Bit quiet. I can't make it louder.
Because you can have both. But the answer is both is not an answer. It's not a valid answer. I reject your question. You can't reject it. I just did. Can you pick one? I don't have to. Why? Because they're both completely doable. So LGBTQ rights or economic stability? Both. That's not an answer. Yes, it is. LGBTQ rights or economic stability? Both. Are you trying to troll me? No. I'm just wondering which one you like more. I like them both. You can't have both. Yes, you can.
You can't have both.
Not in this question. Too bad. Why are you trolling me right now? Because
this is what happens when the candidate is more powerful than the moderator. Oh, by far, yeah, 100%. The power of a leather jacket.
You don't have to choose. All right. Well, if I had to ask you, gender inclusivity or economic stability? You can have both. You can't. Why you make this so difficult? I'm trying to pass my final. Too bad. Which one do you pick? I pick them both. But that's not a valid answer. Too bad.
This is gay. This guy's a fucking faggot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is he gonna break
me? This is the only way you should ever respond to or engage with these annoying TikTok interviewers
fucking
or whatever.
Cunt.
If someone gives you some stupid bait question that they have like a pre-built dialogue tree in to respond to, then you don't engage with it. Absolutely. Nice shirt. Yeah, the interviewer's shirt says like "Find Christ" or something. My pronouns are "Find Jesus."
Based.
Yeah. Instant like red flag. No need to engage with this person. What I should have done to Jank, yeah. Maybe, but he comes off as so obtuse. Nah, no, disagree. Nah, absolutely not. No, I don't think you come across as obtuse for just confidently standing there. You're not even waffling either. You're just clearly refusing to engage. That's based. Absolutely.
Wait.
Chaos is spreading as more mysterious portals have appeared across the
I ask God, give me the heart of David. Honestly, I'm not patient.
I want to see this about the supplements being a
Imagine
lie.
you're getting ready to go to the gym. You grab your keys and your bag, and then you take a supplement. And you feel like it's working. It might be working a little too well. What you don't know is that this supplement, one that you bought at the health aisle at your grocery store, is laced with an anabolic steroid, an illegal drug invisibly mixed into this powder.
Oh, what the fuck?
In recent years, researchers have been grabbing thousands of different supplements off the shelf and testing them to see what's inside. And what they found in over 3,000 supplements that they tested is that 28% had some sort of illegal substance, mostly steroids, meaning the people that are taking them are unintentionally doping.
What?
In another study, 92%
Damn, bro, I'm
of
taking
the
a bunch of
supplements that were
fucking
tested by
steroids.
scientists were contaminated with bacteria. 87% had fungal contamination. And when they tested CBD supplements, they found that 55% of the oils had either way more or way less CBD than
I mean,
stated
that
on the
makes
label.
sense.
And a few of them even had THC in them, the thing that gets you high. And it turns out the government here in the United States doesn't seem to care.
So, how did we get here? And why are shady companies, influencer campaigns, and targeted advertisements selling Americans things to put in their body
that aren't what they say they are and that are potentially dangerous. And I guess a big question for me is, which of these are actually necessary or healthy, and which of them are dangerous? And is this all just a waste of money?
At least I have the biggest.
AI-generated music has arrived. And for artists like Fabio Foreign, it's a game changer. He used SoundRaw to generate custom beats for his new track, Doin' Me. And now, that power can be yours. SoundRaw allows you to create custom, royalty-free beats and integrate them into your project with ease. Select the plan that's right for you and unleash your musical potential. Become a part of the music
I think
generation.
everyone in here is a fucking noob.
Hey, pause really quick. You know how we started this video with like this hypothetical scenario that like I'm drinking like workout supplements? Well, I actually do work out now. For the first time in my adult life, I am like kind of buff. The sponsor of today's video is the reason why. Thank you, Copilot, for sponsoring the video. This is like a game changer. Copilot is a platform that pairs you up with your very own fitness coach. My coach is named Devin. It's easy to look at stuff like this and say it's kind of like medicine, and so it would be kind of regulated like medicine, tracked and vetted by our government's health agency, like medicine is. But medicine goes through a very different process, a super lengthy process with tons of studies and clinical trials, paperwork. It takes years and years, and a lot of drugs aren't ever even approved. They fail this process and never make it onto the shelf. But supplements don't have to do any of that.
Companies are responsible for ensuring their products are safe, and in fact can often put new dietary supplements on the market without even
Yeah, I
telling
did
the
see
FDA.
this.
There are rules.
Which I think the FDA is stupid, so that's okay by me. What's he doing? Mm-hmm.
On what supplement companies are allowed to put in their pills and gummies. But these rules aren't enforced in any real way. It's up to the supplement company to obey them.
With dietary supplements, it's on the honor system that they are following those rules and regulations.
Oh man, he's gonna
That's
get
Dr. C. Michael White,
a pharmacist, distinguished professor and chair of pharmacy practice at the University of Connecticut School of Pharmacy.
And this is Dr. F. Perry Wilson.
I'm a physician and researcher
F.
here
Perry
at Yale
Wilson.
University.
These two doctors helped us a lot in our reporting, helped us navigate this really complex topic, and helped us better understand how this $50 billion a year industry runs wild with all of these products that make health claims that are often not backed up by anything. There's a wild story on how we got here. And to understand it, we have to go back to the 80s and 90s to understand this political commercial featuring Mel Gibson and health supplement.
What? Based.
Nelson Mandela got a rousing welcome from the city of New York today.
The East German authorities have said the Berlin Wall doesn't mean anything anymore.
The 90s was a time of economic prosperity in America, which fueled the rise of a health-conscious middle class that was increasingly attracted to health foods and fitness regimes and alternative medicine.
I avoid sugar. That makes me feel good about me.
To cater to this shift, you have the supplement industry, which was very small and niche at the time, but they met the demand of this new middle class and began diversifying their offering. They expanded beyond the typical vitamin C tablets and echinacea drops, introducing a variety of new substances, each purporting to enhance one's life in unique ways. One of the supplements that gained popularity was called L-tryptophan.
L-tryptophan?
It was this health food supplement made of amino acids that claimed to help people sleep and lose weight. It sounded healthy enough until doctors found that people who took the stuff were developing blood and muscle disorders. Investigations found that it led to the death of 38 people. In response to this incident, Congress began drafting laws that would tighten regulation on health supplements. So they drafted this bill. The bill would give more power to the FDA to regulate these companies, to tighten the rules on how supplements were able to be labeled, what claims they could make. But as we know, whenever there's a growing industry that's making a lot of money off of selling things and the government comes in and tries to regulate them, they don't just sit back and let it happen. So all the supplement companies got together, they held these emergency meetings, they sent an army of lobbyists to Washington, and they started pouring money on commercials.
Help make sure your child gets a balanced diet with Flintstones.
And this is where Mel Gibson, the 90s movie star, comes into the story.
Hey, guys, it's only vitamins.
It's only vitamins.
You know, like in oranges.
If you don't want to lose your vitamins, make the FDA stop.
Yeah, they weren't messing around here. They published books, they sent flyers to people's mailboxes, they produced more commercials, they created petitions to rally Americans around their supplements. And it worked. More and more Americans were taking supplements. And they responded to this potential tightening of regulation and all of this fear-mongering by the lobbyists by writing to Congress, telling the government not to regulate supplements, to let them keep their vitamins. At the same time, these lobbyists targeted the lawmakers themselves, convincing them to oppose the legislation that was under consideration in
Move your
Congress,
three.
and to actually counter it by passing their own law, a law that would be friendly to the industry. And you can actually see this point blank. Sometimes lobbying is like foggy and we don't know what happened, but in this case, the senators who received the most money from the industry were the ones who actually drafted the new bill for this law.
I present to you all Spectrum One Stream with the Zumo Stream Box.
What's Zumo?
Zumo brings together all your entertainment in one place.
Plus, the Zumo voice remote lets you search across live TV and your favorite streaming apps, so finding what you want is easy.
It's streaming simplified.
Get Spectrum One Stream now.
I haven't been this stress-free in a long time. Check this out. My electric bill hasn't gone up all.
And here it is. Public Law 103417 from October 25th, 1994. So what started as an attempt to regulate supplements actually turned into a law that is friendly to the industry, and the reason
I really hope that they have a card trade right here. That Purple has a card trade. That would be sick. Nope, they don't.
I mean, I love when you're like neck deep in one of these laws and you just see a statement that just makes it so clear, like, who was influencing this law. Check this out. This law just straight up says that the federal government should not take any actions to impose unreasonable regulatory barriers towards this industry. And especially, says the law, this industry is really lucrative. It has annual sales of $4 billion. Congress wouldn't want to slow that down. So then the big kicker here, one of the key parts of the law is that
this guy's gonna drain himself so much.
The thing in this bottle is not classified
Which is
as
good.
medicine. It's classified as food. That's how the FDA should treat it, as food. But supplements are not food in the same way a bag of Doritos is food. They're much more complicated. But we'll get back to that in a sec. The point is that this law gave the industry a lot of freedom, including what kind of claims they could make. The law gave them the authority to say a lot of things about what their health supplement does for people, as long as they include this one disclaimer. I'm looking at Genius Mushrooms. The product says that it is healthy immune system support, energy, and clarity. Sounds great. But then here on the back, in very, very, very small, teeny tiny, almost illegible font, zoom in here, you will see a teeny tiny statement that complies with the law. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food Administrator. This product is not intended to diagnose. It's like right there in the fine print that no one is reading. What people are reading is this: healthy immune system support, energy, and clarity. I mean, the law is so friendly to the industry. It allows these companies to effectively regulate themselves. The law makes it clear that it's the government's job to go prove that something is adulterated or wrong, rather than making the companies prove that their products are safe before they go to market. I mean, it's totally backwards.
We do not approve them for safety and effectiveness before they are sold. Companies are responsible for ensuring their products are safe.
So, thanks to this 1994 law, supplement makers were very happy because now they don't have to tell the FDA anything.
They don't have to prove that their claims are effective. They just have to put a little tiny fine print disclaimer. And the FDA has no real enforcement regime. They only really step in a big way after the supplement is proven to be hurting people. Any authority they do have to check on these supplements has to be done with their shoestring budget. This was Congress giving the supplement industry a blank check, telling them they can do what you want, we can't regulate you, it's now the law. And this is why the industry went from a $4 billion industry in the early 90s to a $53 billion industry today. This is why Americans are now inundated with capsules and pills and drops and creams and teas that claim to make your body work better. But this is confusing because supplements actually do have a place in our lives for certain people who need certain things that their body can't make. So one of my questions going into all of this is like, what of this is legit? Is any of it, or is it all just snake oil? What does the science actually say? There's been a lot of good study on this, and luckily we got one of those amazing things where they do a study of all of the studies and they put it all together and they say this is what all the studies have concluded over the years. Like a good old meta-analysis. This meta-analysis, which used 84 studies and put it all together to find conclusions, found that vitamins and supplements were generally, quote, associated with little or no benefit in preventing cancer, cardiovascular disease, and death. Had a little bit of a benefit on treating cancer if you already have it. They also found that people with a high risk of lung cancer had a, quote, increased risk of lung cancer and other harmful outcomes by taking one vitamin, beta-carotene. So what this basically is saying is that vitamins don't work for like the big things, preventing the killers like cancer and heart problems, and they maybe even hurt us in some cases, depending on the supplement. But in reading these conclusions, you start to realize just how complex this is. There are like thousands of different supplements, and there are like innumerable numbers of individual bodies that have different chemistry and different experiences. It starts to get confusing to find a satisfying conclusion. So we asked our experts, do supplements actually make us healthier in any way?
Many doctors would suggest that you don't need to take supplements at all unless you have a deficiency.
Ah, deficiency, that's the key word here. So like maybe my body doesn't naturally produce enough vitamin C, or I don't get it in my food, then a supplement would be useful.
If you're a strict vegan, you have, very strong dietary restrictions for whatever reason, those people probably are good candidates for taking a multivitamin.
That's a situation where it makes a lot of sense. But most of us don't need to do that. Whenever there's a situation where all the humans in a society need a certain substance that they're not getting, the government goes wild to make it happen. Like there was a time when we all were deficient in iodine. So to fix this, the government worked with salt makers to just put iodine in salt. So now all of us use it all the time, and we just have enough iodine because there's iodine in all of our salts. I guess what I'm saying here is that most of us check off all of our vitamins and mineral needs by living and eating a variety of foods. But of course, within our population,
he's gonna go like this, boom,
boom. Can't produce enough of a certain vitamin. Or like this YouTuber who just ate chicken tenders every single day. I mean, they should probably take some vitamins. Like you have to eat a variety of foods to get all your vitamins and minerals. And luckily, here in the 21st century, we have a test to find out how you're doing on this. It's a blood test. They take your blood, they test it, and they find out how you're doing on vitamins and minerals and what you might be deficient in, and thus what supplements might actually work for you. And yet, 252 million Americans are popping $53 billion worth of supplements every year. And most of them probably don't need to be taking anything. Okay, so if I don't need all of this, but I'm taking like a fistful of vitamins every day, where does it all go?
You're just peeing out all of the excess, and it might give you glow-in-the-dark urine, which is pretty cool, but it's a large waste of your dollars.
Here's a full disclosure that may be surprising to you. I take vitamins and supplements sometimes. Like I got sent this green powder from like a sponsor who's like thinking about sponsoring a video on the channel, and I totally drank it like every day. It's like a vitamin supplement, it has like 1 billion different vitamins in it, and I was like, maybe I need one of these, even though my blood test doesn't say I do. What if I actually do? What if it's actually gonna help? And I tell you that to let you know that like this isn't easy. This is not an easy thing to navigate.
Oh, I didn't even notice that guy.
Like, improve your mental clarity, like increased energy, and you're just like, is any of this real? What I'm finding is that most of it is not. But what to me is ethically
What the fuck?
wrong is when people turn to supplements because they've been lied to, or because they don't trust or can't afford other forms of treatment. In other words, when they're desperate.
Surveys of American sentiment show that pharmaceutical companies have lower approval ratings than Congress, which is, you know, that's pretty bad. And again, in many ways, rightly so. The profiteering of medications is, you know, in my opinion, quite unethical.
So we hate pharmaceutical companies, for good reason maybe, but we suddenly trust supplement companies? We trust vitamins and the industry that makes them? Okay, so just quick recap. Supplements are the Wild West in the United States. They've been very poorly regulated. The industry's gone wild. They can make these wild claims. And a lot of us are maybe wasting our money and peeing out supplements that we don't need. Is that the scope of the problem here? Just that we're wasting our money and we're being falsely advertised to? Doesn't seem that bad.
We are Mouse, and we're on a mission to create the world's best thin phone cases. For those that hate cases, starting from 1.2mm thin to perfectly complement your phone's natural form, or better reflect your personal style. Super Thin offers protection from everyday drops and scratches, and incredibly strong MagSafe compatibility for ultimate functionality. Designed using exceptionally strong and stiff materials like aramid fiber and partially recycled polycarbonate. We've deliberately incorporated cutouts in the case corners, where cracks usually start, and we've molded all internal corners to be incredibly smooth. This means you get all the same benefits of super thin cases with less chance of your case cracking. Consider design with an uncompromising aesthetic. Mouse. Shop now.
Dealing with a pesky cough and chest congestion? Don't leave relief to chance. Maximum Strength Mucinex DM controls cough and thins and loosens mucus for 12 hours. The #1 cough and cold brand doctors trust. Shop now at Walmart.
That is until you realize that not all supplements are harmless. The law says that supplements should be regulated like food, but they aren't food. There's a lot of complicated work that goes into creating a high-quality, safe supplement. It's a complex process of manufacturing, making sure that the substances are pure, the dosage is correct, and it can go wrong very easily.
23,000 people a year, in fact, go to the emergency room after taking a supplement.
Supplement makers don't have to prove that their products are safe.
It was unbelievable what we found.
False and unsubstantiated claims.
Remember L-tryptophan? Back in like the 80s, people were taking it and they were thinking it was going to help with their insomnia and helping them lose weight, and yet it caused thousands of illnesses and dozens of deaths. One of the big problems with that was likely due to contamination within the supplement, not necessarily the substance itself. A few years ago, there was a supplement that came out that was supposed to regulate blood circulation, but it ended up having lead in it. It caused all sorts of lead poisoning and 2 deaths. A few years later, the FDA seized 300,000 dietary supplements because they had an excessive amount of lead in them. That was from one corporation. The FDA isn't monitoring all of these supplements.
Since he doesn't trade,
scientists are. There's
he
this
is
2018 study
dying.
that found that 92% of the supplements that they studied had bacterial contamination, and 87% had fungal contamination, which can be really damaging for your body. I'm not going to go down a whole like literature review here because there's so much of this. Let's just say there's a lot of instances of supplements being found to be contaminated. Okay, let me just tell you one more example here that it's just such a good example of the abuse of the lack of regulation here. There's this one plant called kratom. I don't know, here in the US, I feel like I see it everywhere in every strip mall. It's like kratom signs. It's made from this evergreen tree leaf, and it's sold in the form of powder and pills and extracts. It sounds totally natural and fresh, and I can see why it's doing so well on the market. But once again, kratom has been linked to hundreds of cases of salmonella poisoning. And there's the fact that it's highly addictive, especially to those who have had opioid addictions, which is, if you haven't heard, a giant problem in our country. It has been deemed to be the cause of death for 91 people who had overdoses in 2016 and 2017, though only 7 of those people were found to only have kratom in their body. There were other drugs in the overdose as well. But what we're saying here is that this can be dangerous stuff. It's not just food, like the law wants it to be. The FDA urged the DEA to classify this as a Schedule 1 drug, which is the classification for heroin. But it's a dietary supplement, just like down the road at the local convenience store. Speaking of drugs, some supplements are kind of just like drugs in disguise.
So what we're really seeing is that in a lot of those cases, they're putting in synthetic drugs, which sometimes are prescription drugs and sometimes are products that are not approved by the FDA.
One study found that over the last decade, more than 750 supplements were illegally spiked with drugs. Only half of them were ever recalled. Wait, why can they do this? Why can they just put drugs, like illegal drugs, into supplements? Because of this law that the industry helped pass in the 90s that says that none of this has to get any approval from the FDA. The FDA only steps in when something goes wrong, when like the damage is already done. So backwards. And these companies can get pretty aggressive. A few years ago, the academics who revealed that these supplement companies were spiking their supplements with illegal drugs got sued by one of these companies, a company called High Tech Pharmaceuticals. The company ended up losing the lawsuit, but what it revealed is that this company had been selling a product that they had been ordered to stop selling, to recall, and they just never did. Like, there's so little oversight happening here. And again, it's a giant industry with a lot of money and a lot of products, and it's an FDA that is very small with very little money and not a lot of authority to do much. And as we mentioned at the very beginning of the video, when researchers went in and just like popped open some of these bottles and studied the pills, they found that a lot of these supplements don't actually have what they say they have. Like, they're a totally different substance. But none of us know because you don't know what calcium tastes like.
Literally, there have been studies that have shown some
What's he
supplements
doing?
have no detectable amount of the thing that it says is supposed to be in there.
No detectable amount. And then we've got good old melatonin. I love melatonin when I need it. That gummy that helps us all get a good night's sleep. But it's not a sleeping pill, right? Because it's like natural.
Melatonin poisonings in children have been on the rise over the past decade.
Well, actually, melatonin is not a vitamin. It is a hormone that you naturally produce. It helps induce sleep. And it's kind of been trending over the last few years, especially among children. Over the past decade, the number of children who have overdosed on melatonin went up 530%, causing kids to experience symptoms like vomiting and diarrhea. A lot of that is because of dosage problems. In some cases, they found that the dose is 50% higher than what was on the label.
The U.S. Food and Drug Administration doesn't have any control of the ingredients or the accuracy of dosage claims.
We talked to one guy who started a Reddit forum because he was taking lion's mane, which is a mushroom supplement, and it was causing a mysterious illness. He thought it was going to give him energy and mental clarity like it says on the bottle, but instead what he experienced was heart palpitations, sleepless nights.
I couldn't sleep for 8 months straight. By
What
that
the fuck?
I say more than 1 or 2 hours a night.
When he started the subreddit, he found thousands of others who reported a whole host of neurological issues, chronic tension headaches, a lack of emotion. One user's husband took his life after not being able to sleep, having constant panic attacks and losing his job over it. He was 43.
I'd been to the hospital about 20 times the first 2 months. I have seen basically every specialist that I could get a hold of, and really nobody could tell me what was going on.
These people come to Reddit because they don't have any answers. They bought a supplement that looked legitimate, promising mental clarity and focus and energy, and had their lives completely changed. That's because our government failed. We have a government to protect us against exactly these types of things. But instead, people are turning to Reddit to find answers. To me, this is the most atrocious version of supplements. We actually reached out to the FDA as a part of this story to understand, like, what's the deal? Why is it like this? And they responded, and we scheduled an interview. We were going to discuss dietary supplements and regulation in the United States, but then the day before the interview, they canceled our meeting and then just ghosted us. Luckily, we have clips of former FDA commissioners talking about this, and they all seem to agree that this is a problem of authority and resources.
Well, the FDA
Now I got
never
a 6.
regulates this industry.
We tried.
Have you been trying to get rid of your expensive electric bill, but it keeps coming back higher than it was before?
7.
There are better ways to get rid of it than this.
6 trade. Next.
There's an easier way to get rid of that electric bill that's costing you more and more each month. Solar panels with Pure Light Power. We have helped thousands of homeowners install solar, eliminate their electric bill, and lock in their
Hopefully he doesn't get a trend trade right here. What did he get? 8 trade.
So, what can be done here? Well, luckily we live in a system where we can make change by changing laws. Like in the 90s, we almost did this. If the Congress had given the FDA more power, we would have stricter punishments for supplement companies who break the rules. We would have better rules around what they can sell and what claims they can make.
We should at least be able to agree that all the companies should have to prove that they don't have bacterial or fungal contamination, that they don't have heavy metals, that they're not containing prescription drugs, and that they do contain the product in the dose that's specified in the pills that they're putting on their label.
I would like purity and that people know what they're getting. I mean, we owe it to consumers at the very least that if you're going to choose to buy it, you should at least know what you're getting. That seems like the bare minimum, and right now that's not the case.
The experts we talked to don't think that supplements should be regulated like drugs. I think that makes sense. But they agree that we should start with giving the FDA the authority and the resources it needs to monitor supplements so we know what's actually in them, so that we're not trusting the honor system of for-profit companies to obey the rules and to actually put
what do I
in
got
these
here?
supplements what they say is in these supplements. This would mean the FDA going and conducting spot checks more often and more aggressively to make sure that this stuff is correct and that it's being manufactured in a clean way, free of contamination. Congress has recently considered a bill that would help with this, including trying to create a database of all the supplements so that the FDA at least knows what's on the market. But of course, the supplement lobby's not going to stand back. They spend over $2 million a year on lobbying, making sure that things stay the way they are. They make a lot of money off it. So if you are one of the many millions who take a bunch of supplements and are not sure if they're spiked with weird stuff or if you even need them, what do? And the answer is go get your blood tested and just see if you're deficient in anything, if you actually need a dietary supplement. And even if your blood test comes back and you don't need anything, I believe that people should be able to consume whatever they want, even if it's not scientifically proven. You know your body. You should be able to take whatever vitamin or mineral you feel is working for you. I just think that when you have a for-profit industry that is free to mislead and deceive and prey on consumers, you get a bunch of bad situations like the ones we've talked about here. So until the government steps in to help us navigate this, we're kind of on our own. I'm gonna put some links in the description to third-party websites that you can go to look up your supplements, the specific supplements, and see if they've passed a high quality standard to know if at least you're getting what it says on the bottle. So that's where we're at with supplements. We're here waiting for transparency and accountability, and above all, waiting for the regard of others' well-being over the interests of an industry that seems to care more about profit than about our health.
Attack base, intern.
Thanks for watching the video, everyone. Thank you, Copilot, for sponsoring.
He might be able to win right here.
That people are 9 times more likely.
Damn, and then I just get an 8 trade anyways.
They're actually accountable to a human being that checks in with me, that
sucks.
How it's going. That makes all of the difference. There's a link in my description. It gives you.
That really sucks. Maybe I can get something else after this next trade, though. All right, here we go. And he gets a 9, and then what? Ah, fuck. I don't get any trades either. And if I did, it's a shit trade. Damn it. That fucking sucks ass. Let's see what the expert. Damn, he was just an intermittent too. I just didn't have enough cards to get him. Do one more game and then I'm done.
14 days for free with your own personal health and fitness coach. So you can try it out for free, see if it works, and cancel if it doesn't work.
Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader. A new CRPG set in the...
In 2016, the top career choices for kids was veterinarian, teacher, and astronaut. By 2019, it was YouTubers and streamers.
Want some drama? Let's make some drama!
Alright, what am I, green? Alright, now at least I can see what... I'm going to either go into North America I want them to go into want them to go into South America. That's what I'm hoping on. I'm hoping that... What the fuck? I'm hoping that yellow moves down and into here. Then red moves down into here. Yep. That is what's happening. Yep.
I got a big piece. It could hurt you a lot. There's an entire generation of kids who grew up with these clowns as their heroes. Clout goblins. And here's the bitter truth. This new generation is somehow worse. More clout hungry. More degenerate.
Subscribe my OnlyFans right now. Corinne is a whole.
Yeah, no, this kid is a fucking twat.
I'm doubling down with that.
And downright cringe.
Lee, this is bad, right? Lee don't give a he's just horny, chat.
Alright, I need you to empty some of those.
Sometimes I like Neon, but other times I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Like, he just acts like a douche sometimes.
What is this? I don't know.
Empty them into my hand.
Huh?
Empty some of them in my hand. Oh, that's good. Alright, we're going to see which one goes higher. In 3, 2... That one won. Stop. Stop. Clean up on aisle 12.
What the fuck is that? I thought it was supposed to explode.
No, these... I was really
Who
hoping
is
that,
this guy,
I just want to
though?
see which one went higher.
God, these guys are lame.
Dying inside, and all I see are demons.
These kids are growing up with the dream of being YouTubers, and some are willing to sacrifice everything to get there. If it means humiliating your girlfriend in front of thousands of people, cool.
This is how women move. Women extract resources from men. A woman's biggest power is being able to know that she has more knowledge than her guy. Neon doesn't know his worth, which you're exploiting right now.
No, I try to help him see that.
If he knows his worth, he would never take you seriously. That is true, actually. Perfect. You would be a side chick. Only. DM to dick. That's it. Nothing serious. Free watches. Free watches. Did she ever give you anything nice and expensive like that prior to our talk?
No.
Yeah.
I'm just being honest. I'm not like.
That's fine.
So think about that for a second. Anytime I've ever seen a girl gift a guy something nice and expensive, she f***ed up immensely.
Yeah, bro, just leave her out to dry while you say absolutely nothing. Or taking up police resources so you can plug your stream as much as...
Well, I mean, she did have an OnlyFans. So, like...
as possible.
Let's flip a coin. Let's ask Siri. Let's ask Siri.
Is this your house?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you want to do? We're not here to play games.
Flip a coin.
Or maybe the most infuriating, being annoying in front of everyday people, and then when you're confronted, hide behind your security guards.
Where we at?
What? Little Prompt, what you gonna do? What you gonna do, Little Prompt?
This makes me irrationally angry. The subjects of today's video are Jack Doherty and Neon. They are both 19 years old and they use that as a shield constantly.
I'm a little kid, and it gets in my head some shit, bro.
I'm 19, motherfucker, 11 years
No weird shit, gang. You was a cornball.
They both act like they're really cool, but one looks like Minecraft Steve and the other one is Neon. Both of these guys always aim to be YouTubers. There's footage of them from when they're 13 years old hustling. To this day, Jack's most popular video is I flipped all of these. He's already got the YouTube thumbnail face down at 13. Now, I think these old videos from Jack are actually pretty cool. Like, showing his work ethic, him building a skill set, and him putting himself out there in these uncomfortable situations. When he was 13, he challenged girls to kiss him if he did a backflip. It's a cute video.
So if I do a backflip, she has to give me a quick kiss on the cheek. Your cheek has the balls to go up to a girl. Yeah. Yeah. You gotta give him. It's like kudos. It's like he's got the chops.
By the way, these videos have 10 and 29 million views respectively. But as the years passed, it would turn into him bothering Walmart employees, breaking balls,
what happened
making
there?
a mess, and then playing victim when he gets kicked out.
Look at that. He just like 3 balls on the bottom. Look at that.
Yo, I need you to get out the store.
What?
I need you to get out the store.
Oh, sorry. I was just playing around. Off the chain.
You need to get out the store.
Can we stop and we'll just buy something?
You need to get out the store.
Okay.
Don't take pictures of me. I'll break your camera.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will.
I doubt it. I'm 15. You'll go to jail.
I don't care if you're 15.
You'll go to jail.
You respect me.
All right, and you respect. Oh, hey! Ricky! Ricky! Ricky!
So I just want to say at this point, I did have the right to freak out because as you will see later on, he put his hands around my neck. You can see the marks. He scratched me. He even punched me in the stomach trying to reach for my camera, trying to like get me to let it go. And keep in mind, he's like probably 40 years old at least, maybe even 50. And he's punching a 15-year-old, choking him and stuff.
So Jack just framed it as if he got choked out by a Walmart employee. Despite what Jack just said, there is no footage of that happening.
I thought I was already having an alliance with that guy.
Don't record me. No, give me my camera back. Okay, don't, no, that's a $1,000 camera.
Huh? Wait, what the fuck? What happened?
Otherwise, I will call the police. Give me my camera.
Where are the choke marks, Jack?
Give me my camera.
You don't record me.
I was not recording you.
Yes, you were.
It was not going.
Yes, it was. Jack is just lying. This video is from 2019. Jack is 15 years old here, but I would argue that he hasn't matured
What the fuck happened?
His videos would borderline
I'm so
become
confused.
dangerous. He would rent a U-Haul, turn the back into a slip and slide.
Did I
and then
unaccidentally
ride it
bot
around,
out?
knocking himself out.
Punk Bros did this and there was mattresses in here. We have no mattresses.
Yeah, that sounds smart.
What happened to my...
Stop!
Who could have seen that coming? This is why he has a square
What
face.
the fuck?
This would lead to Jack doing the best grift possible in 2020, and that would be going on Dr. Phil. Really, this episode is Dr. Phil telling Jack that he's wasting the police time with his pranks.
Wait, what? I am so fucking confused. It's like back to where the fucking map started. What the fuck happened? What the fuck? Did the game restart? Am I tripping? What the fuck? Huh.
The craziest kid in the world. So I've kind of gotten into the trouble with the police, but usually it's just a slap on the wrist.
What, he was on Dr. Phil?
Last month I did a video where I went walking around drinking fake beer and I pranked the cops that I was drunk. My stomach hurts. I'm gonna puke so bad.
Maybe you shouldn't be drinking beer.
The police handcuffed me, threw me in the back of a cop car, and detained me for over an hour. Looking back on it, it was extremely worth it because I got a great video and never went to jail.
You see any problem with that?
It's not a problem with that. I just thought it was a good opportunity for the prank because they weren't really doing anything. They were just in a circle talking.
That's 7 cops talking to you, and there may be somebody getting mugged or raped or something 10 blocks over, and they don't have police protection because you're scamming 7 cops over here, and so there's not police coverage somewhere else because they're jacking with.
Well, I mean, and they were just talking in a circle, like nothing was going on.
Well, you don't know that.
In there
When you
for a
absorb
while.
resources, then others are deprived of those resources, is my point.
But the real meat of the video is Jack's obsession with fame, willing to push the boundaries as far as possible.
When God gives you these opportunities, take them, milk out of them, and just rile her up as much as possible, and little does she know she's giving me what I want.
This was about 2 years ago, and Jack has only gotten worse. His new grift is to start fights with random people and then hide behind his bodyguard.
That is pretty fucking stupid. That's some pussy shit, bro.
Great grandchildren will think.
What? Little prom, what you gonna do? What you gonna do?
This is a resort. People are trying to chill and relax.
You know my dad owns this place, right?
No, you're the clown.
You didn't have to say anything.
That came in. I don't want to be filmed.
Okay, well, keep your hands down.
Sometimes
Honestly, the bodyguard's kind of a piece of shit too. Like, what the fuck?
to legitimate assault.
So don't be throwing that.
Man, listen, bro. What we doing, bro?
Oh yeah, I seen this clip where he just fucking lays this guy out.
What are we doing? Why are you here?
Hold on. What we doing?
Yeah.
The security does.
Wait, chill. No. Yo, just back up. Just stop.
I'm just saying, y'all say
Yo, just stop. Tell him stop. Tell him stop. Oh, fuck.
We'll touch back on this later. The only time I've seen Jack apologize for anything is when he was on Dr. Phil, and Dr. Phil was roasting him for bothering his neighbor.
Have you ever apologized to Rachel?
I'm 100% willing to apologize to her right now. Rachel, I am sorry for riding my dirt bike by her house, but I also could have posted her face on the internet also because I wasn't on her property or anything like
Okay,
that.
I'm looking for the apology in there.
Jack immediately tries to turn his
Well, I mean, riding his dirt bike by someone's house. I guess I don't know what the context is, but that doesn't sound that bad.
apology into a YouTube video.
Rachel, could I bring Jack to your house one day to apologize?
Yeah, I'm down. I'll bring you a gift basket and some toys for your kids. How about that?
That I'd like to do.
Yeah, I'll take them on a shopping spree.
It's not about.
I'm not saying it's about you guys are just constantly trying to. I'm trying to be nice.
It's about being genuine.
Oh my God, I'm being attacked for everything, I feel like.
His dad would buy a gift basket for Jack to give to her, and Jack would turn it into content as well as a segment for Dr. Phil. Kind of proving everything he said about Jack was true.
Basically, Dr. Phil wants me to apologize to Karen. I tried apologizing to her, as you guys saw over the phone. It was just very complicated, because I feel like I don't have to apologize. I'm just doing this to make Dr. Phil happy, and, you know, free publicity for me. I'm doing this to make Dr. Phil happy, not because I really want to apologize to her. You know, I really don't. I don't really care.
Then don't apologize. The secondhand embarrassment I get from watching him is insane.
There she is, boys. Hello, how are you? We got a present for you.
You got your gift basket to apologize.
All right, Dr. Phil, we got the gift basket and the sorry note.
Thank you so much, Jack.
I'm sorry, and have a blessed day.
It's not a genuine gift. It never is with him. It always has to be content. It's content brain rot. In a gift basket, everyone knows if you want to get a quality gift, you get a Ridge wallet. The holidays are here, and I'm sure we all still have someone on our list that is a pain to buy gifts for. Well, let me introduce you to Ridge. Ridge is a slim, slick, durable wallet made out of quality materials. Thank you, Ridge, for sponsoring this video. So where were we? Oh yeah, how Jack is somehow worse today than when he was a kid. But this video isn't just about Jack. It's about how social media fame stunts these kids' growth permanently. And Neon is also an amazing case study for this. Neon was an NBA 2K gaming YouTuber who struggled to pass 1,000 views a video. So Neon's solution to this is to fake having cancer. It was an all-text video uploaded by Neon's brother saying he was in critical condition. He'd follow this up with a video titled Neon's Final Words, which remember, he was in critical condition just 2 days earlier.
You guys can still see me for a little bit until like you know, if the surgery doesn't go well, because if the surgery does not go well, I'll bleed out to death. And if that happens,
let's see if there's any.
That's what's gonna happen.
Oh no, that's terrible. His next video would be
How old was he when he did this?
He bled out to death from cancer. Rip Neon, 2004 to 2019. But wait, the final captivating video in this series is I'm Alive. It's a miracle.
I was gonna get surgery on it. I got surgery on it, and the options when I got the surgery was either I was gonna bleed out to death or I was gonna survive. It was like a 50-50. So it was just a really emotional time, and I wasn't posting any videos or anything. So the surgery was 2 days ago. I've been resting, relaxing, the past 2 days.
Now these videos were huge, getting nearly 1 million views. And much like Jack's early videos, they really aren't that big of a deal. It's just dumb kid stuff, but they were consistently rewarded for their poor behavior. Views above all.
We got 400 viewers! We got 400 viewers! Oh my god! 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 Oh my god!
How is he making that? He's contested.
Yo, but like Senator, I'm so sorry. I'm selling your record right now. Oh my god. Oh my god. I need to tell my mom. I'll be back. I'm telling my mom. I'm so happy.
So now as adults, they've turned into
that
the worst,
seems
most annoying
cute.
people.
I knocked James out with one punch. Yep, he had a knuckle sandwich for lunch.
Neon's brand would become just like Jack's, being the biggest japper.
I don't know who in their right mind is you, first off. Second off, if I wanted to, I could easily your bitch and I put that on my mother's life. Wallahi. You.
I mean, that's kind of funny. He's talking about fucking Adam 22. That's just funny. Bro, what the fuck is going on with this game? Well, those two are out.
I don't think you got it in you.
Yeah, I don't got it in me. I will beat your ass, bro.
At some point, he finally got confronted by another YouTuber for talking all this trash and was forced to upload this embarrassing video.
I'm a bitch. I'm not who I say I'm on the internet. I'll never step foot in Chicago or O-Block ever again. Trey is my father. I am Trey's bitch. Trey runs me. Everyone go sub to Trey from the 01 YouTube.
Who the
My
fuck
mom's
is
a bitch,
Trey?
My dad's a bitch. I'm a bitch. Everyone in
Wait,
my
why
family
is he
a bitch.
doing this?
And I'm sorry to everyone who I've offended on the internet. I'm not who I say I am. I'm not a gangster.
I'm not a
hood.
gangster. Well, everyone
Yeah,
knows
I
that
know.
he's not
I'm
a
not about
gangster. What the fuck?
I'm sorry, guys.
I mean, this is just a teenager,
Trey's
though.
Is that good?
So would Neon finally learn his lesson and tone it back? No, of course not, because he would get jumped again for the same thing just this past year. Neon has really blown up
Ooh.
from being an Aiden Ross orbiter. He's brought on to be a clown. His most viral clip was with Andrew Tate.
I have a question. Did you actually do it, bro?
No.
Neon. Huh.
What the f?
I'm just making
Okay.
sure, bro.
You know
Damn.
he didn't though, bro. You know he didn't. And you.
I know.
Will you do something for me or not, Aiden?
Okay, Macau, can you come with me, bro? You're my best friend. We have to go to
Yes,
Chile.
I'll come with you. I got you. Are there bad? Are there bad bitches there?
I don't know. I don't know if there are. I don't know if you'll be able to find them or if they'll talk to you. The point is, Aiden said he'd
You
do
know who
something
the
for
f I am?
me. No, I don't. I'm sorry.
So you're telling me a girl will fuck bald ass over me?
Is that SpongeBob on your T-shirt?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Alright, take my
Why
inhaler.
am I talking to these
Freaking
children?
the fuck up. I gotta take my inhaler.
You gotta take
Okay, you take your inhaler, G. That'll turn the girls on. Right, Aiden. While he's busy with his inhaler because he can't seem to handle air without assistance, you tell me if you're gonna do something for me like you promised you would, or if you're simply lying.
Look, they're all friends. It's all in good fun, but he can't turn it off. He does this to complete strangers.
I want a black haircut. What's a good haircut, bro?
Fuck is a black haircut?
Typical like hood rat, drug dealer haircut.
Listen, Haji. Don't get up in here. So what the black haircut?
I'm about to say the word. I don't give a shit, bro. I'm about to say the word.
Your ass.
Good little.
Well, take this shit.
I'm about to say the word. What the fuck?
What do you get the man who says he wants nothing for Christmas? Well, this weird new tool is quickly becoming the most popular gift of 2023. It replaces up to 90% of your tools, eliminating the hassle of owning a heavy toolbox by combining everything into one. My wife got me one for Christmas, and at first, I thought it looked kind of crazy. But after using it just one time, I could not believe the results. It's ended up being the most useful gift I've ever received. That's because Super Socket is a new tool that replaces over 100 tools. So instead of carrying around an entire toolbox, I can just carry this and get the exact same result. I mean, even if you don't use tools, Wouldn't it be nice to know that you'll never need to worry about having them? Because once you have a super socket, you've got over 100 fasteners in one. All you've got to do is pop it on any wrench or power drill to instantly grip any size, nut, bolt, or screw. Before I explain how it works, I wanted to let you know that it's on sale today, and you can get one by clicking the button below. The secret is its revolutionary design. It has these spring-loaded stainless steel rods that automatically adjust to grip different shapes. It was brought to market by an innovative new tool company called Superbrand Tools. It was their mission to do the opposite of the big tool giants. Instead of forcing customers to buy hundreds of different tool sizes, they set out on a mission to create one tool that could do it all, and they succeeded. For the first time in a century, a new type of wrench was born. The product spread by word of mouth in the home improvement community, but with the rise of TikTok...
What's that?
Oh my god.
Come on, that, bro.
I was kidding, bro.
Alright. Say it again, bro.
He's done this to people who are gang members, mockingly throwing up gang signs, leading to him getting jumped again.
Hey, look whose shoes we got. Got his ass lacking. Come on, bro. Got his...
I mean, that's kind of funny. If he could defend himself, it would be a lot better. Because, like, mockingly throwing up gang signs is pretty fucking funny.
His ass lacking.
Like, if he actually knew how to defend himself, then it would be pretty funny, I guess.
Hey, what size y'all want? Look at this shirt. Ripped all type of stuff, boy. You know not to come around here talking like that. Yeah. Hey, hey. Oh, we on his ass. Come on, bro. Take his glasses off. How much they gonna sell for? Come on, bro. YouTube money. We taking all of that. Hey, and we keeping your phone, boy. We taking the video right on your phone.
I'm not playing with you, say it.
Yeah, you a Come on, bro.
Neon would learn his lesson this time, but not by changing his ways. He would simply hire security to hide behind. This guy named Derek pressed Neon because Neon kept calling him gay.
If you're that mad about me, go. If you're that mad about me, Tony, you want go. Oh, you got security. Exactly. Not touching if you have security. I love this, man.
This would only embolden Neon to keep making fun of gangs, putting his entire team in danger. He was getting warning videos telling him to leave LA.
Hey, it's a PSA. Any say the homies and what they stand for, that ain't no gangbanger. We ain't respecting it. On the hood, Neon. On 6 you see what happened after you dissed the homie, man. On the dead homies, boy. Stop playing with the set. Stop playing with...
I'm not playing with you, say it.
Yeah, you a Come on, bro.
Neon would learn his lesson this time, but not by changing his ways. He would simply hire security to hide behind. This guy named Derek pressed Neon because Neon kept calling him gay.
If you're that mad about me, go. If you're that mad about me, Tony, you want go. Oh, you got security. Exactly. Not touching if you have security. I love this, man.
This would only embolden Neon to keep making fun of gangs, putting his entire team in danger. He was getting warning videos telling him to leave LA.
Hey, it's a PSA. Any say the homies and what they stand for, that ain't no gangbanger. We ain't respecting it. On the hood, Neon. On 6 you see what happened after you dissed the homie, man. On the dead homies, boy. Stop playing with the set. Stop playing with the neighborhood, period. Cuz ain't from 60th Street, from 55th Street. That's right down the street. Same fingers, though. Dead homies, cuz. You talking about cuz of what he stands for.
Why wouldn't he
and
play?
all that. You see how niggas get up on you later on. Nigga. Stop playing, nigga. Call Adam by 12 noon. If you don't call Adam by 12 noon, we on your ass. On 6 we giving you eviction notice. Don't be late.
His team would then get stream sniped and jumped while going to a party.
Like, the company's well known. What the
I did see this. I thought that this was fake, though.
Close the f***ing door. Close the f***ing door. Close the f***ing door. Lock the f***ing door. Lock the f***ing door. What the f*** was that? What the f*** was that, Mikhail? Mikhail, what the f*** was that?
Neon was in the car, so he was fine, but the cameras from the Airbnb would show his team getting absolutely mugged.
Neon!
Kane, Neon's manager, would then message everyone saying that they're fired for letting him get beat up all alone. Lee fired. John fired. Good guys, but done working for us. Woo/Moo, you looked out for yourself in that situation, not your team, not your brothers, but did your own thing. I don't care if it's fight or flight. Save the excuses. Bro, you're mad at the wrong guy. Neon's the reason this happens because he doesn't shut his mouth. People can say I'm victim blaming all they want, but he's literally starting beef with gang members. But at a certain point, talk shit, get hit. Neon's not sitting there trying to give constructive criticism or documenting anything. He's just being disrespectful. And now he's being threatened not to come to New York.
I know people from New York who are really like, for me, and they told me, yo, if Neon comes to New York, like, it's actually gonna be bad. And then telling them, not them, but there's one person I specifically know, but like telling him like, yeah, he's a troll like that, this and that. I'm like, and I'm telling him, I'm like, bro, I promise you nothing's gonna happen. He's gonna have a security guard. He's telling me, bro, I'm not gonna give a f about security, none of that shit. I swear, yo, chat on my mom, like on some real shit, like on my mom's life. On my mom's life.
During Fousey's last manic episode, he got crazy into God, to the point where he would cry while praying.
Ya Allah, I'm gonna do.
Bro, I cry while praying.
Better
That's
now.
nothing bad about it. Nothing wrong with that.
What I used to do anymore, Ya Allah. I will not be in clubs living, Ya Allah. I will not be talking to disgusting
I mean,
women.
although
Yeah,
he's
super virtuous. Point is, this is common for people going through a manic episode, and Neon's response is to pick at Fousey's religion, baiting a reaction.
Stop looking at me like that, bro. No, you honestly need to get your ass kicked. Those people in the park should have beat your fucking ass. You haven't got your ass kicked yet. I got my ass kicked by Slim and Deji.
Deserve and deserve.
No wonder.
I've seen 10 people in ISIS named Yusuf.
That's a prophet's name, you fucking stupid
No, it's
idiot.
not.
Yes, it is. Prophet Yusuf, sallallahu alaihi. That's a prophet's name, you dumbass.
He loves this.
I need security on God. Because if I had a security guard right there, you were not doing that. I swear to
Yeah,
God.
because you're a pussy and you need security to be able to talk shit, just like you do behind
You
the
do
internet.
too, look.
You have Twitter fingers.
Yo, can you go like 20 feet away out of the ninja for 2 seconds?
And look how quick he does it. Yo, this is crazy, bro. This is fucking crazy.
What's funny is he actually would end up getting security.
You let words get to your head, bro.
No,
It's
'cause
fucking
words matter.
No, they don't.
Yes, they
Actions
do.
matter. If I punch you in the face, then it's bad.
Neon, the you say behind your computer, your keyboard, where you feel safe, you're gonna get your ass beat when a real one comes up to you.
Still waiting for the day. Still waiting for the day. It's never gonna happen, I promise you.
All I know is when that day finally comes, Neon will not be able to defend himself.
Get on your hands and knees. Get on your hands and knees. Get on your hands
You
and knees.
Arabian psychopath. Take it, bro. Oh my God.
Why is he attacking so much? I'm so
Just come here,
Oh, what a douche. He opened up that guy's 9 to come to me. That's what he did. Oh.
I respect him.
Oh, that.
But at the same time,
Yeah, that's what he did. Smart.
One day he's gonna talk to the wrong one like that.
Fuck it.
Yeah,
Oh.
he's dead.
That was honestly pretty smart of him.
Neon's problem
Wow.
is that he talks too much.
I did
Jack's
not
problem is
expect
that. He's a complete
that.
degenerate. He sold his soul to the internet. He will go to parties and just film drunk, passed out women.
But hey, follow me on Kick, guys. It's been a lit stream so far. We're at. So, David, yo, hey, are you good?
No, okay, shut the f up.
Whoa.
Are
My
you
feelings.
taking content? Are you taking content?
We're taking content. We're
Oh
taking
my god,
content.
you're taking. Shut the f up. This is my bitch. She's good.
Hey, chat, what do we think about her? Let's show her what you guys say.
Excuse me, are you gonna feed her some water? Because why are you taking content
Not
with
after
my
that
friend?
fucking app.
Stop.
Look, hey, yo,
Really
watch.
stop.
This is what they're saying.
That was smart of him.
Oh my god, that's
But
so cute. Stop.
douche move.
Look, watch.
Oh,
Here we go,
Andy.
see what- thank you.
Oh, man, I should have known.
Why are you live streaming this? You're an asshole. Go away.
Am I?
Yes, you're
Hey,
not.
you want water?
How are you? Are you 19?
Oh, now I have to
Go
come in and
away.
fucking get you.
You're so far.
I'm giving her my water.
Why are
I'm
you
up
taking videos? Why are you taking
You're right. I'm
videos
only
of
doing
her
it for the
drunk?
video.
You
I just,
asshole, go away.
I just want to look good now after that. No, I'm kidding. Fuck you, bitch. You know, fucking first thing she said to me was, I'm 12, you're hey, wow, good.
It's just
Yeah, you guys cry. Go, oh no, no, you hurt my feelings.
It's just don't film somebody when she's drunk. That's
I
all.
get that.
Just because I don't want her to see that the next day and be like embarrassed. You know, like that's all.
How many of y'all gonna say the same fucking thing, huh? No, I'm kidding. No, because you guys all want to pitch in because you're girls, and you guys don't know what to do besides be in drama. Have a good day.
There we go.
I get like the whole like thing, but just like do you know?
They want to end up on a good note. Hey, have a good night. Get right. Attitude assholes.
Jack, they're right. How are you the victim?
Corinna's a whore. I'm doubling down. F that bitch.
I don't know how Jack's calling anyone a whore. He literally does OnlyFans himself. He's
What? A dude
How's this
doing
dude's doing-
OnlyFans? That's fucking cringe, bro. Oh, fuck you. Yeah, bitch. Fuck off. Alright. He's gonna try to run through me. Fuck. Bro. Oh, now he's gonna connect. Move that up to there. I don't know. Fuck. Alright. What a douche. Fuck, bro. They are teaming up on me. Fuck, I don't get a 10 trade either. Ooh, he's gonna come down, hit me right there, and then... Oh, no. actually, wait. Ah. Shit. I ain't getting any good
A
trade.
bunch of gay guys, but whatever. Jack and his crew would find Corinna again and go up to her. Her friends would then confront Jack.
I said, Corinna call? What did I say? I don't know. She said you was talking.
How?
I don't know.
On
She
live
said
stream.
I don't know. Did you say something?
Go look at my live stream.
I don't, baby. I don't got your live stream pulled
Then I'm
up,
sorry,
man.
you'll never know.
You called her a... Damn!
And then I said, I was like, wait, we got a lot of... I heard! That's what I heard!
So then Jack's security guard gets involved and it just escalates.
Are you here?
Hold on. What we doing?
Yeah!
What we doing?
Hey, what are we doing? Hey, yo! What are you fighting? Us 2 versus you 2. All right, go. I'm running.
Jack then lies to Corinna about calling her a whore.
Are you mad at me?
Why does he
Wait,
have
now you
this
wanna talk.
position
Talk
right
about me
here? I
then.
don't
Wait,
understand this.
I don't
It's not about that. But just because I'm at a party and I don't want to talk to you, you say that I'm just an OnlyFans whore.
That's not what it was.
That's literally what it was.
Okay, wait.
I literally got sent a clip in the middle of a party.
Oh, really?
I just because I'm at a party.
W Clippers.
No, I'm at a party. I don't want to be on a street.
And when Corinna's friend tells Jack's security to walk away, he gets mad and sucker punches the guy.
Yo, wait, chill. No. Yo, just back up. Just stop.
I'm just saying, y'all say
Yo,
you
just
won't
stop. Tell him stop. Tell him stop.
Oh, fuck.
What's up?
Oh, no, yo, stop.
No, I'm with you. Are you?
Hey, what's up? Hey, one by one, what's up?
Why is Jack bringing a guy around that he knows will do this?
Just stop. Tell him stop. Tell him stop.
Now this is completely out of pocket from Jack's security, but Jack couldn't be happier. It's great content that they just assaulted this guy. Remember, subscribe. This is crazy.
Oh my God. Holy guys. Everyone follow me on Kick. What the just happened?
Jack acts like he's invincible because his security will bail him out of everything. He walks around the mall like a goblin, getting in people's faces.
Are you going to let the greedy heating companies and their crazy high prices decide if your family is allowed to stay warm this winter? Here's how a former NASA engineer from Michigan is taking on the billion-dollar heating industry with an invention that's helping families around the country stay warm inside this winter without having to pay for expensive heating or buy dangerous space heaters. Picture this. A major blizzard has just ripped through the region, with feet after feet of heavy snowfall leaving local residents stranded in their homes. The central heating system in the house of your disabled elderly parents stopped working 3 days ago, leaving them without any source of heat and no service company able to help them. That's the situation the former NASA engineer and husband from Michigan was facing. Today, that same man is destroying the billion-dollar heating industry and helping families around the country by building a device smaller than a smartphone that can heat any room to over 80 degrees Fahrenheit in less than 80 seconds. Steve designed the invention after a region-wide blizzard left him, his wife, and elderly parents without central heating in the dead of winter. With temperatures in the unbearably cold house reaching 35 degrees and no sign of when snow crews would clear the roads for the heating company to send a technician, Steve was worried for his parents' well-being. So he took matters into his own hands. As a former NASA engineer who worked on rapid heating systems to keep astronauts from freezing to death while in space, Steve reverse engineered the existing heating unit in his house using the same ultra-efficient ceramic heating technology. He built a more efficient heating device that, when plugged directly into any home outlet, immediately heats up the ceramic heating unit and blows the resulting hot air for up to 12 hours at a time. When he plugged in the small device, temperatures in the freezing cold living room jumped from 34 to 85 degrees in less than 90 seconds. Amazed at the results, Steve put the device through controlled testing a few days later. Unlike central heating, which on average takes more than 30 minutes, uses tons of power and burns through hundreds a month in the winter, the small and lightweight design of Steve's wall heater allowed the device to heat up the room by 50 degrees in about 80 seconds, run for over 12 hours, and cost just pennies per day. It didn't take long for Steve to begin receiving calls from heating companies wanting to license his invention. Worried that they would inflate prices of his invention to take advantage of homeowners, Steve decided to instead partner up with independent engineers and co-workers he trusted. Together, they perfected the prototype and made it ready for mass production.
Man, I thought I was gonna lose that one since I was getting ganged up on like that for a second.
Little prop, what you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Dude, he's so
What a
tough.
fuck it-
Just recently went to the mall and was
He looked like a little kid doing that, bro. Like, what the fuck? There we go.
Recording. Jack did it. So mall security asked him to leave, and in return, his security was about to fight the guard.
Guys, he called about are over there. They're over there. No, they're over there.
I'm just telling you, you're not allowed to do this on mall property.
Oh. But I think the guys that aren't allowed to do it on mall property are over there.
No. I'm talking
Red was a master.
Put your stuff
Bro,
on.
he
Okay.
was playing.
We'll leave. Thank
That's
you so much.
surprising
I'm
how
sorry.
Red was a
Put it on.
master.
Oh, yeah, we'll take a picture.
These are guys. I tried to talk to them.
Thank you.
No problem. Look, sir, the kids love me. Let me be, please.
Listen to me, man. Listen to me.
Okay, yeah.
I'm gonna ask you one more time. I'm gonna ask you one more time.
I said we were leaving.
Okay, I'm gonna follow you.
We're leaving, bro. Like, relax. We're gonna talk.
Get that shit out of my face.
Or-
Get out of my face.
Or what? Okay. Well,
That.
so give it back. Watch out.
You're gonna take your stuff. You're gonna touch him. I didn't touch him. No, yes you did. I didn't touch him. We're doing the same job. You don't touch him. I took the mic because he put it in my face.
I didn't put it in your face.
Yes, you did. Why is your boy pressing this old man? You have to be socially stunted. Jack's favorite move is hiding behind a security, saying he wants to fight while not actually wanting to fight.
You want to do this? We'll do it the right way. Let's do it. Let's go. Come on, I'll fight
Bro.
right now. Come on. Where are the gloves? Let's
With
fight.
the island boys, bro.
I already fought you.
The
No,
fuck?
he did not. I'm sitting here like, are you guys gonna fight or not? Because nothing is happening.
I'll beat his ass when we all know it. Literally, we're about to.
Fight with the gloves.
So his box, he doesn't want to. He's a bitch.
With the gloves.
He knows he'll get rocked.
Let's do it. Fight with
You
the
know
gloves.
you'll get rocked.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
Jack,
Alright,
he's
what's the
agreed
plan
like 50
here?
times. Go get the gloves.
North
Jack
America?
then comes up with an excuse for why he
That's what
can't
it looks
box.
like. North America.
We're going to Miami. We're boxing another day. The next stream is going to be me boxing this motherfucker. Yeah, we're not doing it tonight. There's no reason to do it tonight.
Is this guy going into?
He has to say sorry for
Alright,
spitting
I
on
am
us. He
going
spit on us
to
like 7
send
times. I'm not
him
taking that. You can get the fuck
an
out. I'm not gonna spit
alliance.
on again.
Imagine being this
Make
pressed by an
alliance.
island boy.
Let's box. I'm going to box you again. You just don't. You just want to do sneak shit. That's what you're trying to get in my house for.
He's trying to box you. You're the one saying no. Jack is getting grilled by his chat, so now he has to go outside. But he only gets close when his security is in the way. So the island boy says screw it and hits Jack anyway. And then Jack starts crying. This man's holding back tears. Jack's response is then to get mad at everyone else for not protecting him.
Told you guys he won't fight me fair, and all you guys try to say all this shit. You guys are like, none of you guys listen to what I had to say. Someone came up to me and was like, he's gonna sneak you, and all you guys were saying all this bullshit that he's not gonna do it. And look, everyone just tried to sneak.
He flew.
L security. L security.
Why is he so
You
fucking
guys only get it twice, bro. Y'all are.
Let me get these on my
See, this guy knows how it works.
Oh my God.
He understands.
Are you
You too, bro. What did I do? I literally told you.
Oh my God.
This is the dream job kids want. Not to be a veterinarian, not to be an astronaut, it's to be Jack Doherty. Jack's other favorite self-defense strategy is saying, I'm only 19. Look how much older you are than me. You are really old.
I'm 19. You're trying so hard. You're 25. You're. If I was you, you've been calling me bitch shit all night. I ain't calling you no bitch not one time. Bro, you know this guy 25.
Bro, you're 19. You're a fucking adult. If you're gonna fuck with people, you're an adult, bro.
I'm 25. I'm 25. I never have to work a day in my life, but he's just getting started. But it's okay. That's why he's so mad at me. Win. I win every fight. You might win against me, right? If you were to be physical, because he's fucking 12 years older than me and weighs way more than me. Duh. 25 years old.
I'm young. I'm allowed to be a retard. Jack's camera guy then pulls this drug addict off him while they were wrestling, and Jack...
That's like basically exactly what iDubbbz said about Leafy.
pushes him into a girl.
You drug him. What? You're fentanyl, you fat. Yo, give him
I should have attacked this so he can't move any more troops.
So then Jack tries kicking him out, saying he hit her.
Guys, get out. Get out. This is my room. Bro, yeah, you just hit her. Get out. I didn't hit her. I know. Get out. Are you serious? Who hit? Who hit? Who hit? I didn't hit her. Bro, yes you did. You just flopped right on you, fat.
Jack threw him at her.
Yeah, he pushed Action, who fell on her.
So that's still not that's not Action fault though.
It's not my fault. I didn't push her. He shouldn't have fucked.
Logic is that?
I don't know. I say we ask McKinley whose fault.
That's not no, it's his fault.
Run back.
All right. So he's going for
This
here.
group of window lickers I have ever seen. Prime this whole time is just trying to slap Jack the moment he gets away from his security. That opportunity did present itself.
I'll move this so he can move that troop.
I told you, bitch.
You're 25.
Got him, Jack. Now, the cops were already outside because Jack was just swatted 20 minutes before. So now Jack starts to act real tough again, but only when the cops get involved.
Come on. Come on, let's go.
Only when the cops get involved, so he knows that he won't get fucked up.
Don't smack that. Yeah, do it again. Do it again. Come on. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Let's go. You act hard. You act hard when no one. Hey, subscribe my OnlyFans right now.
This is sad. Is Jack into BDSM or something? He's just been slapped by another man. He's shirtless, not a single hair on his chest, the smallest nipples I have ever seen, and he thinks that now is a good time to promote his OnlyFans. At this point, the police are already pissed because they've been there all night due to swattings, but Jack doesn't care. He's just there to waste their time. Anything for views.
Listen, come here. So, what's your... Go.
Hey, I'm getting hella views on this shit though. For real. Is this for real? He real slapped me. He wants to fucking sneak me.
I said the N-word earlier. We all make mistakes. I said the N-word. I said the N-word.
He winked at me. I get it. It's for content.
Circa, what the fuck?
I gotta keep your voice down. You mean the N-word. My bad.
What do you want to do?
I don't want anything to happen to him, but like, yo.
Okay, do you want to press charges?
Let's flip a coin. Let's ask Siri. Let's ask Siri.
Is this your house?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you want to do? We're not here to play games.
Flip a coin.
What do you want to do?
Heads, we send him to jail. Tails.
No.
Hey,
he's not going to jail.
Get inside your house, man.
Go inside.
Enough. What the fuck are you doing? Jack, enough. Come on. I've done too much.
Okay. I just want to see what happens when I flip the coin.
Jack.
Flip a coin. Everyone's calling. Flip a coin.
Punch.
It's tails, so he's good.
Come on, Jack. Everyone inside. Yeah. Okay. No one wants to cooperate. We're good. No one wants to cooperate. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please.
Go inside.
He won't shake my hand.
Wait, can you not say any of my personal information out loud? Because
That's fine. Well, tell him to stop streaming.
But we have to. I just got slapped at.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying.
This guy's not socially calibrated enough to operate in society. Neon just doesn't know when to shut his mouth. I think we all know somebody like that in real life. But Jack, on the other hand, has actual content brain rot. He needs to be locked in a cage.
This is no games right now. Everything has changed.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to have to make a report because of what you're saying. Okay?
Nothing happened, actually.
Okay. What's your name?
Do we have to make a report?
We have to.
What will happen?
Whatever you want to happen. You could say... Would you lock him in? If you want your information to be in?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, listen.
He's a 30-year-old.
Listen to what I'm saying. I don't care about him. I'm talking to you. Okay? When I'm saying asking you, you said he slapped you. We're going to have to sign a paper that says...
Can you hide that so they can't see it?
Listen to what I'm saying. You're streaming. You're choosing to do that. I'm not here to play games with you, okay? You're saying he slapped you. If you don't want to go to jail, you'll have to sign a waiver that says you're waiving prosecution. Is that what you're going to do? Yes or no?
My number's on
Is he?
What I'm asking you, are you going to prosecute or you're not?
I don't want to put charges on.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to give you a paper to sign, and you just simply say you're not going to prosecute. Okay?
But can we just, on the papers, call him a little... I'm sorry. The floor. I'm making it so Prime doesn't have to go to jail. Everyone better follow me from this, because Prime's not going to jail after sucker slapping me.
Listen, I haven't got all night, okay?
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Wait, where do I do it?
Sign right here, waiver of prosecution. You write your name.
Here?
Yes.
I'm so sorry, I don't want to get arrested. Please, I'm going to comply. Please.
Bro, he seems like such a bitch.
Request that. What's his name?
You sign the bottom right here. The victim. Bottom. Victim.
What the fuck?
Victim.
I'm the victim?
Thank God. I don't feel like the victim right now. I feel like I'm gonna cry. All right, we good?
Why the fuck? Why is he acting like such a bitch?
Here you go. Let me give you a case number. 15, you have a case number, please.
All right, guys. Prime just sucker punched me, like really slapped me while I was looking at my phone out of nowhere. The cops happened to be here because we got swatted, but I didn't press charges. But the stream's crazy.
He never stops. And it just reminds me that he's proving Dr. Phil of all people right 2 years later. His main points were that Jack wastes police time and resources.
I don't want to.
Tell him to stop streaming.
But we have to. I just got slapped at the
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. This is no games right now.
He's always pushing the boundaries for views, plugging himself, even in serious situations.
Everyone follow me on Kick.
The only good thing he says about Jack is that he doesn't flex his money.
I don't flaunt my money or anything. Like, I don't, literally, like, you would never know. Like, I have, like, I don't.
He never
I literally.
And that's not even true anymore. That's all he does now.
Don't like fighting with people. Like, look, I have Lambos to lose, you know? Yeah, you know what? Let me boost my ego real quick. I'm putting on my rich and dope. Now that we're done fighting, I'm putting my jewelry back on because I'm rich. Rich and really cost a Lambo and Prime, you broke.
He's always flashing how much money he spent on his credit card. He does this because he sells this scam $10 million course.
I'm gonna tell you guys how much money I make because now I have over 11 million subscribers on YouTube and 10 million followers on TikTok. And subscribers on, yeah, so a lot of things are different now, including my friends. They keep asking me for money. So I had to figure out a way to teach my friends how to make as much money as me. So I spent the last couple months creating a course that shows you how I was able to make over $10 million at just 19 years old. And for a limited time, it's only $97 at 8figureinfluence.com. And for less than one of these, I can show you how I was able to get all of these.
Crazy, between Andrew Tate, Sneeko, and Jack, all of them sell courses where the only person who gets rich is them. I'd be surprised if there was a single person
I feel like
made $1,000 off of Jack's course, let alone 10 million.
Hey, help! Help! Help!
At the end of the day, I feel like Neon and Jack are products of wanting to do anything for social media fame. I have a lot more to say about these two, especially when it comes to their lack of real friends. Everyone's just a leech. Oh, and their fake pranks that have caused me real world pain.
I literally just met my girlfriend's dad today, and I'm gonna ask him for permission to marry his daughter. All they've really seen of me is my crazy live streams and the fact that I put their daughter in the hospital last week. I'm really nervous, and I'm not really sure how this is gonna go, so like and subscribe for good luck. And when he was alone outside, I asked him this. Hello, Mr. Richardson. I got a question for you.
What's that?
Can I marry your daughter?
For real? You just put her in the hospital last week. You want to support that?
It was an accident.
You're an accident.
Bro, this is obviously faked. Like, what the fuck?
But that will have to be for another time. Subscribe to the channel, and if you can, join the homies over on Patreon. Phoebes, Crimson Glass, Riveter, Christina Vina, Mech Monkey, Drink Kobex, Bo Blacks, Necro Valley, Stefan Bildman, Friday 13, Abby Blackbird, Eddie Bizzle, Tismic Fitz, Christopher H, first name, last name, Kanklemore, and the mega homies, Reynold Hughes Hellison, IGP, Zombie Fox, Your Taxi, Latchkey Gothboy, Cyber Katie, Lore Reloaded, Papa Gut, Caden Lulin, Luis G, Exo Irish Exo, BA Subway, TV Anthology Reviews, Hawkin Load, Zero Phonic, and Derek Dew.
I almost admire you. Still on these streets, running uncut. I'm just amazed. Doesn't get to you.
Let's see what my... Alright, don't have any cards.
Recently, it has come out that Bernie Sanders has been promoted by AIPAC on Twitter because he refuses to call for a ceasefire.
Okay, so this is building up.
Israel's conflict with Hamas, which you'd think someone who's left-wing can see that this is not a conflict when nearly 20,000 people have been killed, and how many of them are actually insurgent fighters? Absolute tiny minority of them. But anyway, why I wanted to make this video, I am streaming right now, but it's going to be a video, is because I want to contextualize Bernie's support for Israel and try and make it make more sense. Because on the surface, you're seeing Bernie on an AIPAC Twitter account like this, and you're thinking, like, what the hell is wrong with him? He's betrayed me. Like, he's betrayed himself, actually. Like, Bernie somehow, on this one issue today, has gone against his whole political career. And I want to contextualize, like, leftist support for Israel historically, why people supported Israel on the left, Israel's own, like, internal structure being something that is socialistic back in the day, and people not realizing the hypocrisy of, you know, making socialism as a settler colony is not socialism. So anyway, this is what AIPAC wrote the other day, saying, thank you, Bernie Sanders, for your strong opposition to a permanent ceasefire with Hamas. I'm going to play it. If you can't hear it, I'll just give you the gist. It's only 30 seconds.
I don't know how you could have a permanent ceasefire with Hamas, who has said before October 7th and after October 7th that they want to destroy Israel. They want a permanent war. I don't know how you have a permanent ceasefire with an attitude like that.
What Bernie's saying there is something you see a lot with pro-Israel supporters. And it's mainly based on historically things Hamas has said, Hamas's old charter from the 1980s, which does say a lot of terrible stuff about what they want to do to Israeli Jews. And I want to contextualize
I was going to take that out.
In that Bernie Sanders is a Jew whose family were killed in World War II. He was alive for World War II, I believe, as well, when he was a kid. So he's grown up as a Jew in America who has felt the consequences of the Nazi and has seen the rise of Israel. Like, he is older than Israel, Bernie Sanders, right? And he's also left-wing. And then you're thinking, like, how can he think this? And what I'm going to say throughout this video is different things, but I think one thing people don't realize is that with older Zionists like Bernie, is they remember things like different wars, like the 6-Day War. And in the 6-Day War, you would have more like rhetoric from Arab leaders, which was more reminiscent of stuff you'd hear in World War II towards the Jews, right? And because a lot of them were survivors of that, they connected the two things together. And then forever, they just associate the two things together. And what he doesn't probably, I don't know, he can't move past his own bias, is that most people fighting on the ground right now, like actually on the ground, are like, have never lived in a Palestinian run Gaza, which has not, it's always been run by Hamas, hasn't it? So they took over in 2006, 2005, 2006, after they won the election, right? Basically just ended any semblance of Palestinian democracy there. So there's a bunch of people fighting right now who were born after it. They were born after that election. And it's like with, if you grow up in Iran, for example, right? If you join the military or you join the government, like the civil service or whatever, the Iranian government, which a lot of us disagree with because it's so religious, they run everything. But they are the government. The same with Hamas in Gaza. That is the government. And obviously not all Palestinians who live in Gaza like them, but you have to reconcile a lot of these kids who are fighting. If you're 18 years old fighting right now, you don't know any different. You can't even leave. You can't even leave, right? So basing your support for a ceasefire on the political elite for Hamas and what they've said in the past and what they say, and some charters going back like 40 years, like Bernie should realize this isn't the same thing. But like I'm saying, contextualize him as a Jewish person, and you understand, you can see his bias and you can see why he doesn't want to say you can't have a ceasefire with them, because how could you? Because if they had their way, they'd do this.
Why would he do that?
The thing is, this is the more part I can't understand. Israel is so powerful. Like, they're not actually under threat, are they, from an insurgent group? Like, they have nuclear weapons. They have the most, like, militarized society probably in the world. And they have one of the biggest armed forces as a percentage of their population in the world as well. And it's a very, like, you know, it's an armed forces that, although it isn't very battle-tested these days, historically has been a good like, military for defeating neighbouring countries, right? It literally defeated, like, 5 at once in the 6-Day War. So to act like having a ceasefire or, like, you know, Hamas can't be peaceful is obviously just racism as well, in that you feel like just because people are part of this group that literally run the whole territory and have done for nearly 20 years, they can't be reasoned with. But of course they can. Some of the people there, they've never left and they were born after the election. Do you not think there's normal people? And also, it's not as tightly controlled as people think, in that obviously they go for training, they study the ideology of the organisation, but a lot of these people are just rando people who have their family killed by the Israelis, and then they join, like, it's like joining the army. Isn't it? And even when I went to West Belfast and an ex-IRA soldier was talking to me, he's like, you know, because we're talking about the provincial IRA, the more Catholic one, not the socialist one. He said, I don't even care about religion. I just joined because they killed 2 people in my tower block, the British Army. So I joined the IRAs. I've never given a shit about Catholicism. If you can understand that, you can understand why a rando person would join Hamas without agreeing with their politics. So you can't believe that every single person who joins that organization to fight back in the context of Gaza is some sort of monster who can't be reasoned with. It's just racism, and it's just Zionist propaganda that Bernie has sadly been indoctrinated with. So that's like why he supports or doesn't support a ceasefire, because like I said, he grew up at this time where Israel's existence was actually threatened. You know, obviously I believe it's illegitimate settler colony, but it was actually threatened of being destroyed by other Arab states like Egypt and Syria, for example, right? And they would say stuff about the Jews generally, which would be reminiscent of the rhetoric you'd hear from fascists in World War II. So Bernie associates all of that with Hamas right now because they've said similar stuff in the past. But again, context is important. Like I said, young people, if you're 18 years old, you've never left Gaza, you've probably had family killed by the Israelis, and also you don't know anything different than Hamas running Gaza. So what are you meant to do if you wanted to fight back, right? I've said this before, like, you know, you can have your problems with the organization, you can have your problems with the political elite and their ideology, but to act like every single, and obviously there are bad people who are in these organizations, right? But to act like every single one of them is some unhinged like Nazi or something is how they get you. Bernie actually came out and said something, because everyone knows AIPAC is just like a Republican front. He says, AIPAC is a right-wing organization that supports extremist Republican election-denying candidates. Now they want to spend $100 million to defeat progressives. Whether AIPAC likes it or not, the US must not give a blank check to Netanyahu's horrific war policies. So this is something else to notice, that Bernie Sanders has been very anti-Netanyahu, but we all know Bernie Sanders has been anti-Netanyahu. Plenty of Israelis hate Netanyahu, but only a small percentage are actually against the war. It's like less than 5% from a poll I saw the other day. It was like 1.3% said the IDF are using too much firepower on Gaza. So that's not even an endorsement against the war. It's literally like they think it's too much. Too much, but maybe not wrong overall. That's 1.3% of the people surveyed in this poll in Israel. And this gets to the heart of the issue. Why would someone like Bernie Sanders support Israel when we know he's a leftist? He even used to say he was a socialist, Marxist and stuff like that when he was younger. It's because, like I said, we're contextualizing it. He's older than Israel. He grew up at a time where everyone probably he knew had family you lost in World War II, living in somewhere like Brooklyn in the 40s and 50s. And then you see Israel emerge, all the stuff I've said, and also it was super common for leftists to support Israel in this time as well. Very common. And here's a good example for you that I'll elaborate on. Ben Gurion reveals suggestions of North Vietnamese communist leader, and it kind of links in nicely with why German leftists support Israel. So Ho Chi Minh suggested to David Ben Gurion in 1946 that he proclaim a Jewish government in exile and establish such a government's headquarters in North Vietnam, Ben Gurion revealed. Addressing
What's going
a rally
on up
here, which the audience included many young people.
Oh man, I'm tired.
Most of them students. Israel's former prime minister disclosed that information in telling of his meeting with Ho Chi Minh in Paris, where he and the North Vietnam leader lived in the same hotel. They had become very friendly, Mr. Ben Gurion said, and in the course of one conversation, the North Vietnam leader made the suggestion that after Mr. Ben Gurion had told
Oh, is he
told him
going
of the
in
Jewish
on it?
problem for obvious
He's
reasons,
just going in on.
Ben Gurion said this was unacceptable. Ben Gurion said
He's gonna
that
give.
he felt that if he should write to Ho Chi Minh,
Oh no!
the latter
I thought
might
that he
invite
would.
him to visit North Vietnam. Ho Chi Minh said he should proclaim a Jewish government in exile in 1946. Right, so Ho Chi Minh, Marxist, who was fighting colonialism in his own country, fighting imperialism, fighting Vichy French and Japanese colonialism in World War II, fighting French colonialism just after the war, and later would be fighting American colonialism as well. And why would someone like Ho Chi Minh, Marxist, anti-imperialist, say to Ben Gurion, you can set up your government in exile in North Vietnam? And it, like I said, it plays into the German leftist things, is lots of people, for one reason or another, and I say left and leftism, racism plays a big role in this, they viewed the Jewish Zionist movement as some sort of land back for indigenous people. So European Jews going to Palestine and creating a settler colony was actually like a leftist thing to support. Just like you support Ho Chi Minh going back to Vietnam from his basically his self-imposed exile and like studying in China and stuff like that, going back to Vietnam and taking the fight to the colonialists, he supported the Zionists doing this too. First to the British mandate, and then to the Arabs generally, but you know, the Palestinians mainly, right? Because they see what you often see in the rhetoric, Arab colonizers of Palestine, because of historically Palestine being
he's offline.
province of like the Roman Empire.
That's not
and
good.
stuff, and then
Not good for
obviously
me.
conquered by conquered by Arab caliphates
gotta
later
put a
on.
big-
But ignoring the fact that, you know, just because different people ruled it doesn't mean
I've gotta put
Palestinians haven't been
10
there
troops
for
there.
basically its whole history as
Like,
well.
all my
I know there was a
troops
Jewish
there,
exile,
basically.
but do you think Jews exclusively were the only people who lived in this
That
territory
way.
ever? But they viewed it as finally these people are coming home and they're creating this state. And also because these people were socialists, even better. They're not only going home to create this state in terms of an anti-imperialist thing, like get the British out, get those Arab colonizers out. They're also creating socialism too, because what you had in the lead up to the 1940s, generally with Zionism, you had, I think it's revisionist Zionism, which is like the extreme religious form, and then you have liberal Labour Zionism, leftist Zionism, which became more of the dominant one, especially because of so many of the leaders basically being socialist, or a lot of the soldiers being people who fought for communist socialist groups in the Second World War and stuff. So what you had is all these people coming to Palestine, and that's why everyone was like, oh great, so with the Allies from World War II, they're like, you know, this is right because of what happened to them from the Germans, and also we don't have to, you know, not really our problem anymore, just go to Palestine, which is a British colony, but you know, Britain can't really hang on to it anymore, so you take it over, you go create your own country there, you're out of our hair, you're out of Europe's hair, we don't care about that anymore. And then for the socialists, like the Soviet Union was the first country to support Israel, they're like, great, socialist Jews are setting up their own country in the Middle East, and they'll be our allies. And the people who armed Israel for the Arab-Israeli War and its founding were the Soviets. Through Czechoslovakia, they gave them Soviet weapons and they gave them captured German weapons from World War II, which is obviously like a weird full circle moment. And why the Soviet Union didn't keep supporting Israel is not because suddenly they thought, oh, we don't like settler colonialism, we don't like this Jewish socialist country. It's because the ambassador to the Soviet Union said, let Soviet Jews come to Israel. And Stalin said no, because if he said yes, that is admitting to the world that he has failed the Jews, because obviously you guys might know that the Soviet Union had tried to set up Jewish autonomous zones in the Soviet Union for Jews to have their own territory and stuff. But yeah, Stalin said no, because if I accept this, then I'm accepting the Soviet dream of, you know, building socialism has failed. Because if these Jews want to leave, then we've done something wrong there, right? So they fell out over that, and then quickly the British and the French came in and be like, no, we'll support you. Just make sure you have our interests at heart. And obviously it helped that Israel was very multicultural in terms of everyone coming from different countries. So you had like ex-British soldiers, ex-French soldiers from the war. They go there, and you have like a more like Western style democracy, which they love as well. So then that switch where the Soviets started helping the Arabs instead, because then they viewed Israel as a Western proxy. And also this is part of the reason why anti-Semitism really ramped up in Russia, because they said, well, if you're a Jew, you're an Israeli spy. Israel's friends with Britain and France, so you're spying for them. And obviously you have stuff like the Rudolf Slansky trial. You have a crackdown on what they see as like Jewish subversives in the Soviet Union as well, because of this whole Israel issue. And obviously later on you have the communist bloc really supporting Palestine, especially East Germany, which is one of the biggest pro-Palestinian countries. Yeah, so that is like why leftists support them. And then what you have, which we're going to get into in a sec, is you had the kibbutz. Now the kibbutz is basically what socialists want, kind of. It's communal living. It's a socialist like village set, but obviously the problem is it's also an Israeli settlement built on stolen land. What you had was people, socialists around the world, they obviously are racist, so they don't see Arabs as equally human anyway, so they're happy to have white European Jews go there and create a country. But also now, not only is the dominant ideology of the Israeli government socialist, the Israeli settlers, well, not all of them, but some of them are also socialists as well, and they're expanding Israeli territory through socialist Israeli settlements, where everyone works together. And think of something like Jackson in The Last of Us, which is actually created by an Israeli guy who grew up in not a socialist settlement, he grew up in a revisionist settlement, which is more like religious extremist one. And you understand why in this era socialists supported Israel, and Bernie Sanders grew up in this era. And where the big thing changed is the 6-Day War, and why it changed is because Israel, all the problems, you know, come from this. With Israel defeating the other Arab states they're fighting against, they started taking more and more land. So 1948, you get the borders of Israel agreed by the UN, and after the 6-Day War, they're massively increased, even places in the Sinai Desert. And what you had then was America firmly supporting Israel, because they said, oh, you guys are great at fighting, we don't need to be in the Middle East anymore, we don't want 2 Vietnams at the same time, so you can be our proxy. So Israel, we're going to support you 100%. We don't care that you're socialist, we don't care about any of that, we will support you fighting the Arabs because they're backed by the Soviet Union, and you can be our proxy with Iran, which used to be obviously in the pocket of America with the Shah. So that's where you had that there. And then, like I said, the kibbutz system, Bernie Sanders went to live in Israel before the 6-Day War, before all the issues we see today. Well, I mean, obviously the issues go back to 1948, but a lot of the issues today are more centered around the 1967 land grab from the war. So Bernie Sanders worked on an Israeli commune in the 60s that could have influenced his politics. Famous for his progressive politics, Bernie Sanders is once again running for president, but Bernie Sanders' progressive political beliefs appear to date all the way back to his youth. In fact, Sanders spent several months during his early 20s living on an Israeli kibbutz, a small collective community and farm that was built on many of the same ideals that are now hallmarks of his political movement. Sanders said that in 1963 he lived and volunteered at Shah Hamakim, an Israeli kibbutz near the city of Haifa, according to an Israeli newspaper, which unearthed an interview in 1990 where he talked about this. While Sanders likely spent much of his time at the kibbutz working in the fields, picking apples, peaches and pears with other volunteers, he also would have been exposed to the social democratic ideology in which the kibbutz operated then and now, according to Yair Merom, the kibbutz's current chairman, who spoke to the Times of Israel in 2016. Our values of mutual responsibility and social democratic values, and we choose willingly to create that society. Sanders is talking about the social democratic approach that gives freedom to the individual, but with the responsibility for the whole. We do that in a practical way. Merom added that all of the community's members were equal in every way. They live in identical houses. There wasn't a salary. Everyone received according to their needs. The kibbutz gave everything: food, shelter, education, and health. Albert Eli said to CNN in 2016 that the kibbutz's socialist ideology could well have influenced young Sanders. It's a number of people who want to live together and want to share everything. We think that you have to take care of the weak. The strong can deal with themselves. The kibbutz we're talking about, founded in 1935 by Romanian and Yugoslavian Jewish immigrants. Shah Hamakim was part of the Hashoma Hatzaya, a socialist youth movement. The kibbutz was affiliated with Mapam, the political party to the left of the Israeli Labour Party. The kibbutz was a full commune, says Irit Drury, a 72-year-old former secretary of the kibbutz. Typical of the time, children were raised in a dormitory apart from their parents who lived in
Why you do
apartments.
that?
So like I said, Bernie Sanders went to go live in a socialist commune Israeli settlement before the left, broadly the Western left, had turned against Israel for the 6-Day War and their land grab after the 6-Day War, where they just would not give back Palestinian territory. They'd expanded Israel to be far bigger than its original borders. So like I said, young Bernie Sanders, he lived in a socialist commune. He grew up in a time where most of the Jewish community had family or friends who were killed in World War II by the fascists. And then you had the same sort of rhetoric coming out from certain Arab nations towards Israel, which, again, most of the left support at this time. Israel was seen as a socialist country. That's why the Soviet Union supported it originally. And then he goes to live in a commune where he experiences, like, real socialism for the first time. And in his head, he's thinking, Israel's a great country for this, right? They're building socialism. They're building equality. But the racism comes into play then at the expense of who? where are these
Then you move
settlements?
that 40 to up there.
Yeah, sure. Some are in the
Oh.
borders of Israel.
No.
But especially after 1967, most of them are illegal. And a lot of them are still illegal to this day, right? They're still illegal. The UN, and even a lot of Western countries that recognize them as illegal. Even the ones supporting Israel right now recognize a lot of these settlements are built on illegal stolen land. Even if you agree with the 1948 borders, even if you are born with the 1967 borders, a lot of countries still don't agree with these settlements, right? So Bernie Sanders actually goes there. You know, probably formative years for him. Where else in the world can you go and live in socialism for a little bit, right? But again, because of the context, he's not seeing what this alleged socialism is actually built on. And it's built on a settler colony which was forced upon a group of people which they had to ethnically cleanse and kill hundreds of thousands of people to create for themselves, right? And this, you know, settlement project by different groups of various different ideologies was part of expanding this even further. But again, for him, that is probably extremely hard to divorce. And again, these aren't excuses for him. It's just trying to tell people, if you're confused about why Bernie can't support a ceasefire, I'm telling you this is the reasons why. And it's not that suddenly he's become reactionary in his old age, or suddenly he's gone against his political beliefs. This stuff is part of his political beliefs. Israeli socialism is a core part of his political beliefs. And like I said, when he was growing up, most of the left in the West supported Israel for socialistic reasons, not a part of like some Western chauvinist reasons, for socialistic reasons, because they believed it was a socialist country. Now, if we look at actually Bernie's record on this stuff, I want to go through it, and I think this is it's a Politico article. And it's funny because when he was running against Hillary Clinton, they were accusing him of not being pro-Israel enough. Because, like I said, his disagreements with Netanyahu are because he's like an Israeli-style socialist. He's not an Israeli, obviously. I mean, he could become one if he wanted, but he's not. But he agrees with the Israeli left. Historically, he's seen what he feels is like socialism being created by the Israeli left, by a political movement to the left of the Israeli Labour Party. So he views Netanyahu from that. Like, you are destroying Israel, but Israel is good. That's what people need to understand. He thinks Israel is a good thing because of the context, because of racism, because of all this different stuff. So the Politico article says, early in his political career, Sanders didn't conceal his frustration with Israel's treatment of the Palestinians. During one March 1988 news conference when he was mayor of Burlington, Sanders called brutal Israeli treatment of Palestinian protesters an absolute disgrace. He says, the sight of Israeli soldiers breaking the arms and legs of Arabs is reprehensible and must be condemned. I mean, interesting use of the word Arabs there. A few months later, Sanders went further. The policy that Israelis shoot people is unacceptable. It is wrong that the US provides arms to Israel, he declared, according to a local newspaper at the time. In 1991, Sanders voted to withhold $82.5 million in US aid for Israel unless it stopped settlement activity in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. That motion was rejected on a 44 to 378 vote. So this is an interesting point right here, because you might be thinking, well, you've just said he grew up, but he went to an Israeli settlement to work when he was in his 20s, right? But here it is, stopped settlement activity in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. Funny enough, I actually just found this leaflet from a pro-Palestinian protest. I'm just going to show it for you here. So it's pretty ragged now. But you've probably seen this map, but look, there's original Israel. This one. That's what it originally was. In white, I think. Yeah, the white is what it originally is. And that's it after 1967. So Bernie went to that one. He didn't to work on a settlement. He didn't go to that one to work on a settlement. So that's what I mean. The Israeli left are not so much for just completely taking over the whole territory. So that's why he does this. This is why he supports Israel. He even worked on a settlement, but then you have that, where he's one of the only 44 people who votes to withhold this aid unless it stops these settlements in the West Bank and Gaza. Going on to say, a decade later, he was the only Jewish member of Congress not to back a House resolution condemning Palestinians and expressing solidarity with Israel after a Palestinian attack killed dozens. He voted president and the measure passed 384 to 11. One Jewish Democrat who served as a senior aide to Sanders on Capitol Hill and has also worked for a leading pro-Israel organization, said his stances on Israel are not a political liability. His views on Israel were pretty consistent with centre-left people, There was never any question like whether the country should exist or anything. He was a pro-peace process member. But the former aide added that Sanders tended to put more emphasis on the rights and suffering of Palestinians, more than many other members of Congress. If you talked about Israel, he would always talk about the suffering of Palestinians as well. In DC, that can be seen by some people as being anti-Israel. Although he has recently tempered his criticisms of Israel, Sanders is still not considered an ally by Washington's pro-Israel community. In early 2015, after it was announced that Netanyahu would deliver a 2015 address to a joint meeting of Congress arranged by John Boehner, Sanders was the first senator to announce he would not attend the speech. So what I've been trying to make the clear point for you with this is how Bernie Sanders can reconcile not calling for a ceasefire, being against Netanyahu, being against illegal Israeli settlements, how he can reconcile all of that with also not supporting a ceasefire. And like I said, it's a long history. He's an old man, his own political views, his own family history, his own history of like being an American Jew, going to a kibbutz in the early 60s before the Six-Day War, before Israel was expanded far past its 1948 borders. And then you have all of that baggage. Then you have a group like Hamas, who's in the past has said some very terrible things, reminiscent of what fascists used to say in the Second World War. And then you have this. You have this, where he is far better on Palestinian rights than most people in American politics, but he still won't call for a ceasefire. Because again, he views it in a certain way. And I'd say the main thing you can't understand, I'm not saying I agree with what he's saying, I'm trying to make you understand why this isn't something he views as contradictory to his politics. He doesn't think what he's doing right now, oh my god, I've betrayed the left, I've betrayed my voters, I've betrayed all these people who campaigned for me. He doesn't think that, because he can reconcile all of this with himself, and that's the point.
We dare you to find a place where you experience some twists and turns and enjoy some ups and downs before turning up the heat, all in the same day. We dare you. Plan your trip today.
What I'm trying to make today is that, yes, should Bernie Sanders see Israel for what it is? Of course he should. Of course he should. Should he call for a ceasefire? It's literally the bare minimum. Should he do all these things? Is he putting his whole legacy at risk right now? And basically destroying his own legacy by doing this? Yes, you know, we're not asking him to say Israel shouldn't exist, right? I don't think anyone is expecting that of him. We're asking for him to call for a ceasefire. But he can only view it through the prism of the Israeli political spectrum, where because he was worked with the Israeli left, he hates Netanyahu, but he doesn't necessarily hate everything Israel does. He doesn't think Israel doesn't have a right to exist. He doesn't
keep
view
it
as a
in
separate
there.
country. He doesn't even, you know, view it as this terrible place because he has all this baggage in his mind. He doesn't see it clearly. He doesn't see it like the rest of us, and that's why he can be better on Palestinian rights, but still be trash on this stuff. He basically, to me, is a old school Zionist from like the 1940 to 60 period. That's his politics. And he can reconcile that because most of the left used to support Israel. Most of the world used to think it was socialist. Americans hated Israel because they thought it was a bunch of socialist Jews creating a country, right? Americans didn't used to like Israel. And what you had in American politics was something you had in Israeli politics, where you had the religious fundamentalists sweep into power, where Israel used to be secular, Israel used to be socialist, the same way America used to be more secular. Then you have Ronald Reagan unleashing evangelicals as a political force, and then suddenly everyone everywhere is a massive Zionist. What you had in American politics is the left abandoned Israel because of the Six-Day War. Then you have the right embracing Israel because of Christian Zionism. Then you have liberals embracing Zionism because of geopolitics. and Western chauvinism. And when you have hangers on like Bernie, who are like more old school leftist Zionist, and then he just can't let go of that. So yeah, it's sad because he is ruining his legacy, but at the same time, what I'm trying to tell people is this isn't him being like doing a 180 or anything. This is very consistent with his actual politics. It's just because in the Overton window of America, where everyone these days is so insanely pro-Israel, he seems like he's against Israel by comparison, but he's really not. And I guess that's what I wanted to say.
They are gonna love that one. Just curious, how many more friends are we shopping for? Let's see. Jacob, James, Jayla, Jen. Early on the J's.
Jonathan.
Holiday shop like a super gifter at thriftbooks.com.
What was that move? What was that supposed to mean?
Remember how in Texas there's been like a court injunction and then threats of prosecution from Ken Paxton, the Texas AG, with regards to whether or not a woman can get an abortion when the fetus inside of her is guaranteed to die anyway and might potentially threaten her health to not have an abortion? She fled Texas, which is probably the smart move from her end, probably the right direction to take things. I'm not gonna lie, I don't fault her fleeing Texas. Psychotic that this is happening, but you know, Kate has been unable to get an abortion in Texas even though her fetus has a fatal condition and continuing the pregnancy threatens her future fertility. Last week a state court ruled in Kate's favor, but within hours Texas AG Paxton asked the Supreme Court of Texas to block the order immediately. This past week of legal limbo has been hellish for Kate. Her health is on the line. She's been in and out of the emergency room and she couldn't wait any longer. That's why judges and politicians should not be making healthcare decisions for pregnant people. True. That fetus could kill her. Yeah, also, if she gives birth to that fetus, assuming that it's alive when she gives birth to it, all it's going to do is, like, suffer for a few days, then die. Like, that's it. That's the life that this fetus gets, you know? By letting it gestate, all you're really doing is giving it more brain development with which to experience suffering. Like, we're essentially creating an organic mass that literally, why do I exist? To suffer. Like, that is the only thing it can do. You know, it's pointless cruelty. It's monstrous. Yeah, their goal is only suffering. Remember, laws against abortion are and always have been about controlling women. That's not like some cringe lib, you know, take or whatever. It's consistent with their behavior. They don't in any way, shape, or form subsidize or provide protections for mothers or children who have been birthed or like healthcare payments or anything. They don't care about any of that. They only care about the very, very specific way in which preventing abortion kind of forces women into biological subservience. If a woman can get pregnant just like that by having sex, just, you know, sometimes birth control fails, sometimes the condom breaks, whatever, and that then guarantees a lifelong commitment to that child, it creates a world where women will always be effectively economic second-class citizens. I'm honestly super interested in the right's take on this, the real one, not just the hyperbole.
No, don't do that.
Genuinely, like, you can take a look at the rhetoric they're employing. They just don't want any exceptions, because once you start making humanitarian exceptions, you carve them out, you know, in ways that undercut the law. They don't care, you know. Sometimes they delude themselves, but yeah, I don't think you're going to get a straight answer for the most part. Yeah, it's pretty bad. This reminds me of the case in the Republic of Ireland in 2013 where a woman in Galway died while miscarrying. The entire case absolutely spurred on the pro-choice movement there, and the country voted overwhelmingly to legalize abortion in 2018. This shit radicalizes people. Yeah, it took a while in Ireland because it's like, they're all like Catholics. I don't know. Keep in mind, like, as bad as it is, shit like this does so much to like negatively polarize women towards voting Dem. Like, the numbers are in, man. The majority of Americans, even in red states, want abortion rights to be protected, and even more so women than men. Like, it's a huge shift, you know? Voting Republican, you mean? Yeah, they don't want to vote Republican because of this. Are most women pro-choice? Yes. Americans support for abortion protections. Remember, even the state of Kansas voted to keep the state constitutional amendment that protected the right for abortion. Like Kansas, you know, from Gallup, a record high 69%. Nice. Say abortion should generally be legal in the first 3 months of the pregnancy. The prior high of 67% was recorded last May after the Supreme Court's Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health. Most Americans oppose abortions later in pregnancy, but the 37% saying it should be legal in the second 3 months of pregnancy and 22% in the last 3 months of pregnancy are the highest Gallup has found in trends of 1996. The number of people who don't believe it should be legal under any circumstances is like as low as it has ever been, you know? Did you see Ohio Republicans are trying to straight up ignore the vote to enshrine abortion rights in the state constitution? Yep. Remember, they tried to put a moratorium on amendments to their constitution, and then Republicans broke it in order to try to raise the threshold for a vote necessary to change things. And then the vote was put forward that they tried to stop but couldn't to remove abortion protections. But the issue 1 amendment, you know, happened the way we wanted it to.
Am I the one who's going to have to do this?
And since then, they've been trying to... Here we go. Even before the vote, some Republican legislators were already publicly exploring ways to undo or undercut its protections. Vosh, you make them sound evil? Do I? It reminds me of how in Florida, there were referendums held on re-enfranchising felons and like raising the minimum wage, and DeSantis and the GOP literally just ignored them. They literally were like, okay, yeah, the people want these laws and they're now like legal, but so let's just like cut under it, you know, let's just undo it. Do you understand how unpopular this shit has to be for Republicans to be acting this way? Like basically
Fucking
openly
attack
saying they
Blue.
can't win on the popular vote and just admitting they have to undercut like the results of referendums. I think one of the problems was that Roe was upheld on fairly shaky legal grounds. Oh yeah, that is true. Roe v. Wade was always a bad Supreme Court precedent. Not morally bad, but the logic they used on right to privacy being the like constitutional wedge they were going to use, that was always legally shaky and always pretty vulnerable. Yeah, there should have just been a flat-out clarification that like legal rights do not apply to fetuses, like period. That would have been like you could have easily done that with the available like constitutional material. I like, yeah, it's pretty dumb, but you know, whatever. A lot of our Supreme Court jurisprudence is on pretty shaky grounds. So, meh. Even RBG had issue with it? Yeah. Obama campaigned on making Roe v. Wade law. Obama promised a lot of shit that didn't happen, huh? Would it be possible to pass a federal law instead of changing the Constitution? I mean, you can, yeah, but a federal law isn't as like sturdy as Supreme Court jurisprudence. Well, it depends. I guess it depends on the specific issue. Ultimately, a federal law has to go through Congress and the Senate, and, you know, would they be able to add an amendment to the Constitution for bodily rights? This is just my guess, but I'm locking it in. I'm bang, bang, I'm locking it in. We will never again see another constitutional amendment. Not in our lifetimes. At least not unless there is some massive cataclysmic shift to the two-party dynamic. You need 3/4. It's 3/4, right, of the states to verify. There's no way. Absolutely no way. Is it 2/3? I thought it was 3/4. Is it 2/3? Yeah, 3/4 of the states. 38 states. 38 of the states have to ratify it. I don't think it's going to happen. The last amendment was 1992, so I don't know. Yeah, but that was a different era, man. That was still during like the neocon, neo-lib era. What differences were there really between Democrats and Republicans back in 1992? I'm not saying there were none, but compared to what's going on today, like, you know, way more agreeability back then. Can anything challenge the Supreme Court's power? Nope. For some reason, following the assertion of judicial review, Supreme Court jurisprudence just kind of sits there, unchallengeable except by future jurisprudence, you know? It's weird. I mean, yeah, you can argue that you can pack the court or whatever, but that's not really the same thing. That's not really a challenge to their jurisprudence. That's just like changing the system. Not true you can challenge the Supreme Court by ignoring them. That's true. That's always the ultimate power that you have. The ultimate power move to ignore them. Not that that would really work these days, I don't think. Was Obergefell decided on shaky grounds too? No. I'm pretty sure the legal argument for Obergefell versus Hodges was really sturdy, if I remember. Run the fundamental right to marriage, guaranteeing to sex due process clause, equal protection clause, the 14th Amendment. Yeah, that's the equal protection clause. Yeah, this is a really, really, really solid argument.
Okay.
I mean, that doesn't mean they can't revoke it. It's not like they give a shit, you know? Isn't it still based on substantive due process? What do you mean? Supreme Court jurisprudence? I mean, they say what they say.
You think that you want to...
You okay?
I gotta build a whole new payments integration. Months of my life just flashed before my eyes.
No worries. Look, this is no-code payments integration. It'll take you minutes.
Whoa.
What the? It's magic!
No, it's PayJunction. Integrate payments in minutes. Try it now for free.
It's magic!
It's no-code payments integration.
Ah, it's hot! God.
What is up, risk takers? Welcome to the
fuck?
Kill Pete strategy. I am Pete. I am a top player playing.
We've moved far beyond COVID at this point. In the minds of the American consciousness, we've moved beyond COVID. Like, for the average American, COVID doesn't matter. COVID is still around, but people don't care about it, right? They don't think about it. The media doesn't even cover it. And even if they do, more and more of the normal crowd has a negative reaction to that sort of coverage at all. People don't want to think about COVID. It is negative feelings. They remember it with, you know, not such fond opinions. So anyone that reminds them of that, whether it be to say, look at how great my COVID policy was, or look at how my COVID policy was, people just remember, oh, COVID was. That's something important to make note of here. So now that you have no COVID equation and Trump has the almost Joe Biden style approach to the issue of the economy, where he can just say, remember when you had real negative wages for like a year and a half? Look at how bad things are. Look at how bad the economy is. He can just keep hammering that over and over again in the same way that Joe Biden could do that with Trump's COVID economy. Ultimately, Joe Biden's chances were going to be bad regardless at a time when the Democratic Party is actually following through on some of the more popular agenda items, given how the economy takes a while to recover and an even longer time frame for people to recognize that recovery. It was always going to be difficult for a one-term president to take advantage of the agenda items that actually help the economy recover. Because right now, the reality is the economy is recovering. There's a lot of back and forth on Twitter on this. People go, oh, why are you talking about graphs and stats? Why are you talking about this and that? People are still suffering. It's like, yeah, people were suffering in 2019. People were suffering in 2016. People continue suffering. The economy wasn't great across the board. But if you're looking at the feelings that people have on the economy, that takes a while. That takes a while for people to look at and go, you know what? Actually, my situation is much better. It's going to take years for people to forget that it used to cost like $5 in 2019, cost like $8 or $9. Wages have not increased that much. No amount of graphs will make people ignore that. I think it's out of touch to suggest that the economy is doing okay. No, the economy is objectively doing okay in comparison to how it was in 2019. That's the problem. In 2019, the economy wasn't doing okay either. If you're comparing it to 2019 versus now, it's doing the same. The issue, however, is that in 2019, it wasn't good either. That's why you're a leftist. That's why you literally wanted Bernie Sanders to be president, right? Do you understand? That's the issue. I think it's out of touch, absolutely. No, it's not. This is not an out of touch take. You guys are wrong. If you think that the economy is like doing worse overall than 2019, you're making a stupid argument. You're making the incorrect argument. The correct argument is to say the economy doing poorly is the standard. So going back to 2019 doesn't change that reality. Do you get it? And the reason why you are still feeling like it's doing even worse than 2019 is because it takes a while for you to start recognizing that it's getting better. It takes a long time. Let's look at this Matt Brunick piece, because Matt Brunick is like the
Just
guy
over this
from
game.
People's Policy Project. He's the guy. He's the leftist numbers guy, right? Let's read this article. He says, I've been closely monitoring the recent discourse on the goodness of the economy, 1, 2, and I think I've fully mapped it out and understand why it keeps breaking down. What is being presented as an argument about one question is actually about an argument about 3 different questions. 1, is the economy good? 2, did Joe Biden do a good job with the economy given political constraints? And 3, why do people say the economy is bad when asked by survey takers? Each of these questions is interesting when analyzed separately, but when you mush them together without realizing you are doing that, you end up in a rhetorical quagmire that causes frustration and confusion. See, like, this is what I mean. Look. You just said Biden added double the amount of jobs he was projected to add last month. What was unemployment at in 2016? The stock market doing well, or unemployment numbers looking the way they do, or our GDP does not reflect the opinions of the broadest majority of workers in the United States of America at all. The real economic issues that they are experiencing overall, it doesn't matter. You got hella people doing Uber and like multiple jobs. Those numbers are to massage the narrative ultimately, but it completely loses sight of the way people feel about the situation. And a lot of like New York Times adjacent article heads fail to recognize that for some reason. And I think a lot of people even in this community are making the analysis from the opposite direction when they make the analysis from the opposite direction to the New York Times guys by looking at 2019 and looking at now and going, no, it is actually much worse. You are forgetting, as far as economic growth or your wages going up or unemployment numbers, like even when unemployment is down, it doesn't matter. You're still sucks. And that's because the system is broken fundamentally. I think a lot of people forget that reality for some reason. Let's get back to this. Each of these questions is interesting when analyzed separately, but when you mush them together without realizing you are doing that, you end up in a rhetorical quagmire that causes frustration and confusion. My interest in the debate is mostly on the question of number 1, i.e. whether the economy is good. When I was introduced to this discourse, this seemed to be what people were arguing about, with the consensus sentiment from liberal thought leaders being that the economy is not only good, but it's extremely good, and that any viewpoint to the contrary is bad faith, borderline insane, or factually bankrupt. I found this peculiar because whether the economy is good or bad,
I'm done.